Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Rival Had Shadow Abilities? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. The sun rose over UA High School, casting a warm glow on the familiar grounds. Class 1A, now known as 2A, was bustling with excitement as they prepared for another day of training and heroics. The air was filled with laughter and chatter, a testament to the strong bonds they had formed over the past year. Izuku Midoriya, known for his determination and unwavering spirit, was already deep in thought as he reviewed his notes on hero strategies. His friends, Katsuki Bakugo and Achiko Uraraka, were nearby, discussing their latest training exercises. Bakugo's fiery personality clashed with Midoriya's more reserved chapter end. A while has passed, and those known as Class 1A are now in their second year at UA, hopefully to be known as Class 2A. Izuku Midoriya has developed a crush on Ochako Uraraka and is trying to keep it a secret. He decides to seek advice from his friend, Katsuki Bakugo. "Hey Kaken. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Izuku says, holding a bouquet of flowers. "I know you probably think this is girly, but I don't really know what else to do." He lays the flowers on Bakugo's gravestone. Katsuki Bakugo, aka Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite, was one of the unfortunate heroes who lost his life during the war, impaled by Shigaraki while protecting Izuku. Despite their tumultuous childhood, Izuku feels the weight of loss. "I'm really sorry I couldn't save you during the war," Izuku whispers, tears streaming down his face. "I wish you could be coming to UA with me. I really wish we could become heroes together. But sadly, your journey ended. I promise it won't be in vain. I will become the #1 hero and make you proud. I'll become stronger than ever." After some time grieving, Izuku arrives at UA but hesitates at the entrance. He notices Ochako approaching. "I hope this brings back memories," he thinks, accidentally tripping. "Ochako," he exclaims as she catches him. "Hey, Deku," she smiles, releasing him. "How's it going?" "It's good. I'm happy to be back here. For the most part, I guess," he replies. "That's good to know. That fight was scary, there were casualties," she says, her expression turning serious. "It was a dark moment in our lives, but we got past it. We made it and won the fight," Izuku reassures her. "Yes, we did, but not all of us," Ochako trails off. "Some heroes lost their lives, and some of us were close to death, Kaken," Izuku says quietly. "I'm so sorry for your loss," she replies gently. "It's okay, he's in a better place now," Izuku says, trying to find solace. "Hopefully," Ochako murmurs. "It's been a year since we've known each other, yet it feels longer and shorter at the same time." "I wish it was longer," Izuku admits. "Well, we should go in and get to our presentation. We don't want to be late," Ochako suggests. "Yeah," he agrees, and they enter the building, heading to their meeting area where some classmates are already gathered. Shoto Todoroki is casually reading a book, and Momo Yaoyorozu sits beside him. "Hey, Yaoyorozu," Shoto greets. "Hey, Todoroki," she replies. "Do you wonder who the new teacher is going to be?" "I'm curious, it definitely won't be Aizawa," he responds. "I'm both happy and sad about that," Denki Kaminari chimes in. "I still don't know why you scared the freshmen by telling them how intimidating Aizawa is," Kyokajiro adds. "Yeah, that doesn't mean I won't miss him as a teacher," Denki says. "Fair point," Kyoka concedes. Hitoshi Shinzo walks in and sits down next to Izuku. "Oh, hello, Shinzo," Izuku greets. "Hey Midoriya. How is it?" Hitoshi asks. "Did they let you try to join the hero course?" Izuku inquires. "Yeah, they did," Hitoshi replies, excitement in his voice. "That's good. I can't wait to work with you," Izuku says, sharing in his enthusiasm. "Yeah, I can't wait either," Hitoshi agrees. Present Mike bursts into the room, his voice booming. "Hey everyone, are you ready for the new year?" Silence fills the room. "Well, that's okay, but it's time to start this new year. Hopefully, it has a better end than the last one," he continues, met with more silence. Yay, Izuku says half-heartedly. Thanks, kid. Present Mike responds. You'll still be trying to defeat robots, but this time we made them resemble pro heroes. The higher the pros rank, the more points you'll earn. Normal villain bots will be worth 1 to 3 points, pro heroes will be 4 points, and top 10 heroes will be 5 points. There's also a villain mini-boss worth 10 points. You'll have 15 minutes to score as many points as possible. After 5 minutes, you can fight each other for extra bonus points, but try not to harm your opponents too much. Any questions? Silence again. Well, okay then, get to your areas. Present Mike instructs. Izuku looks for his area, wondering why he feels a sense of unease. In the battle area, Ochako is pumped up. I'm ready to fight. You're really excited about this, Ochako, Tsuyu Azui observes. Well, it has been a while since we did training like this, Tenya Lita adds. Yeah, so doing this again will be great, Ochako agrees, putting on some of the old gear she brought. We'll be able to fight each other at some point, and there are people known for wanting to fight, Tsuyu points out. Yeah, Ochako replies, determination in her eyes. I'm one of them. This is going to get interesting, Eijiro Kirishima remarks. It certainly is, Denki agrees. Has anyone seen Todoroki? Momo asks. No, at least not me, Mina Ishido responds. Chapter end. Present Mike. Alright, you will start in 3, 2. Mina Ishido. I feel it definitely is. You are always the one who knows the Deku facts. Ochako Uraraka. We will talk about this later. I don't have time for this. Present Mike. Start. Hitoshi Shinzo. Let's do this. The gates open, and the students start to attack the villain bots. Tenya Lita kicks some robots. Ochako Uraraka makes robots float then drops them. Tsuyu Azui throwing robots with her tongue. Mina Ishido throwing acid at the robots. A Hawk's robot appears in front of Uraraka. Ochako Uraraka, well, that's a new one. Ochako Uraraka, that was a good fight. Eijiro Kirishima spots an Aizawa bot. That one is mine. Eijiro Kirishima, ow, not manly. Aizawa bot, about to strike Kirishima. The Aizawa robot gets decapitated by a scarf pulling its head. Eijiro Kirishima, what was that? Hitoshi Shinzo brainwashes Kirishima. You and Kaminari, help me deal with that. Points at All Might bot. Denki Kaminari and Eijiro Kirishima, in a brainwashed state. Yes. Hitoshi Shinzo, that was fun. Releases them. Present Mike. Alright, students can now fight each other for the remainder of the time. Itsuka Kendo charges at Momo. Momo Yaoyorozu dodges. Guess we are gonna fight. Momo Yaoyorozu, ow. Hitoshi Shinzo attempts to brainwash Tokoyami. Fumikage Tokoyami attacks Shinzo before he can brainwash him. Hitoshi Shinzo dodges. Well, guess we got to fight. Notices Kaminari and Mina nearby, but I will be getting some help. Fumikage Tokoyami, you fought well. Minoru Mineta tries to attack Tsuyu. Tsuyu Azui throws him away. Great. Now I have to deal with him. Minoru Mineta, time to claim my prize. Walks to Tsuyu. Mina Ishido, oh no you don't. Blasts Mineta with acid, painful but not to melt. Minoru Mineta, curse you. Tsuyu Azui, wait. Has anyone seen Ochako? Ochako was breaking plenty of robots on her own, away from others. She is in the lead in points. Ochako Uraraka wipes the sweat from her forehead. An Endeavor robot appears behind her. Ochako Uraraka, here's a stronger one. Ochako Uraraka, thing. Endeavor bot, about to throw some flames at her. Nito Minoma uses electricity to fry it. The Endeavor bot is destroyed. Nito Minoma, you're welcome, 1A weakling. Ochako Uraraka gets up. I am not weak, you. I had that under control. Nito Minoma, sure you did, that thing almost fried you. Ochako Uraraka, I would have handled it after I got out of the way. Nito Minoma, I can tell you rely on, what was his name? That green-haired kid. You rely on him too much to do your work. Sadly for you, he isn't nearby. Ochako Uraraka, I don't rely on him. He helps me, and I help him when we work together, but I am perfectly capable on my own. Nito Minoma, Sure. You got to prove it, little girl. Teleports out with a quirk he copied. Ochako Uraraka? Mind, that little. I will prove to him that I can do it on my own. Starts to look for him but fights robots she finds on the way. Elsewhere, the rest of the students have been destroying robots. Tetsuetsu, break some bots that all you got, UA? A mini-boss villain robot appears. Tenya Lida, gets ready to dash at it. Let's do this. Tenya Lida, Ingenium has done his job. Hitoshi Shinzo, attempts to brainwash Denki again using Jiro's voice. Hey, Kaminari. Denki Kaminari, did she just not call me an idiot? Silent. Hitoshi Shinzo, dang it. Denki Kaminari, I knew it. This is payback for using me as your brainwashing toy. Jiro Kirishima, I'll join you to help out in that. Kyoka Jiro, why not have some fun? Denki Kaminari, I did it, woo. A giant villain robot appears behind them. Kyoka Jiro, oh, I hate those big ones. Minoru Mineta, they aren't even worth points. Denki Kaminari, sit. Don't fight them? Tenya Lida, not exactly. Charges at it. The robot easily pushes him away and is about to crush everyone there. Ochako Uraraka touches with all 5 fingers and instantly feels nauseous. Tsuyu Azui, Ochako? She floats the robot high into the air while on top of it, moving it somewhere it won't hurt anyone and where it won't damage as many buildings. Ochako Uraraka, chapter end. As Midoriya returned home, a sense of sadness washed over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Bakugo should have been there to share in the memories yet to come. In a hidden location, a conversation unfolded. So he'll be joining UA? A female voice inquired. If intel serves right, then yeah, replied a younger voice. And you're sure you can get to him? Asked a tall-looking man. Yes, if the intel goes as planned, this should work. Soon, I'll have a powerful quirk in my hands, the woman asserted confidently. As powerful as you are, we can't take him on alone, the shorter man cautioned. Don't worry. I have people in mind who will handle him. We're just waiting for their arrival, she replied, a smirk playing on her lips. Are you sure this will work? Another voice questioned from the shadows. The woman's smirk widened. It has to. His quirk will be mine. With that, the group departed, leaving an air of uncertainty and anticipation hanging in the room. Chapter end. Chapter 3. Harumi Moon stood at the entrance of UA High School, her heart racing with excitement and nerves. She had always dreamed of becoming a hero, and now she was finally here, ready to take her first steps toward that goal. Her quirk, reminiscent of Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu, allowed her to manipulate shadows, creating barriers and weapons as needed. Despite her quirk's defensive nature, her energetic personality shone brightly, drawing the attention of her peers. As she made her way through the bustling halls, she spotted a familiar face, Ochako Uraraka. Harumi approached her, a friendly smile on her face. Hey Ochako, ready for our first day? Ochako turned, her eyes lighting up. Harumi, I can't believe we're finally here. This is going to be amazing. The two girls chatted excitedly about their aspirations and the challenges they would face. Harumi felt a sense of camaraderie with Ochako, who shared her determination to become a great hero. Chapter 4. In their first class, the students were introduced to their teacher, Shodaizawa. His no-nonsense attitude immediately set the tone for the year ahead. Welcome to UA. You all want to be heroes, but it won't be easy. Be prepared to work hard. Harumi exchanged glances with Ochako, both feeling a mix of anticipation and apprehension. As the class progressed, they learned about the various quirks of their classmates, each one more fascinating than the last. Later that day, Harumi found herself in the training grounds, eager to test her abilities. She focused her energy, summoning shadows to form a protective barrier around her. Just then a voice called out. Hey, that was impressive. It was Hoshi Chiharu, a transfer student with a unique quirk that allowed him to create star-like constructs in the dark. His brown hair and bright eyes gave him an approachable appearance. Thanks. I'm just getting started, Harumi replied, her confidence growing. As they trained together, Harumi and Hoshi discovered they had much in common. Their conversations flowed easily, filled with laughter and shared dreams of heroism. Chapter 5. Days turned into weeks, and Harumi, Ochako, and Hoshi formed a close-knit group. They supported each other through the challenges of UA, sharing tips and techniques to improve their quirks. Harumi admired Hoshi's creativity, and he chapter end. A few days pass, and the students are taken to the USJ for rescue training. Hantashiro, I hope security's good now. Denki Kaminari, I'll be disappointed if it isn't. Izuku Midoriya, let's hope no villains come. Harumi Moon, what happened that makes you so worried? Shoto Todoroki, the Paranormal Liberation Front broke in. Izuku Midoriya, they were after All Might. It was their first public appearance when they still went by the League of Villains. Harumi Moon, how did they break into security? Yuga Aoyama. Denki Kaminari, using the gas guy. Kyoka Jiro, that was at camp, not these days. Denki Kaminari, no, the gas guy brought them here, we saw it literally in front of us. Izuku Midoriya, Kurogyri with the warp gate quirk? Denki Kaminari, he's in a way made of gas, though. Kyoka Jiro, that's a portal, not a gas guy, idiot. Ijiro Kirishima, well, if they want to come here, we will kick their butts. Shoto Todoroki, yeah. Minoru Mineta, let's hope they don't make it here so it's easier. Izuku Midoriya, security's increased, plus most of the Paranormal Liberation Front is captured. Shoto Todoroki, so this should not have any problems this time. Harumi Moon, so what would you have originally done? Izuku Midoriya, we did it a different day, but we rescue others, usually by turn. Denki Kaminari, it's saving time then. Once they arrive, one of the first things they notice is that there is only one significant area now, which is a city. Kugo Sakamata, alright then, everyone seems to be here. Shoto Todoroki, how do we start? Kugo Sakamata, you already did. I'll give you a 5-minute head start. Izuku Midoriya, what do you mean? Multiple of Gang Orca's henchmen are spotted around the area. Minoru Mineta, already? Harumi Moon, is this part of the training? Izuku Midoriya, yes, they're Mr. Orca's sidekicks. I'm assuming they are playing the role of villain henchmen here. Harumi Moon, we don't even know what to do. Izuku Midoriya, well, in an actual situation, we wouldn't be informed too much, but I can guess there are some people in the disaster area. We need to split into groups to cover more. The Central Plaza is a good place to discuss everything. Denki Kaminari, we ready? Izuku Midoriya, we have to be. Now let's discuss our plan. Anybody got any ideas? Momo Yaoyorozu, we don't know how many people we have to rescue, so I'd suggest we have some of us focus on locating others. Kyoka Jiro, Shuji Kuda, and I can handle that. Denki Kaminari, good luck you three. Izuku Midoriya, get your comms out then. They all do so. Momo Yaoyorozu, those who can do well in the air cover the air, the rest stay on the ground. Ochako Uraraka, this sounds like a good plan. Izuku Midoriya, and be careful when in combat, there's bound to be some villains around, and I doubt it's just Orca. Shoto Todoroki, good point. Izuku Midoriya, any objections? Silence. Izuku Midoriya, good, then we move out. Harumi Moon, you seem to know your way around the battlefield. Izuku Midoriya, sometimes I wish I didn't. They spread out and look for casualties, saving as many people as they can. Harumi Moon, wait, these are real people? Tenya Ida, don't panic too much, they're like actors. Harumi Moon, well, Ue knows what they are doing. They start to save the citizens, defeating a few of Orca's sidekicks along the way. Izuku Midoriya, helping a young boy. You okay? Young girl, yes, I need to find my mom. Izuku Midoriya, don't worry little one, I'll find your mom. Ochako Uraraka, come here, let me take you to safety, your mom will be waiting for you. Kyoka Jiro, from comms, Midoriya, Ochako, there's something approaching your way. Ochako Uraraka, Him? What is it? An army of Orca's sidekicks surrounds them. Izuku Midoriya holds the child close to him. Ochako Uraraka, I'll protect the child, Deku. You handle those villains. Izuku Midoriya, on it. Puts on the mask. Ochako Uraraka holds the child close to her. You're gonna be okay. Young girl, holding onto her tightly. Izuku Midoriya attacks Orca's sidekicks. Orca's sidekicks fall one by one as chapter end. Once they reached a safe space, Harumi looked at Ochako with curiosity. Seems like you're very close to Midoriya, she said. Yeah, I am, Ochako replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. A little too close, are you two perhaps? Harumi trailed off. Ochako responded, confused. Dating? Harumi asked, raising an eyebrow. What? No. Ochako stammered, her cheeks flushing. Is that a yes? Harumi pressed. No, we aren't dating. Ochako insisted. It looked like you were, Harumi said playfully. He talked about me? Tako asked, surprised. Yeah, but thinking about it now, I don't think it was dating. I'm sorry for getting the wrong idea, Harumi said, her tone apologetic. It's fine. Ochako replied, trying to brush it off. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya was busy taking out the Orca's sidekicks, focusing on saving others with the help of Mineta and Tsuyu. This reminds me of our first team-up, Izuku said, recalling their earlier days. Back then, you used to break your bones, Mineta joked. Some of our classmates shipped you with the hospital bed as a joke, Tsuyu added with a chuckle. Izuku laughed lightly. Probably the only stable relationship I had for a while. And now, I quote Denki, you're shipping people with your ex now, Mineta teased. I never had a girlfriend, Izuku replied, shaking his head. The hospital bed thing, Mineta clarified. I see, Izuku said, realizing the misunderstanding. Although if you wanted to, you could probably pull anyone. I'm jealous, Mineta admitted. Even if that's true, it's because of my status, not who I am, Izuku said thoughtfully. Interesting way of thinking, Tsuyu remarked. Those who know you might not be a trouble, Mineta added. I don't want to offend you, but Midoriya isn't even my type, Tsuyu said, trying to be polite. No offense taken. Either way, I'm not looking into dating, Izuku replied. Thank you for giving the others chances, Mineta said. You never really had any, Tsuyu pointed out. Oh, come on, don't be mean. Mineta protested. Let's just focus on saving others, Izuku suggested. Yeah, you two should stop talking and focus, Kugo chimed in. Oh, see, Mineta muttered as the situation escalated. We can take him. Mineta, focus on saving. I'll hold him back, and at my signal, attack him, Izuku instructed. This really is just a redo of the first year, Mineta said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. We will manage to survive this, Tsuyu assured him. They quickly subdued the villain, using Izuku's black WHP to restrain him until Momo arrived with tools to keep him grounded. Focus on saving others, everyone. We can't waste our time fighting, Izuku reminded his classmates. As they continued their rescue efforts, Izuku asked, Is that everyone? Almost, just one more girl around the area, Kyoka replied. Leave it to me. Everyone else tends to the wounded, Izuku said, charging ahead. He reached an alleyway where Aizawa confronted him, holding a boy hostage with his scarf. Don't move or she dies, Izuku said, trying to sound firm. You've caught on, Aizawa replied. Sorry, I don't have much time for this, Izuku said as he maneuvered behind Aizawa, striking him lightly on the back of the neck. Aizawa grunted, momentarily distracted. Izuku quickly saved the boy. You okay? Yeah, the young boy replied. Go back to the central plaza. My friends will help you. I'll hold back the last villain, Izuku instructed. The boy nodded and hurried away. Aizawa attempted to recapture the girl. Get out of the way. You want to get through her, you'll have to get through me, Izuku declared, standing his ground. So be it, Aizawa said, preparing for a confrontation. Stay down, Izuku urged. You did good, Midoriya. You've clearly improved. You push yourself the hardest out of all my students, Aizawa acknowledged. Just doing my best, Izuku replied humbly. On a side note, get that costume fixed, Aizawa added. I kinda like it this way, Izuku said with a grin. You do you, but once you become a pro, please fix it. You'll need to by then, Aizawa advised. As the training concluded, Kugo addressed the group. You all did well, showing impressive skill. Some of you may have noticed your previous teacher was here acting as a villain. He saw your improvement. He was here? Denki asked, surprised. Yeah, I fought him, Izuku confirmed. Me too, Ochako added. Cool, Izuku said pleased. Harumi chimed in. He was your old teacher? One of the best ones here, although he can be a bit strict at times, Izuku explained. Once you get to know him, chapter end. Showed Aizawa. She has a strong quirk that others want. For safety reasons, I can't name her quirk, but in case villains attack the hospital, I need you to protect her. Izuku Midoriya, I understand. Showed Aizawa. You will be leaving soon, so be careful. Izuku Midoriya, I will. Don't worry. Izuku heads back to the main area where the new 2B student has already arrived. Minoma is already talking negatively about Class 2A. Hoshi Chiharu, you like mochi too? Ochako Uraraka, yeah, it's my favorite food. Hoshi Chiharu, sweet, mine too. Izuku Midoriya, alright, I'm back. Ochako Uraraka, oh hey, Deku. Hoshi Chiharu, you know him, chapter end. The weekend is here, and Class 2A can finally relax. Finally, class is over. Hanta Siro exclaimed. Yep, now we can relax, Denki Kaminari added. The weekend is here. Ijiro Kirishima cheered. Yep, and it's gonna be fun. Mina Ishido chimed in. Any plans? Harumi Moon. Not really, Mina replied. Yeah, I'll hang out with my friends if they let me, Denki said. Of course, we will let you, Minoru Mineta responded. Is he friends with that thing? Harumi questioned. He got better with time, sort of, Izuku Midoriya said, defending Denki. Honestly, I hate being alone, Denki admitted. Don't we all? Izuku replied. Why don't we all just do something together? Momo Yayorozu suggested. Yeah, also if you want a bright side, at least me hanging out with him allowed the other girls to get your undies back one time, Denki recalled, causing a stir. Maybe because you helped do it, perv? Harumi shot back. No, I didn't help at all. I still can metaphorically feel the cannonball from last year, Denki protested. What did they do to you? Harumi asked, concerned. Gave me a glimpse of the afterlife. Anyway, what should a class do together? Denki pondered. A group activity like board games? Izuku suggested. Max is like 4 people depending on the game, Ijiro noted. I'll be going soon anyway for a mission I was called for, Izuku said. Endeavor never said anything, Shoto Todoroki remarked. It was assigned by UA, and I can't talk much about it for some reason, Izuku explained. Just stay safe out there, Deku, Ochako Uraraka urged. I will, don't worry, Izuku reassured her. Maybe we can do Uno before he leaves, Momo proposed. Alright then, Uno it is. There's a game behind the bookcase in the living space, Denki said. Kyoka Jiro went to get it and found it. Found it, she announced. Go Jiro! Denki cheered. A little dramatic, but okay, Kyoka replied. Just enthusiastic. Nothing wrong with that, is there? Denki said with a grin. I guess. 7 cards for everyone, right? Kyoka confirmed. Yep, I'll go shower quickly and change so you guys have time to give out cards. Just have me go last, Izuku said. If you say so, Ochako replied. They started to play once everyone was there. So far, Momo was winning, with Shoto in second and Deku in third. It was an aggressive game, but Shoto won. Yay! Shoto exclaimed. Good game, Denki said. Now what? Harumi asked. Maybe we should watch some TV, Shoto suggested. Sure, Momo agreed. I wish I could stay, but now I've got to go, Izuku said. I wish you could stay more. I wanted to spend time with you, Ochako admitted. With me? Izuku asked, surprised. Yeah, she replied, her sadness evident. I wish I could, but I have a mission, Izuku said softly. How about when I come back, we hang out in one of our rooms, just the 2 of us? He proposed. Promise? Ochako asked, hopeful. Of course, Uraraka, anything for you, Izuku promised. You better hold on to it, she said. I will, he assured her. They did their fist bump from season 5 before he left. The rest of the class decided to watch a show called Good Omens on the equivalent of Amazon Prime. This is interesting, Momo said. Yeah, Shoto agreed. This is a good show. Where did you hear about it? Ajiro asked. I just found it on Prime. My favorite character is the demon, Denki said. Why did I see that coming? Harumi remarked. What do you think, Jiro? Denki asked. It's nice, Kyoka replied. Yes, it is, Denki agreed. I like the angel guy, Shoto said. I can tell why you might, Momo teased. Shoto held her hand and she held it back. No one noticed because of the show. Yes, Shoto and Momo had been dating for a bit, right before their second year started, yet no one knew except Midoriya because Shoto had gotten dating advice from him. The rest of the class continued watching the first episode. This is interesting, Ochako said. Yeah, very much, Tenya Ida agreed. I wonder when Deku will get back. Ochako thought, glancing around. Once the episode ended, Momo had fallen asleep on Shoto's shoulder, and both had dozed off, which caught the attention of their classmates. Ah, look everyone, Todoroki and Yamamo are being adorable. Mina exclaimed. Huh? Kyoka said, surprised. What do you see? Uhu. Denki said, realizing. Ah, Karo. Tsuyu added. Crying face. Minoru Mineta sighed. They've been so cute since they've been together, Mina said. Wait, they're together? Tsuyu asked chapter end. Denki Kaminari. Nah, I wanna wait until Yaoyorozu wakes up and Midoriya comes back for that. Ijiro Kirishima. So what then? Harumi Moon. Let's just all do our own thing. Ochako Uraraka. Yeah. Everyone leaves except Todoroki, Aoyama, and the girls. Ochako Uraraka. Hey, Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki. Yeah? Ochako Uraraka. Can you tell Yamamo to come to the girls' side of the living room when she wakes up? I want to talk to her about something. Shoto Todoroki. Sure. Ochako Uraraka. Thanks. Actually, I want to talk to all of the girls and Aoyama. Mina Ishido. Why? Ochako Uraraka. I'll explain back there. Harumi Moon. Okay. Ochako Uraraka. Although not you Moon. This doesn't concern you. Harumi Moon. If you say so. The girls go to the living room, and Momo arrives later once she wakes up and Shoto tells her. Momo Yaoyorozu, so you called us all Ochako. Ochako Uraraka, I wanted to talk to you all about something. Mina Ishido, is it about Midoriya? Ochako Uraraka, in a way. Tsuyu Azui, that would explain Aoyama being here. Kyoka Jiro, why is he here? Yuga Aoyama, Sparkles because I knew first Sparkles. Momo Yaoyorozu, he knew what? Toru Hagakure, isn't it obvious? Momo Yaoyorozu, your crush on Midoriya. Deku Uraraka, nods. Mina Ishido, I'm sorry he knew before me? Yuga Aoyama, Sparkles yep Sparkles. Mina Ishido, Didi. Toru Hagakure, wow that's gotta SCK. Momo Yaoyorozu, so why did you call us again? Ochako Uraraka, not for dating advice. Mina Ishido, no? Ochako Uraraka, kinda the opposite. Tsuyu Azui, what do you mean? Ochako Uraraka, I'm trying to get rid of these feelings. Mina Ishido, what? Kyoka Jiro, you okay, Ishido? Mina Ishido, grabs Ochako you can't. Momo Yaoyorozu, geez, Ishido calm down. Mina Ishido, no. Shut it. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yuga Aoyama, Sparkles never seen this side of Ishido before Sparkles. Ochako Uraraka, please let me do this, Ishido. It's for both of our sakes. Mina Ishido, no. You can't get rid of your feelings. The best you can do is not focus on them. Ochako Uraraka, I tried that but they just keep coming back. And I think the reason is because you all tease me all the time. Mina Ishido, teasing doesn't make love disappear. You love him and we tease you about it. Ochako Uraraka, it still doesn't help me out, so can you all promise to at least not tease me about it? That's all I ask. Momo Yaoyorozu, Good luck convincing Ishido. Mina Ishido, you can't. Ochako Uraraka? Please, Ishido. I'm begging you, no more teasing. Mina Ishido, I'll lessen the teasing, but no straight-up zero teasing. Ochako Uraraka? Is it that hard to not tease me every time? Can you just not do it? Mina Ishido. Nope, a lot less teasing than normal but still some. Take it or leave it. Yuga Oyama. Sparkles, it's your fault for leaving yourself out in the open, Sparkles. Ochako Uraraka. I don't do it on purpose. Can't you see I'm trying to get rid of a crush here? Harumi Moon. And you all call yourselves her friends. Kyokajiro. Moon? Harumi Moon. I accidentally heard most of it when heading back to my room. Ochako Uraraka. CRP. Harumi Moon. Your friend here is just asking for you to stop teasing her about her crush, and you all decided to tell her you won't. Toru Hagakure. It was only Ishido. Mina Ishido. Because her plan is ridiculous. Harumi Moon. You seem to care more about her love life than your own boyfriend. Peko Uraraka. Girls, please. Don't fight. Just forget what I said. Harumi Moon. No, they shouldn't. You're just asking them for a reasonable favor, and they're choosing to ignore you about it. It's not like it will hurt anyone here. Mina Ishido. Listen here, you little. Momo Yaoyorozu grabs Mina. Listen. She just wants Ochako to be happy, and Midoriya makes her happy. Harumi Moon. They don't have to be dating to be happy, so please promise your friend this one simple request if you're really her friends. Yuga Oyama. Sparkles. Fine, Sparkles. Mina Ishido. Okay, good luck with this idea. Walks off. Momo Yaoyorozu. Look, we get what you're trying to do, but is it really the best way to go about things? Ochako Uraraka. I hope so. Moon, can we talk in my room? Harumi Moon. Sure. They go into Ochako's room. Ochako Uraraka. Look, I appreciate the chapter end. Izuka headed out to the hospital, skirting Kemi along the way. Her father, Jay Shingera, was quiet in the corner. Izuku broke the silence. So, why did you want me to protect you? Kemi replied, pro-heroes were unavailable. I'm sorry, Izuku said. It's fine. They probably have better things to do, she reassured him. They should be here to protect you, he insisted. Well, I'm just glad I'll be able to get help, Kemi said. Better than nothing. Izuku agreed. Kemi looked thoughtful. Do you ever feel like you love someone so badly, but you just can't bring yourself to tell them how you feel? I do. Izuku admitted. Really? She asked, surprised. Love works in mysterious ways, he said. Really? You have to tell me who. Kemi pressed. I'd rather not talk about it, he replied. I promise not to tell. I might not be around much longer anyway, Kemi said lightly. Don't say that. I'm sure the doctors will treat you well, he reassured her. Still, I want to know, Kemi insisted. Izuku hesitated. All I can say is that it's a girl in my class. Wow, that's all the info you can give me? Kemi teased. Look, I don't want to talk about it. Feelings are good to have, but as a pro-hero, you kind of have to ignore them. They can get in the way of your choices at times. I don't think feelings are a bad thing, except when they hurt you, Kemi said. How does Hanahaki work? Izuku asked. When you feel like the person you love will never love you back, it's worse when it's true, Kemi explained. Well, you can't force someone to love you. Izuku said gently. I know. It has 3 stages, each more painful than the last. You have a month to get rid of it, she continued. Izuku frowned. So are you going to tell me? I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours, Kemi offered. Fine. The girl I like is, he trailed off. Kemi prompted. It's a girl called Uraraka, he finally said. The gravity girl? Kemi exclaimed. And here I thought you wouldn't know, Izuku replied, relieved. Kemi chuckled, then coughed. Stay calm, we're almost there. Jay Shingera suddenly called someone on his phone. Ma'am, the target approaches. A feminine voice responded, Good, it's all going according to plan. He's too naive to figure it out. As Izuku arrived at the hospital, he was greeted by some of the surgeons. Hero in training Deku, right? One surgeon asked. Yep, Izuku confirmed. We will take it from here, the surgeon said. Thanks. Izuku replied, stepping back to watch from a distance as Kemi prepared for surgery. So, your daughter? He asked Jay. She will be all right, Jay said, but his expression was troubled. She never told anyone, did she? Izuku asked. Not until it was too late, Jay replied. Kemi's voice broke through. So you wondered who I loved, right? I don't think it's a good idea to think about it, Izuku cautioned. Oh, don't worry. I might as well think about it for the last time, Kemi said. Sure, if you say so. Who is it? Izuku asked. Suddenly, Kemi pulled out a knife she had hidden, shocking Izuku. What the hell? He exclaimed. Jay used his quirk to grab Izuku tightly. She's not my daughter. In fact, you know her better than I do. Izuku broke free from the rocks, but it was too late. Kemi transformed, revealing herself to be Himiko Toga. It's you, Izuku, she said playfully. Izuku's eyes widened. Toga? Atsuhiro Seiko stepped forward. How long has it been? Only about 8 months, I believe. Mr. Compress as well? Izuku asked, recognizing him. In the flesh. You've done well, Mr. Shingera, Atsuhiro said. Just handle the kid, Jay said, walking off. So most of you escaped jail? Izuku asked. Almost all of us, Atsuhiro replied. Where's Shigaraki? Izuku pressed. Still in jail, Himiko answered. Why are you attacking a hospital? Izuku demanded. Oh, just for fun, she said with a grin. You plan to do that just for fun? Izuku asked incredulously. Oh, don't worry, I brought my clothes and toys, Himiko replied as Mr. Compress tossed an orb to her, gearing her up. Much better. I don't mind being naked, but it's best if the gear doesn't rub against my skin, she said. Naked or clothed, I'm sending you back to Tartarus, Izuku declared. Then let's dance, pretty boy. Himiko charged at him. She sent him flying into the main office of the hospital. Izuku landed hard. What the? Himiko coughed lightly. All right, Izuku, let's have a bloodbath so I can see that cute face of yours bleeding. Izuku put on his mask. I don't think so, Toga. Stay down, Himiko Toga, he warned. She chuckled. Why did you do it? Did you kill an innocent girl as well? Chapter end. Chapter 9. Izuku Midoriya turned, sensing a presence behind him. Ochako Uraraka, he said, recognizing her. Oh, but wouldn't you love for me to be here? She replied, a playful tone in her voice. What do you mean? Izuku asked, confusion evident on his face. You two beating them together, she said, stepping closer. I'm confused, he admitted. You two are quite close, she continued, moving in to give him a brief hug. You wouldn't dare hurt me, would you, Deku-kun? I know I won't hesitate to hit a fake, he replied firmly, pushing her away. Ochako, you have no right to impersonate her, he added, his voice steady. Then let's see if you're willing to hit your crush, for the sake of justice, she challenged. Just shut up, Toga. You aren't her. Izuku shouted, frustration bubbling over. You might have her quirk, but you don't fight like her. You know her moves so well, better than I do, she taunted. I'm her friend, I know her best, he asserted. Then I wonder if you know this, she said, her tone shifting. Izuku hesitated, sensing the weight of her words. I love you, Deku-kun, she confessed, a teasing lilt in her voice. He felt a rush of emotions, wanting to respond, but the words caught in his throat. Now be a good boy and say it back, she urged playfully. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming longing to express his feelings for Ochako. I love you, Hiko Uraraka, he finally managed to say, but before he chapter end, Izuku woke up in his room, grateful that the heroes and Ochako had come to save him. A lot had happened, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he remembered their victory over the villains. Curious about the commotion outside, he slowly walked toward the source of the noise. There, he found everyone busy with various activities, and he noticed Kaminari and Sato arguing over cooking items. As he watched, Izuku couldn't help but think about Kaken. If only he were here, he imagined Kaken skillfully preparing ingredients in the kitchen. Sighing, Izuku felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly bringing him to tears. Just then, he felt a gentle touch on his face. He turned to see Ochako standing beside him. "Uraraka-san," he stuttered, his nervousness making her laugh softly. "Deku-kun, you still get nervous around me," she teased. Izuku lowered his head, his cheeks warming at her words. He felt a blush rise, contrasting with the freckles on his face. When Ochako took his hand, he dared to look into her appealing hazel eyes and saw his reflection there. "So pretty," he thought. "I love you, Deku-kun. Please be my boyfriend," Ochako said, her expression sincere. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this real? He couldn't contain his happiness and immediately hugged her tightly, spinning her around. "I love you too, Oka," he exclaimed, unaware that they had become the center of attention. Ida shouted at them to be careful, reminding them they were still underage. Ochako laughed at Ida's seriousness, and Izuku couldn't help but admire her joyful spirit. He felt certain that he would be very happy with her. As time passed, Izuku cherished every moment with Ochako. He gifted her a used smartphone, knowing he couldn't afford a new one, and she thanked him with a warm smile. On her birthday, he presented her with a necklace adorned with her name and diamonds, earning him a heartfelt hug in return. He had saved up for that necklace, even taking on extra assignments to afford it. Now, Izuku sat on the sand in front of the sea at Dagoba, preparing for their first anniversary. He had planned a special dinner by the beach and wore casual clothes that suited the occasion. After a long day of cooking, he felt a sense of pride in what he had done for Ochako. As he glanced at the nearby hut, he saw Ochako walking toward him. Excited, he held out a lily flower he had prepared. However, as she reached for it, the flower fell and landed in the sand. Izuku quickly tried to retrieve it, but Ochako accidentally stepped on it, leaving him confused. "You don't like flowers, Ochako?" he asked, but she ignored his question. When he attempted to stand, she asked, "Did you make this?" Shyly, he nodded, but then he felt something wet in his hair. To his shock, he discovered rice and bits of food scattered on his head. Ochako looked down at him, her expression pained, reminiscent of the looks he received when he was quirkless. "Ochako," he murmured, feeling a mix of confusion and hurt. "What happened?" "I'm not Toga," she said, her voice steady. "I just want us to break up, Deku." The way she said his name stung. "You think I really love you? No one would want to be with you," she continued, kneeling in front of him. Izuku couldn't meet her gaze, feeling defeated. Ochako reached out, her warm hand now feeling cold against his cheek. She forced him to look at her. "You know how disgusted I am with every hug and kiss? I have to shower so many times afterward," she said, swinging the used smartphone he had given her. "This should be in the trash," she added, throwing it into the sea. Then she lifted his chin, and he realized someone was filming them. His heart sank as he saw his own reflection in the camera, feeling utterly pitiful. "Looks like that's enough. You can go," Ochako ordered the person filming, leaving Izuku in shock. Chapter end. Is it possible this is just an act? If you think I'm pretending to do this, put your thoughts away. I'm only dating you because of a dare someone gave me with a generous monetary reward. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near you," Ochako said with a smile that made Izuku's heart ache. "No one wants a guy who can't mstr his quirks like you. And don't make me talk about your looks, you're not exactly handsome, especially with that green hair. I really dislike your appearance too, every time we go on a date, it's like I'm being followed." Those words cut deep for Izuku, the pain he felt surpassing even his physical injuries. Ochako stood up and he looked up at her. Her hand brushed against the necklace he had given her, a symbol of his feelings. "And this," she said, pointing at the necklace. In a moment of anger, she yanked it off, causing a small mark on her neck. Despite her harsh words, Izuku's concern for her remained. "I won't want to use something from a quirkless person like you," Ochako exclaimed, throwing the necklace far into the sea. Without thinking, Izuku dove into the water, searching for the necklace. Hours passed, and when he finally emerged, drenched and cold, he held the broken necklace tightly in his hands. He curled up, tears streaming down his face, feeling as if every word from Ochako had pierced his heart. He wished he could wake up from this nightmare. I still love you, Ochako, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Too bad she doesn't, echoed a voice from earlier, reminding him of the harsh reality he faced. Chapter end. Chapter 11. The air was thick with tension as the group gathered in the dimly lit room. Each member had their own reasons for being there, but one thing was clear: they were united by a common goal, even if their methods differed. Dread Queen stood at the center, her presence commanding attention. Though her true name remained a mystery, her reputation preceded her. With a quirk that allowed her to infect others with a dangerous ability, she was both feared and respected. Her manipulative nature was evident as she surveyed the room, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Jay Shingera, a fiery spirit with the power to control the earth, leaned against the wall, arms crossed. His hot-headedness often clashed with the more strategic minds in the group, but he believed in Dread Queen's cause. "We need to act fast," he urged, his voice filled with urgency. "Time is not on our side." Asahi Boten, calm and collected, nodded in agreement. His quirk allowed him to summon a knockout gas, a tool he preferred to use with precision. "We can't afford any mistakes," he said, his tone steady. "We need to ensure that our plan goes off without a hitch." The chapter end. Chapter 12. Deku's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and pain. "Where am I? What's going on?" It felt like a month had passed in an instant. All around him were flowers, bloody flowers. "Uraraka, why did you have to mess with my heart like this? What did I do to deserve this?" He felt powerless, drained, as if he were fading away. As his eyes slowly opened, he saw familiar faces: Compress, Toga, a man in a mask, and a woman in a striking red dress. "Ah, so the boy has finally woken up," the woman said, her voice echoing in his mind. It was the same voice he remembered from before. Deku noticed that his arms and legs were trapped under heavy rocks, immobilizing him. "Who are you?" he managed to ask, his voice barely a whisper. "Silence. You are in the presence of a queen," the masked man commanded. "Do you want me to stay quiet or not?" Deku shot back, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "To be fair, he's got a point," said Atsuhiro Seiko, trying to lighten the mood. The woman in red smiled. "Asahi can be like that sometimes." "How long has it been?" Deku asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "Like a month," he continued, feeling the weight of time pressing down on him. "Only about an hour, actually," Asahi replied. "What?" Deku couldn't believe it. "It must have been a long, painful nightmare you had," Toga said, her tone almost sympathetic. "It was a nightmare?" he echoed, trying to piece together his fragmented thoughts. "More like what would happen if you tried to ask out that Uraraka girl. Now, popularity aside, why would she ever want you?" the woman in red taunted. "I don't let popularity get to my head," Deku retorted. "Wouldn't blame you. It must feel nice being loved," Toga added, her voice laced with a hint of envy. "And I never said it got in your head. She knows you better than anyone. So why would she even consider you?" the woman continued. "You should thank the Dread Queen. She speaks nothing but the truth," Asahi said. Deku felt a surge of anger. "Dread Queen? So, am I right? Future number 1, Deku, All Might's successor." "Yep, that's him," Toga confirmed. "Also, doesn't Deku mean a person who can't do or achieve anything?" the Dread Queen asked, a smirk on her face. "It has a different meaning to me," Deku replied defiantly. "Oh, and what meaning would that be?" she pressed. "It means, I can do it," he declared, determination shining in his eyes. "Well, you certainly can't do it anymore. I was expecting more of a fight in you," she said, her tone mocking. "If you want to fight, then I'll break out and fight you," he started, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. A single red flower petal escaped his lips, and he froze. "Looks like you are infected with Hanahaki," the Dread Queen said, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "How did you?" Deku began, but she cut him off. "Hee, that's my quirk," she explained. The atmosphere shifted as Jay Shingera spoke up. "So, Great Queen, what is next? Now that we have done what we came here to do, let's leave him be," the Dread Queen replied. "Ah man, I wanted to smash something," Jay complained. "You will get your chance," she assured him. "What's next, my queen?" he asked eagerly. "Do we go and cause some heartbreak?" Asahi suggested. "It's fine for now, we did what we wanted for today," the Dread Queen said dismissively. "Wait, you still haven't finished our end of the bargain," Atsuhiro reminded her. "Well, I would, but seeing as Toga's quirk is very useful for Stockton. I kind of want it," she said, her eyes gleaming. "What?" Toga exclaimed, shocked. "You promised to get rid of it once it served its purpose," she protested. "Like you said, our queen is altering the deal. Hope she doesn't anymore," Jay added. "Also, if you want a cure, find a Romeo," Asahi said with a smirk. Toga was about to respond when she suddenly coughed up a petal. "Toga!" Atsuhiro exclaimed, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine, compress, just a cough," she reassured him. "You know Shigaraki won't be happy about it," Atsuhiro warned. "Shigaraki can kiss my butt, I have more than enough power to deal with him," the Dread Queen replied confidently. "Then you clearly underestimate him," Asahi cautioned. "My dear sweet child, you will learn." "Luffy and are the same," the Dread Queen said, her gaze fixed on Deku. "You don't have the right to call me that," he shot back, anger flaring within him. "I do what I longing, boy. Do you know what it means to cross M?" she began, but Toga interrupted chapter end. Chapter 12. Dread Queen. "Well, if you like, I was always a girl with an eye for a bargain." Himiko Toga. "Enough of your bargains." Atsuhiro Seiko hits Dread Queen in the back of the head with his staff. Dread Queen grabs and snaps the staff like a twig. Izuku Midoriya, wide-eyed, impossible. Atsuhiro Seiko, does she have a strength quirk too? Dread Queen chuckles, now how about a deal between us? Himiko Toga, what do you want? Dread Queen, I will cure you of Hanahaki in exchange for a favor. Himiko Toga, fine, what do you want? Dread Queen, swear your allegiance to me and serve me. Himiko Toga. Izuku Midoriya, I've heard you talk on and on, it's making me sick. Asahi Boten, no, that's Hanahaki that made you sick. J. Shingera, love, to be more exact. Love is the sickness. Izuku Midoriya, you don't know a thing. He easily breaks out of the earth with one for all. Toga, compress, we have a common enemy here. I suggest we team up. Atsuhiro Seiko, agree. Izuku Midoriya, I know you're tempted to join, Toga. Himiko Toga, tempted? This woman hasn't even convinced me. Perhaps she wasn't loved as a child, and that's why she hates the concept of love. Maybe she got rejected by her middle school crush. Dread Queen, you will pay for your insolence. Himiko Toga, Yandra laugh, insolence? I don't even know what that means. Dread Queen, kill them all. Himiko Toga, let's give you all a bloody makeover. Izuku Midoriya, no killing. Himiko Toga, sorry Izuku, I do what I want. Himiko lashes out at Dread Queen, but Shingera gets in the way. Just as she is about to land a finishing blow, Deku grabs her arm. Izuku Midoriya, we aren't killing them. Himiko Toga, pouting, beat. Izuku Midoriya, no buts. Himiko Toga, fine. Asahi Boten throws projectiles at Compress. Atsuhiro Seiko dodges, you realize you're only a pawn in her game. Asahi Boten, at least I serve a great purpose. Himiko Toga, your great purpose is nonsense. Asahi Boten, silence. If you all wish to die, so be it. Izuku Midoriya, I'll handle him, cough. Asahi Boten, can you even take care of yourself? Atsuhiro Seiko, all talk, no skill. Dread Queen, there's no point in dragging this fight out. You will all die soon enough. Izuku Midoriya, how many? Dread Queen, how many what? Izuku Midoriya, how many have you infected? Dread Queen, bold of you to assume I kept count, but if I were to estimate, about millions. Atsuhiro Seiko, you haven't even met that many people, so stop lying. Dread Queen, I think you would be more upset by how many people have died. Himiko Toga. Two of us are villains who just happen to have a common enemy with the hero, so, don't care that much. Izuku Midoriya. Why? Why kill innocents? Dread Queen. Because nothing gives me greater pleasure than watching your love destroy you. Izuku Midoriya. You're sick. Dread Queen. But honest. Sadly, the cure is fickle. You need love, and well, love doesn't always need you. Izuku Midoriya. I'll be the last person you ever infect. Dread Queen, you should focus on curing yourself, not revenge. Others wish I will win no matter what. Himiko Toga, I want you dead. Charges at her. Dread Queen, dodges, even if I die, so will you too. We will all be in hell. But I will still win. Deku gets behind Dread Queen and tries to hit her, but he coughs up some petals before he can strike. Dread Queen, oh, that looks painful. Izuku Midoriya gets up and uppercuts her. Dread Queen, not bad, but how much strength do you really have while coughing up petals? She takes off her red robe to reveal a red skin-tight suit with light blue diamonds and a diamond WHP, preparing to fight. Now learn what love really does to you. For the video, pretend her hair is straight and blonde. Midnight just worked best for her moveset. Even while coughing petals, Izuku is able to beat her with the help of Toga and Compress. Dread Queen, again if you kill chapter end. Himiko Toga, you already know there's no chance someone like me can be loved. Dread Queen, well, your friends can help you. I'm always looking for more bargains. Himiko Toga, enough with your bargains and your twisted definition of love. She pulls out a knife, ready to confront Dread Queen. Izuku Midoriya, Toga, no. Dread Queen, wait, I am willing to help. Himiko Toga, you have one last chance. I just want this disease cured. Dread Queen, in exchange for your friends. Here's the deal. I will give you a compass. Something to help you find love. If it works, you will be cured. But if you fail, the quirks of all your friends belong to me, and they become infected as well. Atsuhiro Seiko. Izuku Midoriya. Himiko Toga. Atsuhiro Seiko, elaborate. Dread Queen, holds up a leaf whenever you get close to someone you either love or who loves you, the leaf will point to that person. Even if it doesn't work, it will keep pointing to someone else. You can try as many times as you like before you die. However, if you fail and die, your friends become infected, and all their quirks and yours belong to me. Izuku Midoriya. Atsuhiro Seiko, you know the kid isn't with us. The whole reason we told you to target him was to take his quirk. Izuku Midoriya, well, that's reassuring. Dread Queen, do we have a deal? Atsuhiro Seiko, just keep Deku out of the deal. It's nothing personal, just business. Himiko Toga, sorry Izuku. Dread Queen, of course, I would have it no other way. Izuku Midoriya, sorry, but all of you are going to Tartarus. Dread Queen, oh no, this is worse than jail. He prepares to strike at them but coughs violently, petals coming out of his mouth, collapsing to the ground. Dread Queen, I'm just observing here, but if you want him to survive, you should make the deal. Izuku Midoriya, I won't make any deals with you. Dread Queen, not even for Deku's sake? The Persol. Izuku prepares to fight, but he starts coughing more, unable to continue. Dread Queen pretends to look at a watch on her arm. Look, I'm a busy woman, and I don't have all day. Do we have a deal? Izuku Midoriya chapter end. Izuku woke up in his room, grateful that the heroes had come to save him. A lot had happened, and they had returned to defeat the villains he had been fighting. Curious about the noise outside, Izuku slowly walked toward the source. He saw everyone busy with their activities, even Kaminari and Sato arguing over cooking items. Izuku couldn't help but think about Kaken and how he would have been in the kitchen, skillfully preparing ingredients. A sigh escaped him as he felt tears welling up, but then a soft, warm hand touched his face. He recognized it immediately. Uraraka-san, he stammered, suddenly feeling a wave of panic. Deku. Izuku instinctively pushed her away. Get away from me. Ochako gasped, and the rest of Class 2A looked on in surprise. What is wrong with Midoriya that he would act like that to Ochako? Mina wondered aloud. Is the world ending? Shoto asked, confused. What did I just hear? Tsuyu added. He was acting weird, Denki chimed in. Definitely something way off about him, Yuga noted. Is that Midoriya? Rikido questioned. Did something happen? Tenya asked, concerned. Wow, she came to check on you worried and you treat her like that? Harumi said, shaking her head. Sorry, Uraraka. I thought you were someone else. Izuku mumbled, feeling embarrassed. It's fine, Ochako replied, trying to reassure him. It was probably just your mind confusing your dream with reality. I know you didn't mean any harm, Deku. Thanks. Izuku said, still feeling unsettled. Still kinda weird, Harumi remarked. I fought Toga while she was using Uraraka's blood. That might have been it, Izuku explained. Who? Harumi asked. Himiko Toga, a villain who can shapeshift into people and even copy their quirk, Ochako clarified. I'm just saying when a friend is trying to check if he's okay, he shouldn't push her away, Harumi said. I said I'm sorry. I really am. Toga has a strange obsession with me, and she tried to trick me into thinking she was actually Uraraka. It didn't work, but she still used her appearance to fight me. I have the cuts to prove it. No need, Ochako said quickly. It makes sense why you would act that way if you still thought it was a dream. I know, and I'm sorry for yelling and pushing you, Izuku replied. That's like the 10th time you said that, Denki joked. 3rd, but who's counting? Shoto added. It's fine. Besides, no matter the reason, he didn't mean it toward me. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, Ochako said. If you say so, Harumi replied, still skeptical. Izuku thought to himself, this is nothing like the nightmare. But then again, she showed compassion before cruelty. I need to leave and research. He coughed discreetly, covering his mouth. You okay? Tako asked, concerned. Yep, it's just cold here. I should go. He walked out quickly, hoping to avoid coughing more. He had it rough in his battle with the Paranormal Liberation Front and almost died. It's a miracle they let him live, Shoto said. Yeah. I'm worried he's been traumatized more, Ochako replied. Izuku returned to his room and locked the door. He looked at his hand, which had a red petal, now stained with blood from coughing. He quickly changed out of his dirty hero costume and flopped onto his bed, exhausted. Why did this happen to him? Why did he have to fall in love? Heroes don't have time for love, and he should have known better. With One for All, he was a walking target. If his enemies knew he had someone he loved, they would stop at nothing to hurt her. Shigaraki had already proven that by killing Bakugo in front of him. He didn't love Bakugo in a romantic way, but he cared for him deeply. Bakugo had been maturing into a great hero, and it was a shame he didn't live long enough to see it. But why did he have to fall for Uraraka when he did? Back when Class 2A was still Class 1A, they had been moved to a new location to prepare for the fight against Shigaraki and One for All. Izuku felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He needed to defeat Shigaraki as quickly as possible. They were too deep in this situation to back out now, and too much drama had unfolded. He thought about Uraraka, how she had always been there for him whenever he needed her, like a guardian angel. He finally had the chance to thank her for everything she had done for him. She had made him promise something that night. Whenever you are in need of help, call for someone. Chapter end. And if the whole world is against you, I'll be there for you no matter what. It was true that he needed help, but he couldn't call her for support in this situation. He had that nightmare, and it looked like it was going to happen. Was it a prediction of the future? Toga had said it was nothing but a nightmare, but he was concerned because what happened was eerily similar to his dream. But would the Ochako he knew really do something like that? The girl who promised to be by his side, would she mess with his heart like that? Love really works in mysterious ways. Deku fell for her when he literally fell for her on day one. He just didn't realize it due to the burden of preparing to fight All for One. By the time he acknowledged his feelings, it was too late to worry about them. He was up against the greatest villain, and there was no room for love. It provided motivation, but he couldn't rely on it. This wasn't a fairy tale. While Shigaraki had gotten away, All for One was dead, which at least allowed him to calm down during his break. This gave him a lot of time to think about Uraraka. He thought she wouldn't be focused on love, so he never said anything. He had never made his feelings known to anyone. If someone knew, it was his mom, but there was no way anyone could have connected the dots. So how did these villains figure out his crush and know when to strike? He needed to do some research, so he first put on some clothes and then looked up criminal profiles. He didn't find the real name of Dread Queen, but when he searched for her online, all he found was information about the Greek goddess Persephone. At least he knew where the inspiration for the name came from. He then researched her henchmen, Asahi Boten and Jay Shingera. Luckily, 1, they were in jail. It seemed Dread Queen didn't care for her servants. 2, they were listed as members of the Paranormal Liberation Front, which led him to hypothesize that Dread Queen was or had been a member of the same group. The next thing he searched for was Hanahaki disease. He found that it was a condition where someone begins coughing up flower petals due to unrequited feelings for someone. The flowers could grow in the stomach, lungs, or heart, though it was traditionally in the lungs. This could prevent his breathing and eventually lead to serious consequences, something no one really wants. He also discovered that surgery could remove it, but that would cause memory loss for the person, leaving them unable to feel love ever again. He wasn't sure about this option, as he and Uraraka had shared great memories together, and he didn't want to forget about her. He might have to take the risks. He then searched for cases of the disease, and there seemed to be many, most likely due to Dread Queen. She claimed to have killed billions, but it was impossible for all the cases to be related to her. Most were probably natural. One thing he knew was that he had either 2 to 3 months or just a few weeks. He couldn't tell which, but either way, it wasn't a lot of time. His only options were to get the surgery, confess to Uraraka and hope she loved him back, or try to rid himself of his feelings as quickly as possible. But he couldn't tell anyone about this. He didn't want to worry more people than necessary. He went to bed, focusing on resting because he wouldn't be getting much soon. Day 1 of Hanahaki. Back with the rest of the class, Ochako had called Harumi to talk about the advice she had received in her room. Harumi had given Ochako some guidance, and before Ochako could say anything about it, the news about Deku struck. Ochako Uraraka, can you do me a favor and not judge him based on a conclusion you jumped to? Harumi Moon, fine, I was just worried he was being a JRK. Ochako Uraraka, he must have been hurt badly, I heard he fought some of the Liberation Front. Harumi Moon, still no reason for him to yell at you like that. Ochako Uraraka, I already explained why. Harumi Moon, don't make excuses for him. Ochako Uraraka, I'm not. Harumi Moon, sure, so you thought about my advice? Ochako Uraraka, ignoring him no matter what? Harumi Moon, yep. Ochako Uraraka, even in a moment like this? Harumi Moon, normally this would be an exception, but he seemed to not like the company. Ochako Uraraka, I'm not going to explain it again, but look, he's still my friend. I only want to get rid of my romantic feelings for him, not lose him. Harumi Moon, and this will help you. Ochako Uraraka, just because I'm getting rid of my feelings doesn't mean I won't defend my friend. Harumi Moon, well, figure it out soon. Pinky will probably tease you even though you told her not to. Ochako Uraraka, you know her hero name? Harumi Moon, that's her hero name? Lame. Ochako Uraraka, she wanted it to be Alien Queen, but it was too violent because of the Alien movie. Harumi Moon, that is just weird. Did she specifically want it based on that? Ochako Uraraka, I don't know. Harumi Moon, look, I promise to give you advice to help you get rid of your feelings. You can still defend him from people making fun of him if you want, but make sure you do it as a friend, not just because you like him. Ochako Uraraka, I never did it just for that. Harumi Moon, but it influences your decision chapter end. Just promise to give me good advice that doesn't have me ignore him, and I'll take you up on that offer. Fine. I promise, Harumi replied. Good, thanks. Ochako smiled and headed back to her room, her mind swirling with thoughts about how to navigate chapter end. Izuku Midoriya sighed as he stepped out of the bathroom, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He glanced at Hoshi Chiharu, who was looking at him with a mix of concern and curiosity. "Don't tell her I said that, but do you mind giving me her number?" Hoshi asked, her voice a little hesitant. Izuku hesitated, knowing that sharing that information could complicate things further. "I guess," he replied, trying to keep his tone light despite the turmoil inside him. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he stayed any longer, someone would end up hurt. The Hanahaki situation was becoming more dire, and he needed to find a solution before it consumed him completely. "Is that a no?" "Sorry for asking," Hoshi said, her expression shifting. Chapter end. Chapter 15. It was lunchtime, and the students gathered to eat. Izuku usually sat next to Uraraka at their usual spot, with Ida, Tsu, and Todoroki sometimes joining them. However, Todoroki had been spending more time with Momo lately, which no one minded. Deku settled into his seat, waiting for Uraraka and Ida, hoping Tsu would join them too. He managed to eat without choking, but as he waited, he spotted Uraraka in the distance, engaged in conversation with Harumi. "Where are you going?" Harumi asked. "I'm going to sit with my friends," Uraraka replied. "Which includes Midoriya," Harumi pointed out. "Yeah, but I don't think that will be a problem," Uraraka insisted. "And that's exactly why it is, because you think it won't be, but it will," Harumi warned. Uraraka hesitated, feeling the weight of Harumi's words. "Just go eat with some of your other friends. I'm sure you have more than just him," Harumi suggested. Uraraka sighed. "Sorry, Deku. But I have to get rid of my feelings. For both of us." As Uraraka and Harumi walked away, confusion washed over Deku. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. His mind drifted back to a troubling nightmare he had, one he wished to forget. Maybe she really was tired of him. Just then, Tsu approached their table with the other girls. It seemed today was a girls' talk, but she usually informed him if that was the case. "Another girls' talk?" Ida asked as he sat next to Deku. "Seems like it," Deku replied. "Moon and Uraraka have been getting along recently," Ida noted. "I'm happy she's making friends," Deku said, trying to sound cheerful. "Bless you," Ida said when Deku coughed. "Thanks, Ida," Deku mumbled, feeling a pang of longing for Uraraka's company. Meanwhile, at the girls' table, Harumi sat down. "So how have you been?" she asked Tsu. "Good, how about you too?" Tsu replied. "Been fine," Uraraka answered. Mina joined them. "You should have told us we were meeting up today." "Actually, we're waiting for Midoriya and Ida," Tsu clarified. "They're in your usual spot," Mina said, glancing back. "Oh, I see. Ochako is still trying her idea," Tsu remarked. "I already told you why I'm doing this," Uraraka defended herself. "You gotta respect that at least," Harumi added. "Well, I can't respect a plan that seems pointless," Mina said. Kyoka joined them. "We're talking today?" "Hey Moon," Toru greeted. "Hey, invisible girl," Harumi replied. "And Ashido, how would you like it if people constantly pressured you into getting with Kirishima when you weren't even with him yet?" "I wouldn't mind it," Mina said with a grin. She has almost no shame. She was waiting to see if he would confess until she got tired of waiting, Harumi teased. And yet she seems to care more about getting Uraraka with a guy who might not even love her back than her own boyfriend, Mina shot back. "That is most certainly not true," Mina insisted. "Please, not again," Uraraka interjected. "You could always ask him out, and if he says no, then boom, problem solved," Mina suggested. "Except if he says no, she will be heartbroken." "I'm preparing her so she isn't," Harumi countered. "What do you know about love?" Mina challenged. "Sadly, too much," Harumi replied. "Well, what applies to you doesn't apply to everyone," Mina said. "But it applies to a majority," Harumi insisted. "I'm having trouble telling if you have experienced heartbreak or haven't experienced love at all," Mina said. "I'm having trouble telling if you're a love addict or just not understanding," Harumi retorted. "Harumi!" Uraraka exclaimed, trying to diffuse the tension. "Sorry. My anger gets the better of me sometimes." "Just respect her choice. Do it for her if she's your friend," Harumi said. "I still call it nonsense. But all right. You're the one saying it, Fuchako," Mina conceded. Uraraka sat quietly, pondering if she was making the right choice in trying to rid herself of her feelings. A few hours later, as Deku prepared for bed, he reflected on his own struggles. He had survived almost 2 days of Hanahaki, with many more to go. The sports festival was just 2 weeks away, and he doubted he would be cured by then. As he fell asleep, he felt a cough escape him before drifting off. In the early hours of the morning, he was jolted awake by a voice. "Wake up, Izuku Midoriya," it said. Deku groggily opened his eyes to see a shadowy figure resembling Uraraka, with no face and only white, blank eyes. This has to be another nightmare, he thought, instinctively punching at the figure, only for it to vanish. "You really think that will work?" the shadow taunted. "This is just a nightmare. It's not real," Deku replied, trying to convince Chapter End. "Izuku Midoriya, shut up, shadow." Ochako Uraraka. "I have the right to choose who I want to date, and it certainly isn't you." Izuku Midoriya, "So what?" Shadow Ochako Uraraka. "You're mad you can't get with me, aren't you?" Izuku Midoriya, "What do you even want?" Shadow Ochako Uraraka. "I just want you to know you have little time left. Hanahaki will kill you, and the Dread Queen will have one for all." Izuku Midoriya, "Why does she want it?" Shadow Ochako Uraraka. "Well, it is a powerful quirk. Who wouldn't want it?" Izuku Midoriya, "I won't let her get it." Shadow Ochako Uraraka. "She already has it. Now we are just waiting for your death. I'd suggest enjoying the last moments of your life." Taps Deku's face. Izuku Midoriya passes out. "I fall asleep and wake up again in the one-for-all room. I was covered by flowers rather than black WHP, but I could still talk. The room looked to be growing roots. What's going on? All of the users are in their normal spots, with the 4th to 7th sitting down and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd staring at the wall. I had recently gotten myself a chair as well. Daigoro Banjo, 5th user, the 9th is here. Izuku Midoriya, why does this place have roots? Nana Shimura, it represents your condition and it's bad. Izuku Midoriya, what do you mean? N 6th user, we live in your head. We all know you have Hanahaki. Izuku Midoriya, oh. Daigoro Banjo, 5th user, you really think you can lie to us? Izuku Midoriya, no, I just didn't expect Hanahaki would take effect here. Yoichi Shigaraki, 1st user, this place will slowly be covered by flowers. Every cough means the vines grow. Izuku Midoriya, I'm sorry. Daigoro Banjo, 5th user, it's not your fault. Izuku Midoriya, I do have a few questions. Do any of you know the Dread Queen? Nana Shimura, about her killing millions? She's making that up. Hikage Shinomori, 4th user, she wouldn't live long enough. Yoichi Shigaraki, 1st user, but she's definitely in the hundreds by now, considering the increase in cases you read about. Izuku Midoriya, I've been having bad dreams. Yoichi Shigaraki, 1st user, that was no dream. Izuku Midoriya, huh? It was real in a way. When Uraraka. Daigoro Banjo, 5th user, no, not that. The one you just had. Izuku Midoriya, my bad. How do you know? Nana Shimura, first of all, you can't have 2 dreams back to back. You have to wake up first before having the next. Izuku Midoriya, then. How did that work? Nana Shimura, someone is trying to mess with you. Izuku Midoriya, they don't need to, I already have no chances. Daigoro Banjo, 5th user, well then, that's the end of one for all. Izuku Midoriya, no, I'm positive I can get rid of these feelings before they kill us all. But you're saying this is due to one of the Dread Queen's quirks. N 6th user, possibly, but it reacted in real time. Even if it is her, she can't keep tabs on you. Hikage Shinomori, 4th user, unless she's got someone to inform her on your status. Izuku Midoriya, Chiharu. Daigoro Banjo, 5th user, that one kid who's trying to steal your girl. Izuku Midoriya, I mean it would make sense. He only started majorly flirting with Uraraka after I got Hanahaki. Earlier in the bathroom he tapped my head before asking for her number. Then the shadow Uraraka tapped my head to knock me out. It makes perfect sense. Plus, I know his quirk has something to do with stars. Nana Shimura, a good theory, but you only have assumptions, no solid evidence. N sixth user, and what would figuring it out do? It won't undo Hanahaki, and he can't be used to negotiate. The Dread Queen doesn't look like the kind to care. Izuku Midoriya, my danger sense went off, but I was distracted with Uraraka. My body felt chapter end. Chapter 16. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the training grounds. Harumi Moon stood at the edge, her gaze fixed on the horizon. She had recently joined the team, and her presence brought a new energy that everyone could feel. Izuku Midoriya approached her, a friendly smile on chapter end. Chapter 17. Wednesday after school. Day 4 of Hanahaki. The students were heading back from a challenging day of training with Aizawa. That was harder than normal, Denki Kaminari said, stretching his arms. Tell me about it, Izuku Midoriya replied, still catching his breath. At least the school part of the day is over, Kyoka Jiro added, rolling her eyes. Don't forget homework, Denki reminded them. Wish I could, he sighed. You could if you're okay with failing, Harumi Moon teased. I worked too hard to get into this place to fail, Denki insisted. We all did, Izuku said, coughing lightly. Everything comes easy to you, Mr. Famous, Harumi joked. I wish, Izuku replied modestly. Denki shrugged. He was breaking his bones at first. Maybe most stuff comes easy to him now, but that's because he has the attention span and dedication. I struggle to focus. You'll get it someday, Izuku encouraged. Probably not. I'll probably only barely pass, Denki said, looking defeated. Better than not passing, Izuku pointed out. Yeah, anyways, anyone know any cool tricks or something? Denki asked, changing the subject. Tricks? Izuku echoed. Yeah, just anything cool-looking, Denki clarified. Like fighting tricks? Mina Ishido chimed in. Nah, I was thinking more of things not related to fighting, Denki replied. All the tricks I know involve fighting, Izuku admitted. You know none otherwise, Denki teased. Unless you want to see me beat up someone, Izuku joked. Beat up Mineta? Toru Hagakure suggested. It would be entertaining, Mina added. Hey! Minoru Mineta protested. I could go to the gym, Izuku offered. Don't those cost money? There's already a grape-shaped punching bag here, Mina pointed out. I mean the school gym, Izuku clarified. Oh, Mina said, realizing. Why do you all hate me? Minoru complained. You're a pervert, like a really bad pervert, plain and simple, Mina stated. Not anymore. Minoru insisted. Yeah. Sir, Harumi said skeptically. Please tell me he hasn't done anything to you yet? Kyoka asked Harumi. He has, Harumi replied. Liar! Minoru shouted. Even if she is lying this time, it doesn't make up for the fact that you were and haven't done anything to make up for it, Mina said. Also, I have a feeling you're mostly not because of all the stuff that goes on. Guys, let's stop fighting. Mineta is clearly working on himself, Izuku said, giving a light cough. Bless you, Kyoka said. Thanks, Izuku replied. How about we get back to what we were originally talking about? Denki suggested. Which is? Kyoka asked. Non-fighting-based quirk tricks. I think I got a few, Mina said confidently. I still don't get any, Izuku admitted. Mineta's right there to use as a punching bag, Kyoka said, smirking. Please, Harumi interjected. Can we drop this? Minoru pleaded. Hey Jiro, do you have any tricks? Denki asked. With my ear jacks, not much, Kyoka replied modestly. Don't undersell yourself. They can do some neat stuff, I bet, with all the jacks that can move and such, Denki encouraged. Yeah, that's if I have music to work with, dummy, Kyoka said. Not just that. Didn't you once throw darts with them? If you can do that, then you could definitely do some other cool things, Denki pointed out. It's not really that cool, Kyoka said, blushing slightly. Nonsense, Gyre. I think it's pretty awesome, Denki said with a grin. Really? Kyoka asked, surprised. Besides, I may not be the smartest, But I know if you can lift darts, you can lift things of similar weights. I'm sure you could find out some cool things they can do. All I'm saying is I think it's actually pretty cool. It makes sense when it comes from a rockstar girl, Denki said, flashing an approving smile. Don't say stuff like that out loud, Kyoka said, embarrassed. Why not? Denki asked, confused. It's embarrassing, Kyoka replied, her cheeks turning red. It's embarrassing that I said you're amazing? Denki asked, still puzzled. The way you said it, Kyoka clarified. Let's just have some fun, alright you two? Izuku suggested, trying to lighten the mood. You say that like we're fighting, Denki said with a grin. Wow, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Where is everyone else? Kyoka asked, looking around. I don't know, Harumi said. I'm right here, Shoto Todoroki said, appearing suddenly. Since when? Minoru asked, surprised. Since always. I just didn't say anything, Shoto replied. Wow. Minoru muttered. I'll get everyone else, Kyoka said, standing up. I'll do the same, Shoto added. After gathering a few more people in the living room, Momo Yaoyorozu asked, chapter end. Momo Yaoyorozu. A bit flashy, right? Mina Ishido, that is so cool. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yeah, hee. Mina Ishido. I know a few tricks with my acid to make my dancing more flashy. Sadly, shooting acid doesn't come with cool tricks outside of that, but I could still show you if you want. Ijiro Kirishima. Sure, go for it. Mina Ishido starts dancing, using acid to enhance her moves. Ijiro Kirishima. Looking cool, Ishido. Mina Ishido, thanks. Maybe I could show you how it works with your favorite dances later? Ijiro Kirishima, 0//////0. Bachako Uraraka. And there goes my sleep. Too bad I can't stay in Deku's room again. And oh, don't think about that, Ochako. You're trying to get rid of your feelings, and that won't help. Mina Ishido, chuckles. Who's next? Kyokajiro. I don't know. Denki Kaminari. Well, I think I may win this honestly. Kyokajiro. Go for it. Denki Kaminari. Oh, you've all seen it. I'm a walking phone charger. I know you all can't say that isn't useful. Harumi Moon. So I can use you to charge my phone? Sweet. Puts an electrical cord on his ear with her phone plugged in. Kyokajiro. Denki Kaminari. Takes it out of his ear. It doesn't work like that. Puts it in his mouth a bit like he does. Her phone starts to charge. Harumi Moon. Sweet, you've got a use now. Kyokajiro. He's got more than just being a phone charger. Denki Kaminari. Smiles. Shoto Todoroki. Yeah, but it's the one most of the class focuses on a lot of the time, especially since I've seen him charge multiple phones at once. Harumi Moon. I don't know how I should react to that. Denki Kaminari. I'm used to it. No one can say it isn't one of the most useful things for day-to-day stuff. Harumi Moon. You're a good phone charger. Kyokajiro. He's pretty good in battle too. Harumi Moon. Yeah, but we aren't showing off any battle moves right now. Denki Kaminari. Yeah, also I can't go dumb from phone charging, so that's good. Harumi Moon. Go dumb? Kyokajiro. You'll know when you see it, it's hilarious. Denki Kaminari. I go dumb if I output too much electricity. Harumi Moon. Aren't you already a bit slow? Denki Kaminari. Toru Hagakure. Wow, now that's a burn. Denki Kaminari. Hey, I'm not slow, I just struggle to focus. Harumi Moon. So you're too distracted to focus? Denki Kaminari. No, I lack knowledge because I can't focus. Harumi Moon. That's called being a bit clueless. Denki Kaminari. I'm not clueless. Harumi Moon. And how's that coping method working? Minoru Mineta. Hey, leave him alone. Mina Ishido. Looks at Harumi. Do you know any tricks? Harumi Moon. Not really, I can't do much with shadows. Shoto Todoroki. Not really special, but I know how to make ice cubes that are small enough to fit in a cup. Momo Yaoyorozu. It's something cool. Tsuyu Azui. Honestly, anything I can do is just frog stuff. Hantasiro. Like eating flies? Tsuyu Azui. Harumi Moon. Pablu. Denki Kaminari. You got any tricks, Siro? Harumi Moon. Don't say you use your tape as toilet paper. Hantasiro, I don't do that. Anyway, I can make origami kinda. Turuhagakure, just folding paper isn't origami. Hantasiro, that's why I said kinda. Denki Kaminari, you should learn origami, dude. Hantasiro, I should. Denki Kaminari, I learned how to do some origami once, not much though, just the simplest stuff. Hantasiro, really? Denki Kaminari, yeah, again, I know a lot of random stuff. Kyokujiro, cool. Denki Kaminari, like I could tell you the name of who made the Hollow Knight soundtrack. Hermie Moon. Who is that? Denki Kaminari, Hollow Knight is one of the best games ever, with an amazing soundtrack. Hermie Moon, okay? Denki Kaminari, anyway, it was made by Christopher Larkin. Kyokujiro, I doubt anyone here knows who he is. Denki Kaminari, I said I knew random facts, not useful ones. Momo Yaoir chapter end. Izuku Midoriya was diligently training for the upcoming sports festival, sticking to his usual workout routine. Hoshi Chiharu approached him, curious. Why did you run off after I asked for Uraraka's number? Her name is Uraraka, Izuku corrected. It's a nickname I gave her, Hoshi replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. That sounds more like an insult, Izuku said, raising an eyebrow. It's not, I swear. Hoshi insisted. Sure, Izuku replied skeptically. She seemed to like it, Hoshi added. Izuku thought to himself, I need to get him to slip up so I can prove he's behind this. She was being nice. Anyways, can you give me her number now? I don't know it by memory, Izuku admitted. Don't you have your phone with you? Hoshi asked. Ask her yourself, or don't if your intentions for her aren't good, Izuku warned. Come on, won't you help a friend out? Hoshi pleaded. I'm busy with training, Izuku replied, focusing on his workout. Afraid I'll steal her from you? Hoshi teased. We aren't dating, Izuku clarified. Then why are you so protective? Hoshi questioned. She's still my friend, and she deserves the best, Izuku said firmly, a slight cough escaping him. You okay? Hoshi asked, noticing. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just cold in here, Izuku replied. You seem sick, Hoshi observed. I'm fine, Izuku reassured him. You sure? Maybe you should see a doctor, Hoshi suggested. It's all right, Izuku insisted. If you say so, Hoshi said, shrugging. Well, I'm going to start training. He walked off, leaving Izuku to ponder his suspicions. Deku continued his training, keeping an eye on Chiharu, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Was he letting his thoughts misjudge him? Back at the UA dorms, the rest of the class had gathered until only Ochako Uraraka remained. My turn, she said, contemplating. Impress us, you got this. Harumi Moon encouraged. Ochako floated herself slightly, managing to lift only herself without her clothes. That's it? Hantasiro asked, surprised. Yeah. All I can do is float stuff, so my tricks are limited, Ochako admitted. Still impressive, Harumi said with a smile. Thanks. Ochako replied, feeling encouraged. I guess that wraps it up, Momo Yaoyorozu said chapter end. Chapter 18. Thursday morning. Day 5 of Hanahaki. Izuku, along with Class 2A, was in class, trying to focus on learning while battling the symptoms of Hanahaki. The Dread Queen had ordered Toga to eliminate all the surgeons who could cure him, and even though some remained, the hospital had been destroyed, leaving surgery out of the question. Izuku Midoriya raised his hand. Shodai Aizawa, yes? May I go to the bathroom? Izuku asked. Sure, just go, Aizawa replied. He hurried to the bathroom, where he struggled to keep his composure, feeling overwhelmed. The pain was intense, and his danger sense was buzzing, only adding to his discomfort. Izuku flopped onto the floor. Why did this have to happen to me? Hikage Shinomori, the fourth user of One for All, spoke to him in his mind. You know, you could just ask her out. It doesn't work like that these days, Izuku replied. You know that was just a nightmare, right? Hikage pressed. It felt way too real. What if it was a vision? Then you would have been dating her by now. I'm scared that my feelings will change our bond. You know what it would change? Your life. You've got at best months to live and at worst weeks. I know. What are you going to do about it? I'll get rid of my feelings. Good luck, ninth user. Izuku sighed, contemplating his next move. He eventually made his way back to class. During lunch, he noticed Jiro sitting alone, lost in her music. Wanting to help his friend, he called over Denki. What did you call me for? Denki asked. Izuku pointed at Jiro sitting alone. Look at her. Oh, not even Yamamo is with her? Denki replied. She's with Todoroki, Izuku said. And the other girls? Uraraka is hanging out with Moon. I'd assume Ishido is with Kirishima, and I don't know about Hagakure and Tsuyu. Well, what do I do? Denki asked. Ask her out, Izuku suggested. Right now. You wanted this chance, didn't you? Take it while you still can. Wise words, Midoriya. Denki approached Jiro, who was still humming along to her music. Alright, now it's time to ask Jiro out. I can do this. Hey, Jiro, Denki said, getting behind her. Jiro turned down her volume. Yes. Would you like to go on a date to the arcade with me? He blurted out. Jiro paused, surprised. Why? Because arcades are fun. Do you not like arcades? Sure, I guess, she replied, returning to her music. So, when would you like to do that? Denki asked, hopeful. I said yes, now leave before I say no, Jiro shot back. I just wanted to know when you wanted to go. Sorry, Denki said, feeling a bit deflated. Denki walked back to Izuku, who was watching the exchange. So how did it go? Izuku asked. She said yes at least, but I don't think she really wants to go, Denki admitted. If she didn't want to go, she would have said no, Izuku reassured him. Well, she didn't say when she wanted to go. She seemed mad. Denki frowned. She might be at Sundara, Izuku suggested. That might explain things, but I still don't know when, Denki replied. I suggest just preparing as soon as possible, Izuku advised. But what if she doesn't show up? Denki asked, worry creeping in. She will, Izuku insisted. Really? Denki asked, his hope rekindled. Yeah, Izuku confirmed. I hope so. After school, Denki got ready for his date with Jiro. Meanwhile, Izuku stayed in his room, hoping for his friend's success. He would have liked to keep an eye on things, but he was still feeling unwell, and Denki deserved some alone time with Jiro. At the bus stop, Denki and Jiro waited to go to a concert. Excited for the concert, Jiro? Denki asked. Yeah, I'm surprised there's one going on right now, she replied. Lucky us, Denki said with a grin. Yep. When the bus arrived, they both climbed aboard. Jiro gazed out at the passing scenery while Denki nervously held her hand. This may go bad, he thought. So, why did you ask me out? Jiro suddenly asked, breaking the silence. What do you mean by that? Denki replied, caught off guard. Why me? Why not you? He countered. There are better options out there, Jiro said. If I had someone else I would rather ask out, I would have asked them first, Denki insisted. Okay. Jiro responded, her expression softening. I didn't ask anyone before you. You were my first choice. There's no one I would prefer over you. Chapter end. Chapter 18. Thanks, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. No problem. Is it okay if I call you that? He replied, flashing a bright smile. Yeah, it's fine, she said, feeling a bit more at ease. So, where to now? Denki asked, looking around. To a casual restaurant. There are a few nearby, but I want my rock star to be the one to choose, he said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A cafe sounds nice, Kyoka suggested. Cafe it is. Follow me, I know a good place. They walked hand in hand, the warmth of their connection making the moment feel special. Once they arrived, Denki pulled out a chair for her, and she sat down, but an unsettling feeling crept over her. It felt like someone was watching. News. Criminals Jay Shingera and Asahi Boten have recently escaped jail. Police are still investigating. For those unfamiliar, they are the ones who blew up a hospital, resulting in the tragic loss of around 83 lives. It's rumored that members of the Paranormal Liberation Front helped them, but further information is unknown. Wait, aren't those the guys Midoriya put in jail the other day? Kyoka asked, her brow furrowing. Maybe, Denki replied, concern creeping into his voice. Well, the hospital explosion did happen. I wonder what their plan was, she mused. Either a dumb or elaborate one, Denki said, shaking his head. It must have taken a lot of time to plan something like that. I hope Midoriya isn't feeling too down about it. He probably is. Poor dude, Kyoka said, her heart heavy with worry. He'll panic when he finds out they escaped. Yeah. Denki sighed just as the waitress approached. So, what would this young couple like? She asked cheerfully. Jiro. Denki prompted. Coffee, black, Kyoka replied. And I'll take a chocolate mocha with a bit of whipped cream, Denki added. All right then, the waitress said, walking away. Are you okay? Denki asked, turning his attention back to Kyoka. Yeah, she replied, but her mind was elsewhere. You're not enjoying yourself, are you? He pressed gently. Oh, I am. I just don't know exactly what to do, she admitted. Really? He asked, surprised. Yeah, sorry, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need to apologize, Jiro. Just go with the flow, my little rock star, he encouraged. I guess, she said, trying to relax. Don't worry about it. Even if the advice I gave was dumb, it might help, he reassured her. The waitress returned with their drinks. Here you go. Thanks, Kyoka said, taking a sip. Thanks for the drinks, Denki added, smiling at her. Hey, Kaminari, Kyoka said, lowering her voice. I feel like we're being watched. What? Denki asked, confused. Behind me is a blonde woman. Is that your mom or something? She whispered. Denki turned to look. Nope, not my mom or anyone I know. Let me ask her if she needs something. He stood up and walked over to the woman. Kyoka watched, using her ear jacks to hear the conversation. Excuse me, Denki said as he approached the woman. Why are you staring? I am, the blonde woman replied, feigning innocence. Yeah, you are. It's bothering my girlfriend, he said, crossing his arms. Oh, I didn't want it to seem that way, she said, looking away. Then what did you want it to seem like? Denki pressed. The woman hesitated, then said, Wait, what's with that scar? It looks nasty, Denki remarked. It's rude to say that, you know, she snapped. Sorry, just got curious. Well, I should head back to my date, he said, turning to leave. Yeah. Get back to that, the woman muttered. Kyoka's heart raced as Denki returned. She didn't mean to stare apparently. Guess I was imagining things, Kyoka said, still feeling uneasy. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't know you liked your coffee black, Denki said, trying to lighten the mood. It tastes good, she replied. That's an acquired taste. No one likes black coffee unless they drink it enough to grow an appreciation for it, or so I've been told, he said with a grin. It gives me energy to be active, Kyoka explained. Just then, she spotted something unusual in Denki's coffee. Hey, what's that in your drink? Denki looked down. Strange. He fished out a small seed. Why did they even put a random seed chapter end? Chapter 19. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the town as the characters gathered at the familiar meeting spot. Tension hung in the air, chapter end. Back at UA, Denki and Kyoka brought Deku to Recovery Girl's office, laying him on the bed. Chio Shizenji, he just doesn't know when to quit, does he? He wasn't even supposed to third wheel you two. Denki Kaminari, really? Chio Shizenji, he sneaked out of you. I'm pretty sure some people got worried he went vigilante again. Denki Kaminari, he wouldn't run off vigilante again, would he? Chio Shizenji, he better not, or I won't heal him. I'm too old for this. Kyoka Jiro, DMN. Denki Kaminari, DMN indeed. So you know how to remove a bullet. Chio Shizenji, what now? Denki Kaminari, I was shot in the side. Kyoka Jiro. Why didn't you say so? Denki Kaminari, Midoriya's wounds were more important. Kyokujiro, that doesn't mean yours aren't. Chio Shizenji, get your butt on the bed, Pikachu. After a bullet removal and some healing kisses for Denki, he sighed contentedly. Denki Kaminari, well, that's better. Kyokujiro, tired? Denki Kaminari, yeah, must have been a bit drained from the healing process. Kyokujiro, oh yeah. Denki Kaminari, anyways, what about Midoriya? Is he gonna be fine? Chio Shizenji, he will be, although it will take some time for him to wake up. Denki Kaminari, that's good. Kyokujiro, yep. Denki Kaminari, I should go get some rest. Could you join me, Jiro? Kyokujiro, of course. The young couple went to his room, with Denki returning Deku's shirt and putting on his own clothes. Denki Kaminari lays down. Kyokujiro lays with him. Denki Kaminari big spoons her. Kyokujiro, small spoon. Denki Kaminari, you know, Jiro, under normal circumstances, I might have made a joke right now, but I'm just happy to be able to snuggle you. Kyokujiro, keep that joke to yourself. Denki Kaminari, I don't even have a joke thought of. I'm just happy to be able to snuggle you. Kyokujiro snuggles more onto him. Denki Kaminari, you're adorable, Jiro. Long yawn, the cutest. Kyokujiro, dash forward slash forward slash forward slash forward slash dash. Denki Kaminari, I'm gonna enjoy waking up to you in the morning. They fell asleep. Friday morning. Day 6 of Hanahaki. Izuku's POV. My head is dizzy, and all I see is a white curtain surrounding me. I try to open my eyes but close them again because of the blinding light. What's wrong? Why am I here? The last thing I remember is my fight with the League and Kaminari and Jiro. I try to get off the bed, but the woman in the hospital gown holds me down. Chio Shizenji, don't get up yet, Midoriya. You are still recovering. The wounds on your arms and stomach are not dry yet. That's true. I still feel pain all over my body, especially in my right arm and the left side of my stomach. The pain I feel does not exceed my worry for what happened to the others. I stubbornly try to get up, but I stop when I see a head with short brown hair and bangs covering her cheeks come into my room and run to hug me. Ochako Uraraka, Deku-kun. You're awake. It's Uraraka. No, this is just another nightmare. I've had these for a while, where I can control my actions but not the dream. I know how this ends, with her caring about me and then saying how bad of a person I am. It still hurts to hear it. Ochako Uraraka, Deku? Izuku Midoriya, get away from me. Pushes her off him. Ochako Uraraka, Then I hear a cell phone ringing, waking me from my potential nightmare. Izuku Midoriya answers, hello. It was a FaceTime call, and I saw Kaminari in bed, with purple hair in the frame, most likely Jiro. Denki Kaminari, hello. Izuku Midoriya. Denki Kaminari, Midoriya? Is that you? Izuku Midoriya, yeah. Why did you call? Denki Kaminari, didn't mean to. I just woke up and accidentally called you. Izuku Midoriya, why? Denki Kaminari, pretty sure I had the calling app open for something when I went to bed. This is basically a butt dial. Izuku Midoriya, okay? Denki Kaminari, sorry dude. Anyway bye. Hangs up. Izuku Midoriya. Where am I? Tashinori Yagi. In the doctor's office chapter end. Izuku Midoriya looked at his friends, noting the casual atmosphere in the kitchen. I guess you're using one of his shirts, he said, glancing at Kyokujiro. Yeah, since sleeping in clothes makes them dirty, you should usually wear something else the day after, Denki Kaminari replied with a grin. Kyoka shrugged. I was out of clothes after coming back from school. So she had to borrow mine, Denki added, wrapping an arm around Jiro. I see, Izuku said, trying to suppress a smile. Hey, we're in public, Kyoka protested, trying to pull away. Technically not, Izuku pointed out. Plus, I'm the only one here in the kitchen aside from you guys. Don't be smart, Kyoka shot. But, what? Can I not show love to my rock star with people around? Denki teased. This is embarrassing, Kyoka muttered, her cheeks turning slightly pink. I won't tell anyone, Izuku promised. That doesn't help, she replied, rolling her eyes. Are you ashamed of me loving you? Denki asked, feigning hurt. Can this be done not in front of Midoriya? Kyoka requested, clearly flustered. Izuku thought to himself, enjoy it, Jiro. Not all of us are lucky. Fine. Denki said, letting go of Kyoka, a hint of chapter end. Chapter 21. It had been a week since Deku had been affected by Hanahaki. Today marked a gym exercise between classes 2A and 2B in preparation for the sports festival. The two classes gathered in the gym, and Deku felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, especially because of Hoshi Chiharu. Hoshi Chiharu turned to Uraraka. We actually get to do an exercise together. Uraraka smiled. I know, right? Although we might have to fight each other. Chiharu shrugged. Still could be fun. Deku, leaning against the wall, felt a pang of jealousy. It was a new sensation for him, and it didn't help that he found Chiharu a bit suspicious. Hitoshi Shinso approached Deku. So they couldn't fully let me into class 2A yet, but they allowed 2 new students into UA. Hey, Shinso. Sorry about the delay, Deku replied. It's fine. I'll be in soon, they're just doing paperwork. Luckily, I can participate in this exercise, Shinso said. That's good, Deku nodded. I'm sorry about what happened to Bakugo. Deku sighed. It's fine. I just wish I could have saved him. Shinso glanced at him. So how's your day going so far? Good? Yours? I could use some sleep, Shinso admitted. When was the last time you slept? Deku asked. Sunday. But it's Saturday, Deku pointed out. Shinso smirked. Just kidding, I got some sleep. Deku sighed in relief. Oh, thank goodness. I'll be in class 2A if everything goes right. Minoma won't stop calling me a traitor as if I had any control over it. Sorry about that, Deku said. I'm just happy to be in a hero course, so I don't care what anyone says. I see. And one last thing, Shinso added, if we end up having to fight in the sports festival, don't go easy on me. Give it your all. You too, Shin, Deku started, but was interrupted by a cough. Bless you, Shinso said. Thanks. Are you sick or something? It's just really cold here. You better not get sick on the sports festival day, or I'll make you do something embarrassing, Shinso warned playfully. Threat acknowledged, Deku replied as Shinso walked off. All right, classes, listen up. Shodaizawa called. Today you will be doing combat exercises. It will be one-on-ones. This will be for a grade, Sekijiro-kan added. However, the grade will be based on how well you perform in the battle, not on winning or losing. But you should focus on winning, Aizawa continued. We will be picking numbers at random. I'll pick from 2A and Eraser will pick from 2B, Ken explained. Nito Minoma smirked. All right too, but prepare to get wiped by your superiors. Itsuka Kendo slapped Minoma lightly. Just stop it. Harumi Moon whispered to Uraraka. He seems like an arrogant person. He is, Uraraka confirmed. Ken picked a number. Number 5. That's me. Uraraka exclaimed. Go get him. Harumi encouraged. Aizawa drew another number. Number 13. That's me, Tetsu said confidently. You got this. Itsuka cheered as they stepped into the battle ring. Good luck to both of you. Eijiro Kirishima called out. Minoma scoffed. I bet 2B gets more wins than 2A. Really? Denki Kaminari replied. Hope you don't have to fight me, Kazoo kid, Harumi teased. Minoma feigned distress. Please, I'm not scared. As the match began, Uraraka fought hard. I win, she gasped, clearly exhausted. Go girl. Harumi cheered. Deku thought to himself, as expected. Good job, Uraraka. Chiharu called out. Minoma protested. You're supposed to be on our side. Just shut up for the remainder of this, Itsuka snapped. Aizawa drew another number. Next up, number 4. All right. Shirhai Kuwaro said. Ken picked again. Number 17. Harumi sighed. Great. I'm just going to go ahead and quit. What? Uraraka asked, surprised. Monoma taunted, so admit we're superior. Harumi shook her head. Nope, you're still a jerk. His quirk is going into anything black. Mine is shadows. What good is that going to do? Sounds to me like you're scared, Monoma taunted. Not at all, it's just pointless to waste my energy on a mismatch, Harumi replied. Kurwaro smirked. I win, I guess. Let's just go to the next match, Ken said, drawing another number. Deku observed, so Moon knows her limits. She isn't much of a fighter. Ken picked again. Number 2. That's me. Mina Ishido said. Aizawa drew another number. Number 5. Chapter end. Chiharu worked for the Dread Queen, but his thoughts drifted to a girl who made this world feel a little brighter. Ochako Uraraka, a sweet and cheerful girl, was also close to Izuku. This connection gave Chiharu a unique opportunity. Initially, his mission was to flirt with her, but as he spent time with Ochako, he found himself genuinely enjoying her company and wishing her no harm. He approached her while she was talking with Harumi Moon. Uraraka-san. Chiharu called out, catching both Ochako's and Moon's attention. He stood still, knowing Ochako would come to him, and soon she was in front of him. Don't try to be Midoriya's cheerleader, Moon whispered to Ochako before walking away. Ochako blushed slightly. Hey, Hoshi, she replied with a smile that reminded him of sweet dango. Chiharu, who had a fondness for sweets, felt a warmth in his chest. Without wasting time, he gently ruffled her hair, knowing Aizawa-sensei had already called him. Pray for me so I win. You know how strong Midoriya is. With that, he left her standing there, silent, as he ran to the fighting field. Izuku's perspective shifted as he entered the arena. He wanted to seek support from Ochako, but he held back, fearing the rise of his Hanahaki. Instead, he headed straight to the field. Moments later, he saw something that ignited a fire within him. Chiharu was touching Ochako's head, and she didn't pull away. How could this weakling be so close to her? His thoughts spiraled. Was he feeling possessive? The distance between him and Ochako had grown since she became friends with Chiharu, and now he felt a surge of jealousy he couldn't ignore. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, knowing that if he let his anger take over, his Hanahaki could worsen. As the match began, Chiharu stood before him with a grin that only fueled Izuku's frustration. The fight started off normally, but it was tricky to dodge Chiharu's attacks while being cautious about how much of his quirk he used. Chiharu managed to catch him off guard. Why can't you relax your face? Are you jealous because I was with Uraraka-san earlier? Chiharu whispered, trying to provoke him further. Izuku remained silent, unwilling to act rashly. Chiharu continued, Soon, I think she and I will be together. You know what new couples do? Uraraka-san will have her first kiss with me, not with a guy like you. Izuku's patience snapped. Without thinking, he slammed Chiharu to the ground, ready to show him his place. He didn't care if using his quirk would worsen his Hanahaki. Chiharu needed to be put in check. The rest of the fight was one-sided, as Izuku unleashed all his strength, not holding back. He wished someone had been there to stop him, but in that moment, he couldn't think of anything but winning. The chapter concluded with a sense of tension and unresolved feelings, leaving the future uncertain for all involved. Chapter end. Chapter 22. They were currently in the UA hospital, where Recovery Girl had just come out after scolding them, especially Izuku. The fight had been straightforward. Chiharu was all talk and little skill, but he had sustained serious injuries. It could have been worse if Aizawa hadn't intervened with his quirk. Thankfully, Izuku had almost no injuries, save for a permanent scar on his chest, a reminder not to underestimate him. Still, he knew he had gone overboard. Chiharu, who should have still been unconscious, had somehow woken up quickly. Izuku lay on the bed beside him, silent and unwilling to engage with Chiharu. His attention was diverted when a girl he deeply cared for entered the room, her face pale and worried. He tried to sit up when he saw Ochako approaching, but she passed him without a word, rushing to Chiharu instead. Chiharu, are you okay? How's your wound? Ochako asked, her concern evident. Watching her focus on Chiharu instead of him made Izuku feel a tightness in his chest. He lay back down, a wry smile on his face as he laughed at himself internally. You stupid Izuku. You think Ochako will come back to you? He left the room, leaving Ochako alone with Chiharu. Sunday morning, day 8 of Hanahaki. A day had passed since the incident, and some of Izuku's friends were shocked by his brutal treatment of Chiharu, while others praised him for not holding back. Regardless, he faced the consequences and was put under house arrest in the 2B dorms for the weekend, at least until 6 p.m. Until then, he would help out in 2B. You went too far, and now you have to be our personal maid. How does it feel, Mr. Popular? Nito Minoma teased. Hanahaki can kill me now, Izuku thought. Shut up, Minoma. Technically, Midoriya won the fight with Chiharu, Itsuka Kendo interjected. Yeah, but this happened, so I count that as a win for 2B, Minoma replied. I'm sorry about what I did. I should have held back, Izuku admitted. I talked to Chiharu, and he told me what happened, Itsuka said. Silent cough. He did what? He apologizes for what he said about Bakugo. I know how you feel about that. Why did he say that? Izuku wondered, feeling a wave of jealousy. He wants to apologize, but he can't right now, Itsuka continued. I'll visit him so I can apologize as well, Izuku decided. Good on you, Midoriya. Very manly, Tetsu encouraged. Thanks, and I'm sorry for any trouble I'm causing you. You better be, Minoma started, but Itsuka hit him on the head. I'm sorry for Minoma, she said. Izuku continued helping out in 2B, knowing he shouldn't risk using his quirk and that training was out of the question for now. With Ochako and Harumi. So, in my training, how am I doing? Ochako asked. So far, so good, Harumi replied. I also wanted to make sure Deku was okay, Ochako admitted. I kind of liked seeing him stand up for himself, but Chiharu is your friend, and you need to treat him like one, Harumi said. Next thing you tell me is to get rid of my feelings for Chiharu, Ochako responded. Absolutely not. The whole point of this is that love isn't your weakness, Harumi insisted. Fair point, Ochako conceded. So, how do you feel about Midoriya right now? Well, my feelings are still there, but I'm doing well at containing them. Still not a fan of how to get rid of them, Ochako confessed. I understand this can be tough. But trust me, it's for the best, Harumi reassured her. I know. I'm doing this for both of us so we can be great heroes, Ochako said. A noble cause. I'm sure he would understand. You have a kind soul, Ochako. Thanks, Harumi. Once the clock hit 6 o'clock, Izuku headed to the UA hospital where Chiharu was recovering. Hello, I'm here to see Chiharu, Izuku said, coughing slightly. Come in, Chio Shizenji replied. Izuku walked inside. Can you give us a moment, recovery girl? He asked. Just don't strangle him, she warned before stepping out. Izuku turned to Chiharu. I just want to say I'm sorry for what I did. It was wrong. No kidding, Chiharu replied. I know. Why did you tell Kendo that you said something about Kaken? Izuku asked. Your best friend? Because she wouldn't believe me otherwise, and I didn't want to start drama, Chiharu explained. You didn't mind it when you told me that, Izuku pointed out. It benefited me. You got so angry when I told you the truth, Chiharu said. Yet you're in a hospital bed, Izuku reminded him. The anger in your face was worth it, and I can't wait to see your chapter end. Hoshi Chiharu, it doesn't matter why. Izuku Midoriya, I think it does. If I did something you should tell me. Hoshi Chiharu, it's simple. We just happen to like the same girl, and someone has to make a move. Izuku Midoriya, if your idea of losing badly makes you look good. Hoshi Chiharu, I doubt Uraraka wants to date someone who hurts others for his own pleasure, like you. Izuku Midoriya. Hoshi Chiharu, if you two have known each other for so long, she should have seen the mess you are now by now. Izuku Midoriya silently coughs and then walks out. Hoshi Chiharu, that's right, run from your problems, they will catch up soon. He heads back to his dorm, knowing there was one person who seemed upset because of Chiharu's condition, Ochako. He makes his way to her room and slowly opens the door, finding Uraraka gazing at the moonlight. Harumi had left the room a while back. Izuku is treated to an appealing view, Ochako smiling as she looks at the stars and moon. Izuku Midoriya, Yura? The sound of a slap echoed. Izuku quickly held his sore cheek, feeling as if he had been transported back to a time when Ochako often slapped him to save him, but this time it felt painful. He fell silent as Ochako's expression shifted to sadness, her face red from crying. She couldn't hold back any longer. She was worried about why Deku had acted that way. Ochako Uraraka, you stupid. Why did you hurt Chiharu like that? But why didn't you think about yourself? Why didn't you think about me having to bear the pain when you did that? Do you think Chiharu is not human? If he died and you became the suspect. Izuku looked down, the sound of Ochako's sobs hurting him more than anything. He wanted to hug her so badly, but he felt it would be out of place. Ochako struggled to control her emotions. Ochako Uraraka. If you go, who will be beside me? Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka whispers I'm sorry. He didn't leave chapter end. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter end. The students had just witnessed the intense battles of the tournament portion of the sports festival. For a quick recap, the matchups included Shoto Todoroki versus Tsuyu Azui, Fumikage Tokoyami against Eijiro Kirishima, Tenya Ida versus Itsuka Kendo, Mina Ishido against Kyoka Jiro, Ochako Uraraka versus Mei Hatsum, Denki Kaminari versus Tetsutetsu, Hitoshi Shinso against Yuga Aoyama, and Izuku Midoriya facing Harumi Moon. Izuku Midoriya thought to himself, I'm facing Moon. Guess I should be fine for round 1 since her quirk doesn't seem to be so strong. Denki Kaminari chimed in, well, let's hope Tetsutetsu's metal is conductive to electricity. Eijiro Kirishima replied, it won't be easy, man. I know, I'm just hoping I shock him out before he beats me up, Denki said. You'll do fine, Kyoka Jiro reassured him. Thanks, Jiro, Denki responded. Mina Ishido declared, prepare to go down, girl. Kyoka Jiro shot back, oh, it's on, Ishido. Mei Hatsumi added, I can't wait to see what my new inventions can do to help me win this. Ochako Uraraka sighed, why her? Harumi Moon teased, aren't you a little too young to be a mom? It's what she calls her inventions, Ochako explained. Tenya Ida clarified, she means her hero gear. Weird but okay, Harumi said. Fumikage Tokoyami noted, you're up against Todoroki. Tsuyu Azui nodded, I see. I hope I get a chance and I don't just get frozen instantly. Present Mike announced, all right, time for a 30-minute commercial break. Shodaizawa thought, and a break for my ears. Harumi Moon asked, what for? Izuku explained, it's a resting and commercial break. You can plan out strategies and stuff. I'll be fine, Harumi replied, walking off. Izuku wandered elsewhere as most other students did their own thing. Ochako started to walk off when Mina called out, hold it. All the girls from class 1A, except Harumi, gathered around Ochako. Ochako responded. Mina said, we need to talk about you. About? Tako asked, puzzled. Kyoka suggested, let's go somewhere more private. Okay, Ochako agreed, and they headed to the girls' locker room. So, what is this about? Ochako inquired. Tsuyu Azui spoke up, how you are handling your crush rib bit. Ochako looked confused. What do you mean? Momo Yayorozu added, with Midoriya. You say you're trying to get rid of your feelings for him. I am, Ochako insisted. Mina shook her head. You're doing it wrong. What? Tako replied, surprised. Even if it works, it'll harm your friendship with Midoriya, Mina explained. But what I looked up said it's the best way to do it, Ochako argued. Momo countered, but is that your best way of doing so? Yeah, all Moon told and shown me has pointed to this having the best chance of success, Ochako defended. Kyoka asked, when was the last time you talked to Midoriya? Ochako hesitated. When he saved me from the robot. Before that. Kyoka pressed. It was. Ochako struggled to remember. He's been looking very sad lately. Almost alone, Kyoka noted. I think he misses his friends, Mina added. Tsuyu agreed. He misses them a lot, Ribbit. Ochako felt a pang of guilt. I don't want to lose the friendship. But I don't think what I am doing is the real problem. Right? Toru Hagakure asked, "Are you sure this is really what you want to do? To just forget you ever loved him?" "I think so," Ochako replied uncertainly. Momo pressed, "You think so?" "Yeah," Ochako said, her voice trailing off. "Why?" Momo asked. "I chose this path myself because my feelings for Deku were keeping me down. That's why I'm keeping my distance so that my feelings don't overtake me," Ochako explained. "But what about," Mina started. "Just let me do this, Ashido. If you really want me to be happy, then you would have let me do this a long while ago without any teasing." Ochako snapped. "Huh?" Mina began, but Ochako interrupted. "Sorry about that. Just let me do this," she said, walking off. As she walked away, she noticed Harumi standing in the corner, giving her a look that urged her to follow. They went to the girls' lockers. "You were watching," Ochako said. Harumi replied, "I was going to help you, but you had it covered." "Thanks, I guess," Ochako said, feeling grateful. "You're doing so well on your journey. I'm proud of you," Harumi encouraged. "Thanks," Ochako smiled. "Keep it up, and you'll be a great hero in the future with nothing holding you back," Harumi added. "I hope so," Ochako said, her chapter. The students had to watch the matches or prepare for their own fights, particularly Shoto Todoroki and Tsuyu Azui. Hisashi Yamada announces, "The first match will be Shoto Todoroki versus Tsuyu Azui." As the match begins, Izuku Midoriya observes, "Todoroki's using a lot of ice, but he's also incorporating his fire. That's impressive." Denki Kaminari adds, "Yeah, I'm just surprised Tsuyu wasn't immediately frozen. She's really quick." Mina Ashido cheers, "Heck yeah, she is." Harumi Moon comments, "I still think Froggy's gonna go extinct." Fumikage Tokoyami notes, "She is holding her own out there." Denki responds, "Obviously she won't win, at least not without luck being fully on her side, but the fact that she's still putting up a fight is impressive." Izuku contemplates, "I think there's a chance. If she's fast enough, she can grab Todoroki and throw him out of bounds." Harumi retorts, "Out of bounds is for cowards. Who loses a real fight by getting pushed outside a certain area?" Chapter end. Izuku was preparing for his match, taking a painkiller just in case. Izuku Midoriya takes a painkiller and cough drop. This will help for now. Nana Shimura, you'll have to be careful with your quirk usage. Daigoro Banjo, 5th user, he should be able to handle her. Yuichi Shigaraki, 1st user, you might want to take a look at your state, Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, I'll be fine, the painkillers and cough drops will help me. N, 6th user, I don't think they will help much. Izuku Midoriya, I'll handle this. Deku walked off to his match. Hisashi Yamada, the final match of the first round. Izuku Midoriya versus Harumi Moon. Ochako Uraraka. Deku can do it. Kyokajiro, it isn't even a question. Denki Kaminari, oh yeah. Fumikage Tokoyami, sadly for her. Tsuyu Azui, very sad. Izuku Midoriya, I can't let this last long. Hisashi Yamada, ready? Fight. Izuku Midoriya quickly uses his quirk to punch Harumi in the gut, sending her flying. Harumi Moon makes a shadow wall behind her to avoid going out of bounds. Denki Kaminari, guess she does have some brains. Mina Ashido, no, she doesn't. Ochako Uraraka, I thought that was impressive. Mina Ashido wasn't talking about that. Izuku Midoriya should have known it wouldn't be easy. Harumi Moon charges at Deku. Izuku Midoriya goes in for another hit, sending her back again. Harumi Moon uses another shadow wall to prevent going out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya charges at her and tries to kick her out. Harumi Moon moves out of the way and uses the shadow wall to hit Deku. Izuku Midoriya sent back a bit. Harumi Moon makes a staff with shadows and attacks Deku. Izuku Midoriya takes a few hits but manages to grab her and throw her off. Harumi Moon gets up quickly. Izuku Midoriya starts to use ranged attacks to try and hit her. Harumi Moon begins to dodge them. Ochako Uraraka, this is going longer than I expected. Hantasiro, yeah, I thought she'd be out by now. Denki Kaminari, same here. Harumi Moon makes a spear out of shadows and throws it at Deku. Izuku Midoriya hit. Denki Kaminari, how was he hit? Fumikage Tokoyami, he wasn't concentrating. Mina Ishido, weird. Harumi Moon rushes at him and makes shadow brass knuckles to hit him with. Izuku Midoriya starts to block the attacks. Harumi Moon makes a knife out of shadows and stabs Deku's hand. Izuku Midoriya. Harumi Moon hits him in the chest a few times. Izuku Midoriya falls but quickly gets up. Ochako Uraraka, worried expression. Momo Yaoyorozu, something wrong, Ochako? Ochako Uraraka, why is Izuku getting so many hits from Moon? She isn't fast enough to hit him. Tenya Ida, it is strange. Fumikage Tokoyami, perhaps she's got great reaction time. Denki Kaminari, maybe. Izuku Midoriya, 1 for all, 5%. Powers up and rushes at Harumi. Harumi Moon makes a knife and tries to stab Deku with it. Izuku Midoriya kicks the knife out of her hand and kicks her in the face. Harumi Moon, knife vanishes and stumbles a bit. Izuku Midoriya gets a few punches and kicks in. Mina Ishido, Ochako Uraraka, why are you so excited? Eijiro Kirishima, you aren't usually like this. Mina Ishido, can't I just enjoy a fight? Eijiro Kirishima, I mean, true. Mina Ishido, I'm just enjoying the fight. Eijiro Kirishima, no harm in that. Harumi Moon gets a few hits in herself. Izuku Midoriya dodges a bit and tries to kick her out of bounds. Harumi Moon kicked away, but the shadow wall prevents her from falling. So that's how it is? Too afraid to face me? Creates a ton of shadow blades and sends them at Deku. Izuku Midoriya dodges some of them but gets scratched by a few. Harumi Moon rushes in with Shadow Chapterant. Denki Kaminari, that would make sense, a bit. Eijiro Kirishima, well, either way, that's 1 free ticket to Midoriya's ex. Ochako Uraraka, wait, he has an ex? Minoru Mienta, yeah, kinda. Ochako Uraraka, huh? Hantasiro, haven't you heard? Ochako Uraraka, no? Hantasiro. Harumi Moon, come at me, da. Starts to create a flurry of shadow constructs and sends them at Deku. Izuku Midoriya rushes at her while breaking through the shadow constructs. Denki Kaminari, now he's really showing his stuff. Kyokajiro, and she's in trouble. Denki Kaminari, tip. Harumi Moon tries to stab Deku with a shadow knife. Izuku Midoriya, before she can stab him, he grabs her and counters with a series of punches. Harumi Moon stabs him in the chest with a knife and laughs while hitting him. Izuku Midoriya takes the hits but retaliates against Harumi. Harumi Moon blocks some of his punches with shadow walls but still gets hit. Izuku Midoriya, Detroit Smash, delivers a powerful punch. Harumi Moon sent back a bit finally, a good fight. Eyes go pitch black and creates numerous walls to attack Deku. Denki Kaminari, holy jeez. Izuku Midoriya breaks through the walls using 1 for all. Eijiro Kirishima, I respect the longing to fight. Denki Kaminari, same, to a degree. Harumi Moon creates a mini black hole to pull Deku in. Izuku Midoriya gets closer to her despite it. Harumi Moon makes it explode. Izuku Midoriya sent back a bit but hits a shadow wall to prevent going out of bounds. Darn it, I cracked something. Ochako Uraraka, geez, this got intense. Harumi Moon rushes at him and lands some hits. Izuku Midoriya hurt but counters with a Detroit Smash to her gut. Harumi Moon sent back. Izuku Midoriya rushes behind her and kicks her upwards. Denki Kaminari, holy cow. Izuku Midoriya, Delaware Smash, kicks her down to the ground. Harumi Moon sent back down. Izuku Midoriya goes down and punches her in the face. Ochako Uraraka, I think he's being too rough with her. Mina Ishido, no he isn't. Harumi Moon, barely able to stand up now, that's what I want to see. Show me more. Starts charging at him. Izuku Midoriya starts to cough a bit but maintains his battle stance. Harumi Moon attacks him wildly with shadows. Izuku Midoriya taking the hits but landing some of his own. Harumi Moon creates shadow walls to block some of the hits. Both of them exchange blows, each sustaining injuries. Harumi couldn't always block effectively, so she took some hits. The audience was shocked by the intensity of the match. Denki Kaminari, okay, she's dragging this out. Kyoka Jiro, she's forcing him to use his quirk a lot. Mina Ishido, just to lose. Izuku Midoriya grabs her hair and pulls while hitting her with one for all. Harumi Moon, hurt but cuts her hair to escape his grip and puts him in a chokehold. Izuku Midoriya, struggling for air. Harumi Moon lands a few hits. Denki Kaminari, how is she doing so well? It makes no sense. Fumikage Tokoyami, lots of training? Kyoka Jiro, she barely did any. Tenya Ida, at least from what we saw. Ochako Uraraka, that's confusing. Izuku Midoriya hits her head with the back of his head. Harumi Moon loosens her grip. Izuku Midoriya grabs her and starts to pummel her in the face. Harumi Moon, rest of chapter. Chapter 27. Izuku Midoriya slowly regained consciousness, the room around him filled with the scent of flowers. He felt a heaviness in his chest, a reminder of the battle he had just fought. Nana Shimura. A voice echoed in his mind. Do you know how much time you have left? The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes he faced. You don't have much time, kid, Danjo said, his tone serious. At best, you've got hours. That stunt you pulled cost you some time. Midoriya tried to speak, but his mouth was still covered in petals. He struggled to sit up, confusion clouding his mind. What happened? He managed to ask. You beat that one girl hard. Harder than I thought you would, Toshinori Yagi replied, concern etched on his face. Midoriya's gaze shifted to the hospital bed where he saw her, his opponent, passed out with a broken arm. Oh. They really weren't joking when they said you hooked people up with your ex, Chiyo Shizenji added, a teasing tone in her voice. Wait, what? Yagi looked puzzled. It's a joke Kaminari started about me always ending up in the hospital, Midoriya explained, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Not very funny, Yagi replied, shaking his head. How long have I been out? Midoriya asked, anxiety creeping in. The sports festival already passed, Chiyo said. What? Midoriya exclaimed, panic rising. She's just messing with you, Yagi reassured him. You still have time for your match if you feel better. Thank goddess, Midoriya sighed in relief. You need to be more careful though, Yagi warned. Go lighter on who you're fighting. She was asking for it, Midoriya replied, frustration evident in his voice. She must not have known how strong you were, Yagi noted. Guess she thought she could handle it. Whose match is it right now? Midoriya asked, eager to get back into the action. Uraraka versus Kaminari. So far, Todoroki has beaten Tokoyami, and Ida has beaten Ishido. I should probably go watch this. My match will be up next anyway, Midoriya said, determination returning. Please be careful, young Midoriya, Yagi cautioned. I will be, he promised before stepping out of the recovery room. As he walked out, Ochako Uraraka rushed in, relief washing over her face. Glad to know one of you woke up, she said. They're both going to be all right, both idiots, but all right, Chiyo reassured her. That's good to know, Uraraka replied, her eyes softening as she looked at Midoriya. Congratulations on your match. Sorry I couldn't see it, Midoriya said, feeling a twinge of guilt. It's fine, she replied. I should get ready for mine. Midoriya nodded and headed toward the student-watching area. Denki Kaminari winced in pain as Kyoka Jiro checked on him. Are you okay, Kaminari? She asked. For the most part, he replied, trying to smile through the discomfort. Uraraka entered the area, and Jiro turned to her. Did you have to overdo it, Ochako? I didn't know I overdid it. Sorry, Uraraka said, her expression apologetic. It's fine, it doesn't feel too bad, Kaminari reassured them. Hisashi Yamada's voice boomed over the crowd. The next match will be Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinzo. Momo Yaoyorozu smiled. So he did get up. Mina Ishido added, It wasn't him who got his but handed to him. Yeah, but this match is gonna be tough, Kaminari said, his tone serious. Why? Jiro asked. He did this fight last year, and now he knows not to talk, Kaminari explained. True. Jiro agreed. Hisashi Yamada announced, Izuku Midoriya wins. That was inevitable, Uraraka said, a proud smile on her face. But he put up a good fight, Tenya Ida added. Now on to the semifinals. First match is Shoto Todoroki versus Tenya Ida. Yamada continued. Kaminari chuckled. Oh, Ida is doomed. I think I can manage, I've gotten this far, Ida replied confidently. We'll see, Todoroki said, his expression unreadable. As Midoriya returned from his match, he spotted a familiar face he wasn't quite ready to see. Hey there, Midoriya, Hoshi Chiharu greeted him. Midoriya coughed, trying to shake off the unease. Hey! You went really rough on that girl, Hoshi noted, a smirk on his face. I couldn't hold back, Midoriya replied, feeling defensive. I get that, Hoshi said, his tone shifting slightly. Midoriya felt the urge to return to his friends. I need to get back to the seats to watch the next fight. So, your friend Uraraka. Chapter end. Izuku Midoriya stood firm, his expression serious as he confronted Hoshi Chiharu. What do you want with her? He demanded. She's my friend, my best friend, and I won't tolerate you treating her like an object. He stepped closer, his intensity palpable. So back off before I make you back off. Hoshi smirked, unfazed. You think this will make her want you? Izuku took a deep breath, his voice steady. Listen to me very clearly, because I'm only going to say this once. I don't care if you end up with her as long as she's happy. But if I ever see you treat her like an object, whether you're dating her or not, I will make you regret it. Hoshi raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. If you were paying attention to my match with Harumi, you know how intense I can be, Izuku continued, his tone unwavering. And that wasn't even my full power. Just think for a second about what I can do if I really wanted to. Hoshi shifted slightly, the weight of Izuku's words sinking in. You know you're threatening me, right? Not very heroic for a future number one. Izuku's gaze hardened. Just be careful how chapter end. Deku was taken to the UA hospital, where he was currently being checked. Although his heart was beating, he seemed unresponsive, not making a single sound. In the room were Ochako and Recovery Girl. How is he? Ochako asked, her voice trembling. Still beating, Recovery Girl replied, her brow furrowed with concern. Good. Ochako breathed, but the tension in the air was palpable. But we don't have much time, Recovery Girl continued. There's only one way to treat this condition right now. Surgery. Tako realized. Yes, but I can't perform it. We're trying to find someone who can, Recovery Girl explained. Just then, Inko Midoriya burst into the room, tears streaming down her face. My baby, she cried. Whoa, Recovery Girl exclaimed, caught off guard. You must save him. Inko pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. We're doing everything we can. Do you know if your son liked anyone? This condition is related to love, Recovery Girl asked. Inko thought for a moment. I mean, I've been guessing about the Uraraka girl he's been talking a lot about. That's me. Ochako Uraraka. Ochako introduced herself, her heart racing. Really? Inko's eyes widened. Yeah. Ochako replied softly. Please tell him you love him. He needs to hear that, Inko urged. I shouted that at him right before he passed out. I'm just hoping he heard, Ochako admitted, her voice breaking. Then let's hope he heard that. His heart is still beating. That counts for something, Recovery Girl said. Should I leave you two alone? Please. Inko nodded. Recovery Girl left the room, and a heavy silence fell between the two. I'm sorry, Ochako finally said. For what? Inko asked, confused. For not realizing he was sick, Ochako confessed. It isn't your fault. He tends to keep things to himself. He tries to take the pain on alone. I just wish he would ask for help sometimes, Inko said, her voice filled with sorrow. Same. Ochako agreed. Meanwhile, Deku found himself in a strange place, seeing a familiar face, someone who shouldn't be alive. Kaken? Izuku Midoriya murmured. You're an idiot, Katsuki Bakugo replied, his tone sharp. Izuku made muffled noises, trying to get noticed. Demon it, Kaken, notice me. You're at the edge of death, Katsuki said, his expression serious. What? Izuku exclaimed. And it's because of a stupid plant that's making you too scared to confess your feelings to Ochako, Katsuki continued. How is this less insulting than what Chiharu calls her? Izuku retorted. Speaking of that, you're letting someone mess with you. He isn't even in Class A or an original member of Class B, and you're going to let him have his way. Katsuki challenged. That's not what's going on. Izuku protested. That's exactly what's happening. Katsuki shot back. Okay, but why fight me? Izuku asked, bewildered. Because you're being foolish. Katsuki replied, frustration evident in his voice. Izuku sighed. After every villain you've faced, this is what brought you closest to death. You know how embarrassing that is. Did you hear what she said before you passed out? Katsuki pressed. Izuku hesitated. No. She likes you. Katsuki exclaimed. No, she doesn't, Izuku argued. Katsuki's frustration boiled over. The urge to beat your butt all over again is strong. You're too scared to ask her out, even when it's life-threatening. What if she rejects me? Izuku exclaimed. What if she doesn't? Katsuki shot back. Izuku fell silent, contemplating. The worst part is this is partly my fault. Your confidence is low because of me, and I thought you had gotten past that, Katsuki admitted. It's not your fault, Izuku replied softly. If you die, I'll have blood on my hands. So you better not die, Katsuki warned. I won't die, Izuku promised. You're already at the edge of death. I don't know how much time you have left, Katsuki said, urgency creeping into his voice. I'll make it by forgetting I ever loved her, Izuku started. Or you can make it by accepting that Ochako cares about you. Katsuki interrupted. Izuku was silent, processing the weight of Katsuki's words. Figure this out, but just know if you die, I'll find a way to haunt you in the afterlife, Katsuki said before walking off. Izuku shook his head, frustrated yet understanding. He looked back in the direction Katsuki had gone and saw himself. Things just got strange, he muttered. The crowd disappeared, leaving just him and another version of himself. Hello. Izuku called out. Can you hurry up and die? The other Izuku replied. Nice to meet you too, Izuku said sarcastically. You already know me, I'm you, the other Izuku stated. What? Izuku asked, confused. And you're the worst part of me, the part fighting for the truth, the other is chapter end. Izuku Midoriya felt a surge of determination as he faced his inner doubts. Who said anything about running? He declared, powering up. Fine, if I have to beat you into Espin to listen, I will, his other self retorted, also powering up. Stay down. Izuku shouted. Stay down? I can't stay down until you fall. Once you fall, it will all be over, the pain will be over. If only you avoided it by not falling for someone leagues above you. I won't ever leave you, the other Izuku insisted. Then I'll ignore you, Izuku said, turning to walk away. No, you can't do that. You have to fight, the other Izuku urged. No, I don't. I'll always be there to haunt you. You exist, yes, but I can't let you hold me back. Swift motion, the other Izuku grabbed him with a black WHP and pulled him back. And you think you can just walk out bravely and ask her out? You're already dead. I heard something. Her true feelings. She was worried for me. I heard those words. You'll mess up, the other Izuku warned. And I'll fix my mistakes if I make any, Izuku replied, determination in his voice. Round 2 then, the other Izuku challenged. As the effects of One for All began to fade, so did the black WHP. No, we're done here. You have no power over me anymore, Izuku declared, landing a final Detroit smash that made the other Izuku vanish. He then found himself back in the One for All room, where he noticed the flowers were slowly dying. Katsuki Bakugo stood nearby. Thank goodness. It would have been actual hell if you came to the afterlife with me, Bakugo said. Yeah. Probably, Izuku replied. Now do me a favor and don't let anyone tell you that you can't date Uraraka, because you can. And you can also grow some courage and… Okay, I get it. Thanks, Kaken. Go to your girlfriend already and give her flowers rather than putting them on my gravestone. Bakugo shouted, playfully shoving Izuku. Izuku woke up in Recovery Girl's office, blinking as he took in his surroundings. Uraraka? He said, spotting her. Deku, she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Please don't be a nightmare, he thought as he hugged her back. I thought. She started, her voice trembling. I'm here, he reassured her. His gaze shifted, and he saw his mother, Inko Midoriya, standing nearby. Mom? He asked, surprised. My baby, I was so worried, she cried, tears in her eyes. I'm fine, Mom. Sorry for worrying you. Both of you. Inko wiped her tears. I forgive you. I have more to say, but for now, I want to give you and Ochako some time to talk. She walked out, leaving them alone. Why didn't you tell anyone? Ochako asked, her voice filled with concern. Because I didn't want to be a burden to anyone, Izuku replied. No. Do you not know how much I would grieve if I lost you? Izuku looked down, unable to meet her gaze. I don't care how much of a burden you think you are. Tell me when something like this happens. Her anger shifted to sadness. I can't lose you, Deku. It's not that simple. The cure to Hanahaki isn't just an injection. I didn't know if you'd feel the same way. Well, I do, Deku, she said softly. Do you really mean that? He asked, hope blooming in his chest. Ochako leaned in and kissed him gently. Izuku's eyes widened. 0////0. She didn't pull away. He finally kissed her back, feeling a warmth spread through him. Does that answer your question? She asked, breaking the kiss. Yeah. Yes. Wait, that was probably a bad idea. My mouth tastes like dead plants. Yeah, that probably wasn't the best time for a kiss, a voice chimed in. Izuku turned, realizing Harumi Moon was still there. Oh, glad to see you're finally awake, Ochako said, a bit flustered. Focus on him first, he needs it more than me, Harumi replied. Sorry about the arm, Izuku said. Hey, it's fine. That fight was still fun. I'd leave you two alone, but I'm stuck in this bed. Ochako held Izuku's hand, and he squeezed it back. How long have you been awake? He asked Harumi. Since she started yelling. It's hard to sleep when someone is yelling at you for how stupid you were to keep that hidden. You know about it? Izuku asked, surprised. You mentioned Hanahaki to her. You're lucky you survived that, Harumi said. I'm thankful, Ochako added. Also, please don't kiss him on the lips while his mouth is covered in plants. It probably tastes bad, Harumi advised. Worth it, Ochako said, smiling. Speak from experience? Izuku teased. Wish I did. There are less happy ways to cure it, Harumi replied. Ochako looked at Izuku, then back at Harumi. Just cuddle or whatever, I don't care. I'm glad for you too. Thanks, Ochako said, cuddling closer to Izuku. So does this mean we're a thing? He asked, a bit shy. Do you want to be? She replied. Only if you're okay with it. Of course I am. Then me too. You should probably head to the final match if they're still doing that. You should as well, chapter end. However, we will have to postpone the second and third year's sports festival until we figure out the cause of the disruption, but there is no need to worry. Izuku Midoriya spoke up, I still think Uraraka deserves to move on to the finals. Ochako Uraraka replied, well, we can just agree to disagree. All right then, chapter end. Chapter 29. As they headed back to the dorms, Harumi had a cast on her arm and bandages on her body. Tenya Ida shook Izuku Midoriya. Why did you hide this from us? Did you not know what was at stake? Izuku's voice trembled. I'm Surari. Denki Kaminari chimed in. Not cool, dude. I know, Izuku replied. Momo Yaoyorozu asked, what was up with that lady on the TV screen? What was she saying? Shoto Todoroki speculated, my guess is the villain who infected Midoriya. Yeah, It was a villain. The one I talked about 2 weeks ago, Izuku confirmed. Kyokujiro interjected, wait, aren't those the same people that interrupted my date with Kaminari? Toru Hagakure exclaimed, you're dating Kaminari? Kyokujiro blushed. I just let that slip out, didn't I? Denki Kaminari hugged Kyoka. So can we finally stop hiding it? Kyokujiro sighed. And I thought you would have been the one to expose it. Now I'm going to have Ishido on my back about this until the end of time. Mina Ishido grinned. You bet I will. Denki hugged Kyoka tighter, clearly enjoying the moment. Tenya Ida redirected the conversation. And those villains? Izuku replied, they're still out there. We haven't caught them, but I will. No one should have to suffer like I did. Ochako Uraraka added, and I don't want anyone else to risk losing someone they care about. I'll stop her, no matter what. I just need to figure out her base of operations and where she could be, Izuku stated firmly. Denki shrugged. Will help. You've done enough alone, bro. No, I can't risk anyone else falling victim to her, Izuku insisted. Eijiro Kirishima encouraged, give him a second. Izuku continued, I don't want anyone else to suffer like I did. Kyokujiro chimed in, yeah, there are at least 3 other couples here. I think we're immune. Momo Yaoyorozu agreed, she's got a point. Shoto Todoroki added, just don't let anyone loveless go after this villain. Good point. I'll keep trying to figure it out. Right now, I need some water, Izuku said, using his quirk to grab a bottle and take a drink. Ochako remarked, quite the useful quirk. Thanks. I'll investigate this tomorrow. It's getting late and I need to wash up. Night, everyone, Izuku said as he headed to his room. Night. Ochako replied. Harumi Moon approached Ochako. Hey, can we talk in private? Sure, Ochako agreed, and the 2 girls went to Harumi's room. Ochako asked, so what do you want to say? Harumi took a breath. I'm sorry. Sorry? For what? Ochako questioned. For keeping you away from Midoriya when he needed you the most. Had I known he had Hanahaki, I would have made you talk to him, Harumi explained. It's all right, Harumi. It's not your fault. I was stubborn, thinking the only way to get rid of my feelings was to ignore him, Ochako admitted. Well, I guess we're both to blame, Harumi said. Yeah. Ochako replied. That's all I really wanted to say. From now on, I'll try to help you date him, although I'm not that good at it, Harumi offered. It's all right. Don't worry, Ochako reassured her. Well, one thing's certain, you failed to get rid of your feelings. Congrats, Harumi teased. And that was a good thing, Ochako smiled. Yeah, it is, Harumi agreed. Well, to sleep well. Bye, Ochako said as she walked out of the room. Back in Izuku's room, he had just finished showering and changed into comfortable clothes. He flopped onto his bed. Nana Shimura's voice echoed in his mind. See how easy that was. Not now, Nana, Izuku muttered. Ochako entered the room. Hey, Izuku replied. Who are you talking to? She asked, curious. The voice is in my head, he joked. Oh, okay, she said, laying down beside him. Izuku looked at her. Can I not sleep with you? Ochako asked. I thought you would want to sleep in your own room. Is this a couple's thing? Izuku wondered. If you want it to be. I don't think I can be apart from you after what happened, she confessed. Well, I guess I can't complain, he said, feeling warmth spread through him. Ochako snuggled up to him. Izuku returned the gesture, wrapping his arms around her. I'm sorry for lying to you, he said softly. I'm sorry for not noticing, she replied. It's not your fault, he reassured her. Still makes me feel bad about it, she said. Izuku hugged her tighter chapter end. Tamura Shigaraki tightened his grip on Jei Shingera, his fingers curling around her arm. Hands off, she protested. Himiko Toga, quick to act, kicked Shigaraki, causing him to stumble back. Do you ever shut up? Now, since you were so close to killing him, I'll give you one last chance to explain yourself, Shigaraki said, regaining his composure. Our spies haven't been caught, Dread Queen replied confidently. And? Shigaraki pressed. We can still infect him. I know his type. I broke him before, and I can do it again. Are you going to pass on your only chance to get one for all? Dread Queen challenged. Shigaraki sighed. One more chance. But if you fail, I won't let you explain yourself again before you're out of the picture. He released her. Toya Todoroki interjected, I don't understand how this Hanahaki works. You say the only way to cure it is with a love confession or surgery. You had people kill surgeons, so the kid probably has a girlfriend now. Why do you think this will work? Listen well, child, Dread Queen said, her tone serious. The real sickness is love, and it can manifest in more ways than one. You think having a girlfriend makes you immune to Hanahaki? My greatest target had a girlfriend and was still infected. Atsuhiro Seiko asked, and what's your point? My point is that all I need to do is push the right buttons, and I will break Izuku Midoriya once again, Dread Queen explained. How do you plan to do that? Seiko pressed. I've already made him believe the girl probably doesn't care for him. He seems very insecure. You'll have one for all sooner than you think, she assured Shigaraki. I better, Shigaraki replied. What do you say? Dread Queen asked, a hint of expectation in her voice. I'm not going to slide your ego. Now get lost before I change my mind about you, Shigaraki warned. As Dread Queen and Jay left the room, Himiko Toga spoke up. You know she'll probably betray us once she gets one for all. I'm not dumb, Shigaraki replied. Once she has it, she won't give it up easily. Toya raised an eyebrow. Let me guess, you're already planning to betray her? Why do you think I hired her and enhanced her quirk? She thinks she has me, but all she's doing is getting me one for all and a few extra quirks while she's at it. I won't let someone like her overpower me. What if she's onto us? Shuichi Iguchi asked. Even better, Shigaraki said with a smirk. She'll gather as many quirks as she can to fight me, and that just means more quirks for me. I'll win something no matter what the outcome is. The tension in the room hung heavy, but Shigaraki felt a sense of control. Thank you for reading the story so far. I have more planned, but I will be taking a break from this universe to work on my current project, Wilted Rose, a Persona 5 story. I plan to flesh out my original characters and explore their backstories more deeply. I also intend to include plenty of Izuchi moments. While I initially considered splitting this into 2 books, I decided to keep it as one larger story for chapter end. Today is November 11th, marking my 3-year anniversary on this app. Over the years, I've created many stories, some cringy, but we all start somewhere. I've met a lot of people and a lot has happened during this time, both on and off this platform. To celebrate, I've decided to share my original script for this story, which I planned back in early at that time. I hadn't yet introduced the Hanahaki element, which came later. A while has passed, and Class 1A is now in their 2nd year at UA, soon to be known as Class 2A. Izuku Midoriya has developed a crush on Ochako Uraraka and is trying to keep it a secret. As he arrives at UA, he pauses before entering the doors. Izuku Midoriya notices Ochako, mind, I hope this brings back memories, trips. Ochako Uraraka, Deku, catches him. Izuku Midoriya, floating hey, Uraraka. Smells. Ochako Uraraka, releases him how's it going? Smells. Izuku Midoriya, it's good. I'm happy to be back here. Mind, for the most part I guess. Ochako Uraraka, that's good to know. That fight was scary, Gran Torino and midnight almost. Izuku Midoriya, it was a dark moment in our lives, but we got past it. We made it and won the fight. Ochako Uraraka, yes, we did, and none of us got seriously hurt, which was lucky. Izuku Midoriya, some heroes did lose their lives in the process, and some of us were close to danger, even Kaken. But here, we will be stronger and learn to be great heroes. Ochako Uraraka, yeah. Izuku Midoriya, it's hard to believe it's been a year since we met. It feels both longer and shorter at the same time. Ochako Uraraka, I wish it was longer. Izuku Midoriya, well, we should go in and get to our presentation. We don't want to be late. Ochako Uraraka, yeah. They enter the building and head to their meeting area, where some classmates are already gathered. Katsuki Bakugu, they finally get here. Ijiro Kirishima. Technically, they're early. Denki Kaminari. Yeah, so, finally got here, is more about your impatience. Katsuki Bakugu. Shut it, dunce face. Denki Kaminari. Ouch. Tenya Ida. I would suggest trying to be nicer, Bakugu. Katsuki Bakugu. Angry noises. Shoto Todoroki. Casually reading a book. Momo Yaoyorozu. Sits next to Shoto. Shoto Todoroki. Hey, Yaoyorozu. Momo Yaoyorozu. Hey, Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki. Do you wonder who the new teacher is going to be? Momo Yaoyorozu. I'm curious. It definitely won't be Aizawa. Denki Kaminari. I'm both happy and sad about that. Kyokajiro. I still don't understand why you went to the freshmen and scared them with stories about Aizawa. Denki Kaminari. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I won't miss him as a teacher. Kyokajiro. Fair point. Hitoshi Shinzo walks in and sits down next to Deku. Hitoshi Shinzo sits down next to Deku. Izuku Midoriya. Hello, Shinzo. Hitoshi Shinzo. Hey, Midoriya. How's it going? Izuku Midoriya. Did they let you try to join the hero course? Hitoshi Shinzo. Yeah, they did. Izuku Midoriya. That's good. Hitoshi Shinzo. I can't wait to work with you. Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, I can't wait too. Present Mike bursts in. Present Mike. Hey everyone. Are you ready for the new year? Complete. Silence. Present Mike. Well, that's okay, but it's time to start this new year. Hopefully, it ends better than the last one. More silence. Izuku Midoriya. Yay. Present Mike. Thanks, kid. You'll still be trying to defeat robots, but this time they will resemble pro heroes. The higher the pros rank, the more points you can earn. Normal villain bots will be worth 1 to 3 points, pro heroes will be 4 points, and top 10 heroes will be 5 points. There's also a villain mini-boss worth 10 points. You will have a total of 15 minutes to get the maximum points. After 5 minutes, you can fight each other for extra bonus points, but try not to harm your opponent too much. Any questions? Complete silence. Present Mike. Well, okay then, get to your areas. Izuku Midoriya looks for his area. Mind. Why am I going elsewhere? Katsuki Bakugu looks for his area. Mind. Do I have to just watch people fight? Shoto Todoroki looks for his area. Mind. I wonder what I'll be doing. In the battle chapter end. Denki Kaminari. It certainly is. Momo Yaoyorozu. Has anyone seen Todoroki? Mina Ishido. No, at least not me. Ijiro Kirishima. Speaking of missing people, I haven't heard of Bakugu at all. Denki Kaminari. That is surprising. I thought my eardrums would be hurting by now. Kyokajiro. Well, that's a good thing he isn't here. Tsuyu Azui. Our ears can finally rest in peace. Minoru Mineta. Maybe they're missing because they got their licenses late. Just a thought. Denki Kaminari. That sounds possible. Ochako Uraraka. Wait, Deku is missing too, and he got his license in time. Tsuyu Azui. Wait, Midoriya is missing too? Ochako Uraraka. Yeah, he is. Mina Ishido. Oh, so you notice your Deku is missing. Ochako Uraraka. It's not like that, Mina. Present Mike. Alright, you will start in 3, 2. Mina Ishido. I feel it definitely is. You are always the one who knows the Deku facts. Ochako Uraraka. We will talk about this later. Present Mike. Start. Hitoshi Shinzo's mind. Let's do this. The gates open, and the students start to attack the villain bots. Tenya Lida kicks some robots. Ochako Uraraka makes robots float then drops them. Tsuyu Azui throwing robots with her tongue. Mina Ishido throwing acid at the robots. A Hawk's robot appears in front of Uraraka. Ochako Uraraka. Well, that's a new one. Fight continues. Ochako Uraraka. Well, that was a good fight. Ijiro Kirishima spots an Aizawa bot. That one is mine. Ijiro Kirishima. Ow, not manly. Aizawa bot about to strike Kirishima. The Aizawa robot gets decapitated by a scarf pulling its head. Ijiro Kirishima. What was that? Hitoshi Shinzo brainwashes Kirishima. You and Kaminari, help me deal with that. Points at All Might bot. Denki and Ijiro. In a brainwashed state, yes. Fight. Hitoshi Shinzo. That was fun. Releases them. Present mic. Alright, students can now fight each other for the remainder of the time. Itsuka Kendo charges at Momo. Momo Yaoyorozu dodges. Guess we are gonna fight. Momo Yaoyorozu. Ow. Hitoshi Shinzo attempts to brainwash Tokoyami. Fumikage Tokoyami attacks Shinzo before he can brainwash him. Hitoshi Shinzo dodges well. Guess we got to fight. Notices Kaminari and Mina nearby, but I will be getting some help. Fumikage Tokoyami, you fought well. Minoru Mineta tries to attack Tsuyu. Tsuyu Azui throws him away. Great. Now I have to deal with him. Minoru Mineta, time to claim my prize. Walks to Tsuyu. Mina Ishido, oh no you don't. Blasts Mineta with acid, painful but not to melt. Minoru Mineta, curse you. Tsuyu Azui, wait. Has anyone seen Ochako? Ochako was breaking plenty of robots on her own, away from others. She is in the lead in points. Ochako Uraraka wipes the sweat from her forehead. An Endeavor robot appears behind her. Ochako Uraraka, here's a stronger one. Ochako Uraraka, dang it. Endeavor bot, about to throw some flames at her. Nito Minoma uses electricity to fry it. The Endeavor bot is destroyed. Nito Minoma, you're welcome, 1A weakling. Ochako Uraraka gets up. I am not weak, Yui. I had that under control. Nito Minoma, sure you did, that thing almost fried you. Ochako Uraraka, I would have handled it after I got out of the way. Nito Minoma, I can tell you rely on, what was his name? That green-haired kid. You rely on him too much to do your work. Sadly for you, he isn't nearby. Ochako Uraraka, I don't rely on him. He helps me, and I help him when we work together, but I am perfectly capable on my own. Nito Minoma, sure. You got to prove it, little girl. Teleports out with a quirk he copied. Ochako Uraraka, mind, that little. I will prove to him that I can do it on my own. Starts to look for him but fights robots she finds on the way. Elsewhere, the rest of the students have been destroying robots. Tetsuitsu, break some bots. That all you got, Yue? A mini-boss villain robot appears. Tenya Lida gets ready to dash at it. Let's do this. Tenya Lida, chapter end. Grabs his hero costume. Katsuki Bakugu, it better be worth it. Grabs his hero costume. Shoto Todoroki, are we going to fight? Shodaizawa, yes, just not against bots. Katsuki Bakugu, so the wait was worth it. Smiles. They gear up and head to the UA arena, where they meet some unexpected people. Mirio Togoda, there they are. Hello you guys. We just turned pro over here. Nijair Hato, hey everyone. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Tamaki Amajiki, facing the wall. I want to go home. Nijair Hato, come on, hey it'll be fun. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Head pats him. Tamaki Amajiki, fine. Izuku Midoriya, what are you three doing here? Shota Aizawa, I can explain that. They are here because for you guys to pass, you have to fight them. You don't have to win, but I want to see you at least try your best. Izuku Midoriya, alright, let's do this. Shoto Todoroki, alright then. Katsuki Bakugu, you three are going to regret this. Tamaki Amajiki, I don't want to regret anything. Nijair Hato, you aren't actually going to hurt us, silly. Izuku Midoriya, it's a special kind of metaphor he uses. Mirio Togoda, let's do this. Power. The three students aren't able to beat the big three, but they come close. Shodaizawa, and you all did good. Izuku Midoriya, that was a close one. I got beaten hard. Katsuki Bakugu, I got beaten by a girl? Shoto Todoroki, she is a big three member, though, so it's understandable. Katsuki Bakugu, shut it, icy hot. Shota Aizawa, you can go back to your homes, we will send the results soon. Izuku Midoriya, right. As the story progresses, the dynamics among the characters deepen. The interactions reveal their growth and the challenges they face together. The stakes are high, and the camaraderie shines through even in moments of tension. The original idea for this story was meant to explore the slice-of-life aspects of dorm life, focusing on relationships and character development. While I initially considered more dramatic elements, I decided to keep the focus on the characters' growth and their connections. Incorporating original characters was a way to expand the narrative and introduce new perspectives. Each character serves a purpose in the story, contributing to the overall theme of friendship and resilience. This journey has been significant for me, and while I may take a break from writing in this universe, the love for these characters and their stories will always remain. I look forward to finishing this story and exploring new ideas in the future. Chapter end. Chapter 30. Even when I'm not working on this, my mind is constantly filled with new ideas. I have the ending planned out, and I'm grateful to everyone who has contributed there. Thoughts and creativity. My friends on Discord helped me develop the characters, ensuring they are well-rounded and relatable. Special thanks to Afamabecker and Hale Casier for their assistance with my original characters. I truly appreciate the time you've dedicated to helping me. If all goes well, I hope to finish this story before the end of the year, but it will definitely be completed by next year. I've also prepared a special project for the 3-year anniversary of my Persona One-Shots of Ships and Sheet book, with new stories set to release next year. I'm excited about what's to come and hope you all look forward to the rest of this story. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you soon. Chapter end. Chapter 31. In Deku's room the next day, Izuku Midoriya slowly woke up, feeling the warmth of Ochako Uraraka beside him. He glanced at her, noting her messy bed hair, and couldn't help but think how cute she looked. "Uraraka," he whispered gently. She stirred slightly, mumbling his name in her sleep. "Yeah," he replied, a smile creeping onto his face. Ochako, still half asleep, hugged him closer. "Deku." Izuku felt a rush of warmth at her words. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out to gently squeeze her cheeks, marveling at how soft they felt. What were you doing?" she asked, blinking awake. Nothing," he stammered, realizing he might have crossed a line. "Were you playing with my cheeks?" she teased. "Would you be mad if I said yes?" he asked, a hint of mischief in his voice. "No," she replied, grinning. "Then maybe I was?" he said, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks. "Such a silly Deku," she laughed, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his cheek. "This feels and real," he thought, returning her hug. "I love you," he whispered quietly. "I love you too, Deku," she replied, her voice filled with warmth. "I want to stay like this for a bit more," he said, wishing to savor the moment. "We can," she assured him. "Please," he added, hugging her tighter. "I already said yes," she giggled, clearly enjoying their time together. "This feels nice," he mused. "Yeah, it does," she agreed, resting her head against him. "Good thing it's Sunday. I'll have more time for this," he said, feeling content. After a while, they reluctantly got up. Izuku changed into his hero outfit and prepared to head outside. "Be careful, okay?" Ochako said, concern in her eyes. "I will, don't worry," he reassured her. As he opened the door, he was met with a swarm of reporters from UA, all shouting questions at once. "Were you blackmailed into not saying anything?" one asked. "Were you scared to do it?" another chimed in. "Is it contagious?" Izuku felt overwhelmed. Deku," Ochako said, noticing his distress. "One at a time, please," he started, but his danger sense kicked in. Suddenly, the doors slammed shut, and he found himself back inside. "You're welcome," Harumi Moon said, having used her quirk to close the doors. "How did you not hear them?" "I didn't think there would be media today," Izuku replied, still shaken. "Well, that announcement didn't go unnoticed. It was broadcast all over Japan," Harumi explained. "What?" Izuku exclaimed. Momo Yaoyorozu added, "I think she went by Dread Queen." "Who cares?" Harumi shrugged. Ochako chimed in, "Well, her name will make her easier to find. But that's her villain name, not her real name. I know what her face looks like. It should be easier to identify with the scar Toga gave her," Izuku said, trying to piece things together. "She didn't have a scar in the video," Tenya Ida pointed out. "Must have been edited out," Izuku replied. "Probably," Ochako agreed. "I'll be going out now." "I won't return until I catch her," Izuku declared. "No," Ochako said firmly. Huh, he responded, surprised. You'll take breaks. You're not overworking yourself, she insisted. I do that so more innocent people don't die. I can't, he argued. Ochako's expression turned serious. You will not overwork yourself like you did before. Fine, I'll try, he conceded. Thank you. I almost lost you once. I don't want to risk that again so soon, she said, her voice softening. Sorry for worrying you, he replied. It's fine, she said, giving him a reassuring smile. I'll have to sneak through the back until Aizawa can draw the president out, he said as he walked off. The others went about their business, leaving Ochako and Harumi alone. I get the feeling last time wasn't Hanahaki, so what was it? Harumi asked. Ochako took a deep breath. A while ago, after that first battle of the war. He left UA for months, barely sleeping or eating that entire time. That seems dumb, Harumi remarked. I think it is. He worried me so much. I hate when he stops caring about himself, Ochako admitted. He sounds depressed. You want a guy who hates himself? Harumi questioned. He doesn't hate himself, he just cares about others more than himself and wants to help everyone, Ochako explained. Admirable, but that will get him killed, Harumi warned. I know, but that's what I will make sure doesn't happen, Ochako vowed. Seems hard to do when it looks like he's pushing you away from this, Harumi pointed out. He isn't, Ochako insisted. For his sake, he better chapter end. Ochako Uraraka teased her friends about her crush on Deku, but Tura Hagakure quickly pointed out that they could still have fun with it. Kyoka Jiro chimed in, suggesting that they underestimate Ishido Mina, who confidently stated she could still tease Ochako, but not about her crush since she had already confessed. Mina then made a playful remark that made Ochako blush furiously, prompting Momo Yaoyorozu to intervene and suggest they not go too far. The banter continued, with Mina teasing Kyoka about her relationship, leading to a light-hearted exchange about their friends and their feelings. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya visited the graveyard to pay his respects to his friend, Katsuki Bakugo. He stood before the gravestone, expressing his gratitude for the help he received in overcoming his struggles. He reflected on the challenges he faced and vowed to continue fighting against those who caused pain to others. After leaving the graveyard, Izuku headed to an abandoned warehouse in search of evidence. Although he managed to fend off some thugs, he was left worse for wear. Sneaking back into his room, he was surprised to find Ochako waiting for him. Concerned for his well-being, she noticed his injuries and insisted he shouldn't downplay his pain. Izuku reassured her that he would visit Recovery Girl in the morning, but Ochako couldn't help but worry. They shared an emotional moment, with Ochako urging him to be careful and Izuku expressing his determination to protect others. Understanding each other's resolve, they agreed to work together, with Ochako insisting on helping him in his mission. Izuku reluctantly accepted her support, knowing he couldn't convince her otherwise. They planned to start their efforts the next day after school. As they prepared to head to Recovery Girl's office, Harumi Moon quietly observed from the corner, reflecting on the long journey they had all endured. Chapter end. At lunch on Monday, Izuku Midoriya pulled down his notebook. This is all I've gotten on her, he said. Ochako Uraraka looked at him curiously. Which is? If the information I've been getting is right, she likes to look around for couples with problems or people who like other people. She targets schools a lot, and we know she's working with the League. A fact that Shigaraki wouldn't have let her live after failing, so she's probably got one last chance. From her underlings, I heard she's alive and trying to kill me. She doesn't target specific quirks, but her attempt to get mine was a request from Shigaraki for power. If she gets my quirk, she might try to overthrow him. But knowing Shigaraki, he would most likely kill her and take all her quirks. With Hanahaki involved, that's big trouble. Either way, having both of them with power is dangerous. If we do nothing, we're just deciding if the world ends by a Diamant RX or a man who wants destruction. Whoa, slow down a bit, Deku, Ochako interrupted. Sounds like you've been thinking about this a lot, which obviously you have. Sorry. It's fine, Ode. You were just going a bit fast and it's hard to keep up. I'm just trying to catch her before more people die. For all we know, she might have infected more. Yeah, I get that. One of her higher lieutenants died, but she doesn't seem to care. She'll be ruthless. Are you prepared for this? Of course, I'm a hero too. But we'll be going after school. Got it? After school, they put on their hero gear and prepared to go. Both of them stood on a rooftop. It's been a while since we've teamed up together, Izuku said. It has been. I missed it. Me too. Ready? Of course. Let's go then. Try and keep up. He jumped off the building, using black WHP to swing around the city. Ochako followed him by floating, creating a dynamic scene as they moved through the city. They soon landed in an abandoned bar. This is one of their hideouts I've managed to locate. I don't know what we'll find, but we'll be one step closer, Izuku said. Ochako nodded in agreement. Izuku opened a ventilation. Ladies first. Such a gentleman, she teased, kissing his cheek before entering the vents. Izuku blushed and followed her inside. They found henchmen engaged in suspicious activities and spotted an unconscious body. Who is that unconscious person? Ochako asked. Don't know, but my guess is he's about to be infected. Let's stop it. Izuku powered up. Got it. He released a smoke screen and swiftly took down 5 henchmen. What the? One of the henchmen exclaimed. Ochako landed on another thug. One henchman tried to shoot her, but Izuku used black WHP to disarm him. Ochako rushed over to the victim and made him float to safety. Really big thug comes in, one henchman said. So he brought a friend for me to hurt too. No, Ochako replied confidently. He brought me to help make sure he doesn't get hurt. I'm his backup, well, partner to be precise. Doesn't matter, you'll both be dead, the thug threatened. I'm still standing, Ochako shot back. The victim is safe, he doesn't seem to be infected, Izuku added. That's good, Ochako said. Now we need answers. Izuku approached the henchman who was trying to crawl away. Where's Dread Queen? I won't talk, the henchman replied defiantly. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Ochako warned. The hard way starts by making sure your hospital bill is high, Izuku said. You think you can scare me, the henchman began, but Izuku grabbed his hand and twisted it. Ish, the henchman cried out. Ochako raised an eyebrow. Surprised you didn't start with the arm. Spoiler alert, that's what's going next, Izuku said, his determination unwavering. The henchman scoffed. Break all of the bones in my body, I dare you. You won't get me to talk. Izuku interrupted, breaking the henchman's arm. You think I can't go all day? Ochako stepped in. Or will you talk? You think I will talk, the henchman started, but Izuku kicked his leg, breaking it. The henchman screamed. Eventually, you only have 206 bones total, so soon I won't have any bones to break and you'll be in major pain by then, Izuku said calmly. We don't want to hurt you more than we have to, Ochako added. I won't talk, the henchman insisted. Izuku slammed him to the ground, breaking his other leg. You'll have to crawl out of here, but I'll take you to a hospital if you talk. I won't talk no matter what you do to me, the henchman shouted defiantly. Izuku stepped on his non-broken hand, breaking it. I'm out of patience. People have already died from this. How can you be so Chapter End? Chapter 32. It's a terrible situation. And it's causing all this pain, Izuku Midoriya said, his voice heavy with concern. Love shouldn't be something bad, but we live in a society where loving is hard. Some of these guys joined this cause to cure their Hanahaki because surgery is expensive. He pulled up part of a henchman's shirt, revealing a Hanahaki scar. It's like the one on Harumi. But at least we saved someone from being infected, Ochako Uraraka replied, her expression softening. Yeah, that was a win for us, Izuku said, looking at her intently. How are you holding up? Very good, she assured him. But I'm sorry you had to see me do this. It's fine, I get why, she said, her eyes steady. Izuku removed his mask, wanting to ease her fears. I don't want you to be scared of me. I could never be scared of you, Deku. Plus, I'm sure I can be pretty scary myself, she joked. True, true. They both began to tie up the henchmen, ensuring they were secure for the police. These guys had been turned to fear love. She's got an army of them, and all are loyal. None will ever speak. I still can't locate her. She won't show herself, no matter what. Don't worry, Deku. We'll find her together, as a team, Ochako promised. Thanks, Uraraka. Of course, Deku. They returned to the dorms, and Ochako settled into the living room with the other girls. Tsuyu Azui looked up. How did your mission go? Good, sorta. We helped someone, but we didn't get any info, Ochako replied. Nothing? Kyokujiro asked, surprised. Nope. Usually, criminals talk after a bit, Kyoka pointed out. The problem is these people fully believe in that evil woman's cause. They won't betray something they believe in, Ochako explained. Oh yeah, they're a cult, Kyoka added. And cult members don't fold easily, Mina Ishido chimed in. Unless they aren't loyal enough or aren't convinced of the beliefs, Ochako countered. True, but I don't think she would have any members like that if she has any, Momo Yayarosa said. You need to find someone willing to talk about where she is or how to get to her. Or just make her angry enough to show up, Harumi Moon suggested. How can they do that? Toru Hagakure asked. Harumi shrugged. I'm trying something, okay? Trying what? Mina pressed. Advice on how to catch the Dread Queen, Harumi replied. Well, your advice would be good if you actually had anything helpful. You might as well say, build a Dread Queen finding machine that can give you her exact coordinates, Mina said, rolling her eyes. Thought it was Dread Queen, Harumi said defensively. Let's not fight here, okay? Momo intervened. Fine, Mina huffed. But that would be useful, Kyoka said, considering the idea. Yeah, but unless someone can build one, it's a useless idea, Mina replied. If we could only talk to someone who knew how she thinks, Ochako mused. Yeah, that would be very helpful, Harumi agreed. Find a henchman of hers willing to spill, Ochako suggested. We've been trying, Harumi said. And how's that going? Harumi asked. Not well. I'm happy I was able to convince Deku to let me join him, Ochako admitted. He didn't let you go at first? Harumi asked, surprised. Well, I didn't ask. Then when I did, he was worried I would get hurt. I get that. I only asked because I got so scared when he came back so hurt. How hurt? Harumi pressed. Very. I don't like thinking about it, Ochako replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Momo nodded. He tends to do that a lot. Yep, Tsuyu agreed. How long has he been doing this? Hunting the Dread Queen. Harumi asked. You're doing this on purpose now, Kyoka said teasingly. Do you think she is dead? Harumi wondered aloud. Isn't that her name? Ochako replied. It's Dread Queen, Harumi corrected. Ah, like the Greek goddess? Mina asked, confused. The Greek what? Harumi replied. The Greek goddess, can't remember the name though, Harumi said, thinking. Persephone, wasn't it? Kyoka chimed in. The goddess of spring? Tsuyu added. Yep, Momo confirmed. Did she name herself after her? Mina asked. Can't say, Harumi shrugged. That's something I'm now going to wonder, Mina said, intrigued. Same. Isn't she one of the few Greek goddesses with a stable relationship? Kyoka mused. I think so. Momo replied. Wish we could help out in some way, Tsuyu said, her tone hopeful. Yeah. Harumi agreed. Good luck to you too, Kyoka said, offering encouragement. Thanks. Ochako replied, her heart heavy. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya was just as stressed as Ochako, if not more, in trying to find the Dread Queen. He flopped onto the sofa, exhausted. Are you okay, dude? Denki Kaminari asked, glancing over. Why is it so hard to find this woman? Izuku sighed. Maybe because she doesn't want to be found, Denki suggested. Wouldn't it be smarter for her to come to Midoriya herself rather than let her henchmen do all the work? Eijiro Kirishima added. That would be a roll of the dice. If she fails, she chapter end. Izuku Midoriya. People think it was just a quirk infection and not the actual Hanahaki, which, from a certain point of view, is true, but it's still dangerous. Denki Kaminari. Well then, they should still be trying to help you find the villain who publicly tried to harm you. Izuku Midoriya. Just like me, they have found no evidence. I wonder if she's even alive, considering Shigaraki does not take kindly to failure. Denki Kaminari, even if not, the fact they are doing nothing about it makes me think there is a corrupt cop ensuring they don't take action against the obvious threat. Eijiro Kirishima, I mean, they must have planned this out for a long time, they likely had a failsafe. Izuku Midoriya, even if I find this corrupt cop, I doubt I'll get anything out of him. Denki Kaminari, fair point. Izuku Midoriya, can it, is there anyone willing to speak? Denki Kaminari, they're all too loyal or just don't know. Izuku Midoriya, it's loyalty to the Dread Queen. No matter what I threaten them with, they don't break. Eijiro Kirishima, if only you could find somewhere you've known she's been. Izuku Midoriya, gets off the sofa. Wait, I can? Thanks, Kirishima. Eijiro Kirishima, you're welcome? Denki Kaminari, what's your plan? Izuku Midoriya, I'll go to where I was taken first, under the hospital. I'll find something there. Eijiro Kirishima, well, good luck. Deku goes to his room to rest for tomorrow. Izuku Midoriya flops onto his bed. Ochako Uraraka enters the room. Deku? Izuku Midoriya sits up. Hey, Ochako. Ochako Uraraka sits on the bed next to him. Feeling okay? Izuku Midoriya, yeah, in fact, I figured out how I might get clues. Ochako Uraraka, HM? Izuku Midoriya, the hospital. I went there to help a girl be cured of Hanahaki, but that was Toga in disguise, and they infected me while I was unconscious. Ochako Uraraka, Izuku Midoriya, they tricked Toga into taking the disease to make it realistic, but they didn't cure it. She's probably dead by now. My first idea was to question a league member about their plan and where she is, but I doubt they would since it's their only chance to get one for all. Ochako Uraraka, yeah, they are desperate. Izuku Midoriya, you should get some rest if you plan on coming. Ochako Uraraka pulls him down to lie with her. I do. Izuku Midoriya, still can't sleep without me. Chapter end. The next day, the all-might alarm clock blared. Wake up, hero. Wake up, hero. Izuku Midoriya groaned and shut it off with his black WHP. He turned to find Ochako Uraraka still hugging him like a body pillow. Uraraka, he whispered, gently touching her hair. She snuggled closer, still asleep. After a few moments, the alarm went off again, and Ochako groaned, turning it off and rubbing her eyes. Morning, Deku, she yawned. Morning, he replied, searching for his school uniform. Ochako helped him look. You should go change in your dorm room. We'll be late if we don't hurry, he suggested. I know where my uniform is, so I want to help you find yours, she insisted. I know where mine is too, but I'm going to change, which means... Well, are you going to? She asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Yeah, but... You're in the room, he stammered. So, are you uncomfortable with me around? She probed. No, not at all. It's just... Since I'm going to change, I don't think you want to see that. Your body? She asked, raising an eyebrow. It's not a pretty sight anyway, but I am going to change, he replied. I'll be the judge of that if you're okay with it. But I won't tolerate you downplaying yourself, she said firmly. Well, if you don't mind, I guess, he said, starting to remove his shirt, revealing his scarred chest. Ochako's expression shifted to a mix of awe and sadness. You actually look pretty great. I'm just sad you have the scars. Thanks, I'm a little nervous about them, he admitted. They look nice, but it's sad you have them, she said softly, touching the scar near his heart. Some heal with time, he replied. Yeah, she said, her fingers lingering on his scar. But others don't. Could you look away for a moment? I'm going to put on my uniform, he requested. Why, of course, she said, turning her head. As he changed, she accidentally glanced back, catching a glimpse of him in just his underwear. Her face turned bright red. What scar? He asked, oblivious. Huh? She stammered, trying to look away. It's nothing. I can get you tissues. Your nose is bleeding, he said, concerned. Oh, I'm fine, it's just... Hot in here, she exclaimed, wiping her nose. Are you sure? I can take you to Recovery Girl, he offered. Yeah, I swear, Deku, she reassured him. Alright, if you're coming with me on today's mission, I want you to get proper rest, he said firmly. Time skipped to class, where Ochako struggled to focus, her mind racing. Uraraka, you still with us? Shota Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Echa? Why is Mr. Aizawa? She replied, flustered. Did you not get enough sleep? He questioned. I'm well rested. Just have something on my mind, sorry, she said, trying to regain her composure. I get the mission you're doing with Midoriya is dangerous, but try not to lose focus, he advised. Why yes, Mr. Aizawa, she replied, her thoughts still elsewhere. At lunch, Deku had to get some gear upgrades, so Ochako decided to sit with the girls. You look red. Got a fever? Harumi Moon asked. I'm fine really, Ochako insisted. That sounds like something someone who isn't fine would say, Kyoka Jiro commented. Nothing is wrong. I'm not hurt, it's just something I saw that is lingering on my mind, Ochako explained. What is it, Ochako? Tsuyu Azui asked. You rather not say, she replied, feeling shy. Now we have to know. Toru Hagakure said eagerly. Or maybe she saw some dead bodies on her mission, Harumi joked. Why do you always gotta be so dark? No way, if it was that, she wouldn't be so red, Mina Ashido chimed in. It wasn't dead bodies. Ochako said, blushing. Was it something about Midoriya? Mina asked with a teasing tone. No. Ochako protested. It was, wasn't it? Too repressed. Let's not pry too much, Momo Yaoyorozu suggested. They don't know what that means, Harumi added. Mina leaned forward, hands on the table. What was it? I may or may not have. Ochako hesitated. No respect for privacy, huh? Harumi muttered under her breath. May or may not have what? Toru asked, intrigued. I peeked. When he was changing. Accidentally saw him. Just underwear. Ochako admitted, her voice getting quieter with each pause. The room fell silent, and then Mina gasped, Oh my God. I'm going to chop off my ears now, Harumi said, shaking her head. Does he know you saw? See you chapter end. Kyoka Jiro, don't bother looking it up, and definitely don't tell Midoriya. Mei Hatsum, you sure you don't want me to fix up your costume soon? Izuku Midoriya, it would take days, and I don't have days to spare. Mei Hatsum, if you say so, what was your name again? Izuku Midoriya, Midoriya. Mei Hatsum, ah yes, the electric kid. Izuku Midoriya, that's Kaminari. Mei Hatsum, Rock Kid? Izuku Midoriya, Kirishima. Mei Hatsum, Copy Kid? Izuku Midoriya, that's not even a 2A student. Never mind, just please have the gear ready by the end of school. Mei Hatsum, will do. Deku leaves the room and sees Chiharu standing outside, choosing to ignore him. Izuku Midoriya, he's suspicious. I should keep my eye on him. Time skipped to after school. Izuku and Ochako head to the city hospital, which was mostly destroyed and in the process of being rebuilt. Izuku Midoriya, so many people lost their lives. Ochako Uraraka looks down. Izuku Midoriya, follow me, I'll lead you to where I met them for the first time. Goes inside. Tako Uraraka follows. They go inside, and Deku is able to find where the explosion happened, but the hole was covered, likely Jay Shingara's doing so he couldn't escape the first time. Ochako Uraraka, of course, we'll have to break through to get in. Izuku Midoriya, no need, I remember when I was found there was a passage they used, it should still be open. Tako Uraraka, where? Izuku Midoriya, follow me. She follows, and they make it to the location. Izuku Midoriya, this brings back memories. Ochako Uraraka, I don't suppose they're good ones, right? Izuku Midoriya, nope. Look around for anything suspicious, but stay close to me. Ochako Uraraka, I will. They look around but find nothing. Izuku Midoriya, Diamenet, not again. Ochako Uraraka, sorry. Izuku Midoriya, it's fine, I thought we were going to get a danger sense goes off lookout. Uses black WHP to pull Ochako to him. Spikes appear where Ochako was standing, which could have harmed her. Tako Uraraka, 0 to 0. Jay Shingara, voice echoes you couldn't have just died there. Izuku Midoriya, It's her high officers. Both J. Shingera and Himiko Toga appear. J. Shingera, that goes for both of you. Ochako Uraraka, no way. Himiko Toga, hey you too. Ochako Uraraka, gets in a martial arts position. Hey. Izuku Midoriya, where's your partner, Boten? Himiko Toga, he's kind of gone because Shigi took care of him. J. Shingera, he was nothing but a drag anyway, I can take you in myself. Izuku Midoriya, not going to bring your queen for this? J. Shingera, she has other matters to attend to. As for you, this is your consequence for not dying when you were supposed to. Izuku Midoriya, I thought you said you wanted couples to succeed. Is that your excuse for harming innocents? J. Shingera, I did say that, but only those worthy. You aren't. My queen has said so. Ochako Uraraka, has she even seen us? It feels like she just made an assumption. Izuku Midoriya, she's seen me and has seen how you look for sure, but she hasn't seen how we interact. Really, she just wants power. J. Shingera, she wants to cleanse this world from the true disease. Izuku Midoriya, by harming people, which just so happens to also steal quirks. J. Shingera, the quirk stealing was a recent addition. She wasn't always able to do that, but with the power, she is stronger than ever. Stronger than All Might. Stronger than you. Izuku Midoriya, I find that hard to believe considering she hasn't shown herself and is hiding from me. Speaking of that, how about you just tell us where she is so we can finish this fast? I have other stuff I want to do. J. Shingera, if you're so eager to meet her, surrender yourselves to her, and you'll have your wish. She might be gentle. Izuku Midoriya, the last person who said they were gentle wasn't gentle. I'm not taking any chances. Ochako Uraraka, and I don't think someone called Dread Queen would be gentle. Izuku Midoriya, actually, the name Dread Queen is a title of the Greek goddess of spring, Persephone, queen of the underworld. Ochako Uraraka, so she thinks of herself as a goddess? Izuku Midoriya, basically. He told me one of the victims died from the disease, and he snapped her boyfriend's neck so he wouldn't grieve, calling it reunited in death. So I don't expect much from him chapter end. Izuku Midoriya, more or less. Himiko Toga, let's just get to the part where we beat each other up. She rushes at Ochako with knives, clearly intent on causing harm. Izuku Midoriya, we need to take Toga out first, she'll be willing to talk. Ochako Uraraka, on it. She kicks Toga. Himiko Toga attempts to counterattack. Izuku Midoriya uses his black WHP to throw her away. Himiko Toga tries to get back up. Ochako Uraraka traps her with rocks. J. Shingera whistles as an army of henchmen surrounds them. Ochako Uraraka, and those guys? Izuku Midoriya, just knock him out. Ochako Uraraka starts kicking some of the henchmen. Izuku Midoriya punches a few as well. J. Shingera, don't let them take her. Sends earth spikes toward Deku. Izuku Midoriya dodges, realizing they don't care if Toga makes it out alive. Ochako Uraraka floats some debris. You'll pay for what you've done. Ochako Uraraka, you're fighting for a lost cause. J. Shingera, you're fighting for a fool. Traps Deku in earth, trying to squeeze him. Izuku Midoriya uses one for all to prevent being crushed. Ochako Uraraka, Deku. Izuku Midoriya, get Toga out of here. I got this. J. Shingera attempts to crush Deku further. Izuku Midoriya holds on tightly. Go. Ochako Uraraka, are you sure you'll be okay? Izuku Midoriya, I'll catch up, don't worry. Ochako Uraraka looks at him for a moment, then floats Toga and charges at J. J. Shingera, you too? So be it. Izuku Midoriya uses a smoke screen. J. Shingera, in it, I can't see. Izuku Midoriya breaks free from the earth and starts taking down henchmen with precision. Ochako Uraraka stands still, unable to see. J. Shingera trying to locate Deku. Where is he? Once the smoke clears, all the henchmen are on the ground. J. Shingera, why even bring them? Useless. Izuku Midoriya sneaks up behind him and kicks him into the air. J. Shingera sent flying upward. Ochako Uraraka waits in the air and floats him. J. Shingera, What the? Ochako Uraraka. Now, Deku. Izuku Midoriya grabs him while he's airborne, spins him around, and slams him to the ground. Jay Shingura, knocked out quickly, but floats in the air again due to his quirk still being active. Ochako Uraraka prepares to catch Toga, putting her fingertips together. They both fall, along with a few extra henchmen. Ochako helps Deku by knocking them out and catches Toga, holding her back. Izuku Midoriya, I thought I told you to get yourself and Toga out. Ochako Uraraka, I couldn't just leave you alone. Plus, what I did was cool. Izuku Midoriya, and helpful. I appreciate it. Himiko Toga, let me go. Ochako Uraraka, oh no. Izuku Midoriya, we need answers and we need them now. Tako Uraraka, spill. Himiko Toga, what do you want to know? Izuku Midoriya, where is the Dread Queen? Himiko Toga, who knows? It's been a while since I last saw her. Izuku Midoriya grabs her by the neck. Tell us where she is. Himiko Toga, choked. You're a lot more aggressive than last time we met, especially in front of Ochako. Quite bold of you. Izuku Midoriya, just speak. Himiko Toga, choked. I really can't tell you, but here's what I can say. There are spies. Izuku Midoriya, spies? Plural? Himiko Toga, they've been watching your every move, helping the Dread Queen plan your downfall. Ochako Uraraka, like at UA? Himiko Toga, maybe? Izuku Midoriya, chokes harder. Who? Himiko Toga, suffocating. I have no idea. I haven't been told. All I know is they're close to you too. Ochako Uraraka, close? Himiko Toga, really close to you too. Izuku Midoriya, who? Himiko Toga, I don't know. Ochako Uraraka, like close as in can get close or a friend. Himiko Toga, you will be the judge of that. Izuku Midoriya, you said spies. Do you know how many? Himiko Toga, 1, 2, 3, maybe a whole group? I have chapter end. Izuku Midoriya sighed, reflecting on the troubling situation. I wish I could say Toga was lying. But she was infected too. I doubt she'd want her to succeed, even if she can't feel love anymore. Ochako Uraraka nodded, concern etched on her face. Yeah, she needs help. But at least we're one step closer, Izuku continued. She never specified classmate, just someone at UA. It might not even be a student or teacher, just someone staying there. Ochako considered this. Right. And we know they are either close to us personally or able to get physically close. I hope it's the latter, Izuku said, his brow furrowing. I can't imagine any of my classmates wanting to harm me. Me neither, Ochako agreed. I'm sure it's probably just a stalker who somehow got into UA. None of our friends would betray us, Izuku reassured her. I have faith in all of them, Ochako replied firmly. Let's head back to the dorms to discuss this further and take care of our injuries, Izuku suggested. Good idea, Ochako replied, and they made their way back. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, the Dread Queen sat in her chamber, a henchman entering with a grave chapter end. That same night, Izuku and Ochako are sitting in his room. Izuku Midoriya, thinking. Tako Uraraka, same. Izuku Midoriya, maybe we are overthinking this. Ochako Uraraka, HM? Izuku Midoriya, there might not be a spy. Ochako Uraraka, what makes you say that? Izuku Midoriya, I can't believe anyone would try to prevent someone from being cured. Ochako Uraraka, maybe not a friend, but perhaps a staff member or something. Izuku Midoriya, when I had Hanahaki, I was able to get painkillers, and I was very careful when I took them. I feel like I would have noticed someone. Then again, maybe after they infected me, they never bothered to check. Ochako Uraraka, maybe, but why would they stop you from taking painkillers when they don't counteract the disease? Izuku Midoriya, they didn't even delay it, they just made it hurt a bit less. Ochako Uraraka, so why would they stop you from doing so? Izuku Midoriya, to prevent me from getting close to you or making me think bad things about you. Ochako Uraraka, maybe they did? Izuku Midoriya, there were nightmares. And they stopped after I was cured. Tako Uraraka hugs him. Izuku Midoriya, Hugs back, they're gone now. Ochako Uraraka, still not happy about it. Izuku Midoriya, it's all in the past now. Let's go. Ochako Uraraka, I hope so. Izuku Midoriya, someone must have also been able to hack the UA screen to have that video play back at the festival. Someone who would be good with technology. Ochako Uraraka, definitely. Izuku Midoriya, I'm sure they're panicking that their plan didn't work, but they are likely planning a backup. Ochako Uraraka, most likely. Izuku Midoriya, here's who I can 100% take out of the suspicious list with evidence. Kaminari and Jiro. Ochako Uraraka, just them? Izuku Midoriya, I wish I could clear all of them for sure, but at least for now, just them. Kaminari almost got infected, and Jiro obviously didn't know he was being targeted. It was meant to draw me out, so I think someone else knew about their date. Someone watching them. I know Kaminari only told me, and based on Jiro's reactions when she accidentally revealed their relationship, no one seemed to know for sure. Ochako Uraraka, I would definitely say Mina is off the list too. She tried to make me ask you out too many times to be the one working to infect you. Izuku Midoriya, and yet I never figured out you liked me. I was told by her how many times she tried. Ochako Uraraka, figures. And she still finds ways to tease me. Her newest attempt was pressuring me to tell them that I saw you in your... Izuku Midoriya, a flushed face. Ochako Uraraka, yeah, so... When you asked me to turn around, I may have... accidentally. It wasn't on purpose. I swear. Izuku Midoriya, is that why you were bleeding from your nose? Ochako Uraraka, yep. Sorry. Izuku Midoriya, that's fine, don't worry. You've seen me in a swimsuit once, it's not that different. Ochako Uraraka, yeah, well, other than the context. Izuku Midoriya, let's focus on finding out how to catch the spy. Ochako Uraraka, agreed. Izuku Midoriya, since we can confirm Jiro isn't the one, she might be able to help us out with hearing. Ochako Uraraka, that will help. Izuku Midoriya, all we can do is be on the lookout. Ochako Uraraka, and hope we notice anything suspicious. Izuku Midoriya, I hope soon. Ochako Uraraka, me too. Izuku Midoriya, hey Uraraka? Ochako Uraraka, yes. Deku? Izuku Midoriya, mutters quietly, can I kiss you? Ochako Uraraka, HM? Izuku Midoriya, let's call Kaminari, Jiro, and Ashido to help us out, if you don't mind. Ochako Uraraka, did you ask to kiss me? Izuku Midoriya, no, I mean yes, I mean maybe, Ochako Uraraka, kisses him. Izuku Midoriya, 0/////0 kisses back. The kiss lasts for a few seconds. Ochako Uraraka, breaks kiss, let's call them. Izuku Midoriya, R, right dash /////. They call Kaminari, Jiro, and Ashido and explain the situation. Kyoka Jiro, you think there's a spy? Izuku Midoriya, hopefully not a classmate, but people reporting to her. We don't know how chapter end. The next day it was Wednesday. They went to school as usual, keeping an eye out for any suspicious gazes. Denki, Kyoka, and Mina assisted them but didn't uncover much that day. Izuku, however, had lied about having someone in mind. He needed confirmation before acting on it. Hoshi Chiharu, the guy who liked Uraraka, had been watching him closely whenever they crossed paths in the hallways. Izuku decided it was time to confront him. He recalled that Hoshi had tapped him on the forehead before the shadow illusions began, which might be connected. Waiting until the halls were quiet, he approached Hoshi, hoping to get some answers. Okay, the whole staring thing is getting kind of weird. What do you want? Izuku asked. You liar, you said I could have her. Hoshi shot back. Sigh, this again? I never said that. You told me you didn't mind if I dated her. As long as you treated her well. Then give me the chance, man. Uraraka confessed to me, and I felt the same way. Oh, and because you're popular, you get privileges to her? This has nothing to do with my status. The fact that you think that way is gross. The only reason you're with her is because of that Hanahaki thing. She probably pitied you and doesn't care for you. If that were true, I'd be dead. And if that were true, I know you wouldn't even be close. Oh really? I was the dream guy at my old school. More like the nightmare guy. Only to those scared I'd take their girl. I'd take one more of Kaken's bullying over this guy. He's just sad. So you should back off. Look, Chiharu, me dating Uraraka has nothing to do with you. I never dated her to spite you. Honestly, I forgot about you at the moment because I was too busy worrying about dying. Pathetic. You almost died because you were scared I'd take her. Please, you weren't even a concern of mine. And even if you were, are you proud of almost killing someone? Well, of course not. I'm just saying. Let's get to the point of why I'm even wasting my time with you. You know something, don't you? I don't know anything. I didn't say of what. You're crazy. You just want to keep her away from me. Okay then, go ask her out. What? If you think you can, go do it. Right now. This instant. You're really giving her up? Ah no. I know she'll reject you, but at least you'll finally shut up about it. I mean, you talk big but never actually asked her out when you had all this time. Well, I was planning it out. I'm done wasting my time with you. He walked off. Demenit. Hoshi muttered. He isn't the traitor, just pathetic. But I'll keep my eye on him just in case. As Izuku left the room, Chiharu received a phone call from an unknown number. Hello, he answered. Udums, he almost caught you and he's definitely suspicious now, the voice on the other end said. You were watching? Of course I was. They already know there's a traitor, and they've got some people looking as well. Who? Mina Ishido, Denki Kaminari, and Kyoka Jiro. And who were those again? Pink Girl, Electric Boy, and Punk Girl. Geez, I thought I was the one who couldn't remember names. Wasn't that just your act? Just don't get caught, or I'll kill you, dumbass. Fine also. The call ended abruptly. That JRK. Always barking orders. He walked off. 3 days later, on a Saturday after school at Deku's dorm room, Kyoka sighed. We found nothing. I'm sorry. It's okay. You tried your best, Ochako replied. I heard no suspicious talk, Denki added. Me neither. Well, I do have one suspicion, Mina said. Who? Izuku asked. Harumi Moon. What? Why do you say that? Ochako inquired. She had that terrible plan, and you remember how annoyed she was when you even talked to him, Mina explained. She had the disease. I don't think she would want to put that on another, and I have proof she had it, Ochako said. If she can no longer love, I don't think she would care, Mina countered. I'm not sure. It makes sense, but it doesn't feel right, Ochako admitted. Well, you have a point. Why would someone with the disease try to give it to others? But at the same time, she hasn't shown much of herself around. Her first true display of power was during my fight at the festival, a month into the school year, Izuku noted. That is pretty secretive. She didn't talk to anyone for the first few weeks, Denki remarked. She talked to me, Ochako said. And me too, Izuku added. She was way too quiet before, even for a new kid. Besides, it's like after those weeks passed, she just suddenly grew a personality, Kyoka pointed out. Exactly. Plus, the plan, she had definitely reduced the chance of a confession, Mina said. What plan? Izuku asked. Are you okay with me telling him, Ochako? Mina asked. Yeah, Ochako replied reluctantly. Mina continued. Ochako wanted to suppress her crush on you to focus on hero work because she thought crushing on you while trying to become a hero would make things harder. While I think it's sort of dumb to suppress your emotions, I definitely don't think it's dumb to wait for an appropriate time to confess chapter end. Mina Ishido, don't be mad at Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya, I'm not. I'm just surprised she really liked me. She thought the best idea was to try and hide it because she thought I didn't feel the same way. Sounds like something I would do. Mina Ishido, you two are clueless when it comes to your feelings for each other. Izuku Midoriya, we know. Ochako Uraraka, we know. Denki Kaminari, DMN. Izuku Midoriya, right now, I'm just thinking about the possibilities. Ochako Uraraka, of what? Izuku Midoriya, if it is her. Ochako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya, she did apologize for it, but you bring up a good point. Logically speaking, that wouldn't work to get rid of feelings. It would just make it worse for the person trying to. Mina Ishido. Yep, the only reason I would think you would advise that is if you want the people to avoid each other. Izuku Midoriya, when did she suggest this? Mina Ishido. I think it was when you went on that one mission to the hospital after you left. Izuku Midoriya. The same day I got infected. Ochako Uraraka. It can't be her. Kyoka Jiro, and she was the quiet kid up until then, didn't even show a fraction of her power. Mina Ishido, way too suspicious. She's barely passing all her hero-related classes. Izuku Midoriya, there are too many coincidences. The only thing to prove otherwise is that she had Hanahaki too. Kyoka Jiro, we don't know for sure, but she is definitely a top suspect. Izuku Midoriya? Yeah. Except for the fact that most of her followers had the disease at some point too. Ochako Uraraka. Mina Ishido, I always knew there was something wrong with her. Kyoka Jiro, why would she work with the person who tried to kill her then? Izuku Midoriya, the Dread Queen said she doesn't kill, but love does. Her mentality might be similar to that of her other followers. Denki Kaminari, so she's insane? Mina Ishido, I mean when you hit her hard, she said, now that's what I want to see. Show me more. Come on, you can do better than that. She laughed when she got hit, either she's a MCST or insane. Izuku Midoriya, what is a MCST? Mina Ishido, you know what? Never mind, she's insane. Ochako Uraraka, but she was knocked out after the fight. We figured there's a hacker involved who had the Dread Queen play on the TV, so it can't be her. Mina Ishido, you said yourself there might be more than one traitor. Ochako Uraraka. Mina Ishido, I get she's your friend, and you don't want to admit it. I wish she was just an annoyance at times too, but there seems to be proof. Ochako Uraraka. I know. Izuku Midoriya. I'll go talk to her. All of you stay here and do not get involved. You've all done more than enough. Ochako Uraraka. I'm coming too. Izuku Midoriya. No, you'll draw too much suspicion. Ochako Uraraka. If you say so. Kyoka Jiro. So what do we do? Izuku Midoriya. You don't know anything. Go on with your day. If we're lucky, this case will be solved soon. Denki Kaminari. All right. They all start to leave his room, and Ochako lays on Deku's bed. Mina Ishido, you aren't coming? Ochako Uraraka, going to bed, and yes, I sleep here. Tease me tomorrow, I'm too tired. Mina Ishido. Good luck. Leaves the room. Ochako Uraraka. They all leave. Deku heads to find Harumi and goes to her room. Izuku Midoriya knocks on her door, but it opens what the room was empty, a pretty bland space. He looked and found a note on the bed. Izuku Midoriya picks up the note, look outside the window. Looks out the window, he sees a figure in a hood, with the words, "Follow me to learn the truth," forming from shadows. Izuku Midoriya, it's a trap, isn't it? It's best I handle this alone. He goes to his room and gets his gloves, but Ochako is still in the room, asleep on the bed. Ochako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya gets his hero costume and grabs the gloves from it. Ochako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya, it's definitely Harumi. But why? Looks at Ochako. Ochako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya kisses her cheek. I'll be back. Sleep tight. Tucks her in chapter end. Tamura Shigaraki. It surprises me how you managed to kill all these people yet can't kill one. Dread Queen. Love takes time to kill, it's why I like it. It eliminates the fools who choose to fall for it in a very painful way. Tamura Shigaraki. I prefer deaths to be quick, but I do like them to be painful too. Dread Queen. Love is the most painful death you can get. Tamura Shigaraki. Tonight's a full moon, and you say Harumi's powers are strongest during a full moon? Dread Queen. Indeed, thus the nickname Moon. Tamura Shigaraki. It's a little too on the nose, but it worked, so I guess it's fine. Dread Queen. Knowing her, she's preparing to bring him in now. You'll be getting one for all soon. Tamura Shigaraki. I better, or you'll be joining these dead bodies soon. Henchman. Walks up to them. All the bodies have been dug up, they're ready. Dread Queen. Perfect. Tamura Shigaraki. You better not make me regret giving you the power to access past victims' quirks. Dread Queen, you won't, Shigaraki. Children can't best a goddess. Tamura Shigaraki. Yeah, whatever. She walks up to one of the dead bodies, covered in rotting plants. Dread Queen cups the body's cheek. Oh, Izuku, I see even in death life hasn't been good to you. Tamura Shigaraki, this guy's named Izuku too? Dread Queen, he had a friend also called Izuku, until he didn't. Tamura Shigaraki, DMN. Dread Queen, this is my favorite victim yet. I was able to infect him even when he had a girlfriend. Chapter end. Back at the UA dorms, Ochako Uraraka was trying to finish her meal as quickly as possible. Katsuki Bakugo, sitting nearby, glanced at her. You look exhausted, Midoriya, he said as Izuku. Midoriya walked by, looking worn out. Training, Izuku replied, his voice low. Hey, he doesn't look bad, just out of energy, Ochako defended him. That's assuming he ever looked good. You still need to shower after your vigorous training, Katsuki shot back. I know. Izuku mumbled, grabbing a water bottle. Ochako chimed in, well, you're wrong. He does look good. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Sure. Not even in the top 5 best looking in Class 1A. You need to stop bullying him, Ochako said firmly. I'm just saying he needs a shower, and a nap too. I agree he needs to take better care of himself. He should treat himself well, Ochako added. Definitely. I mean, that's a new bandage on your arm, Katsuki noted. Izuku quickly covered it with his sleeve. It's nothing. Are you okay, Deku? Ochako asked, concern in her voice. I'm fine, he replied, starting to walk away. Katsuki frowned. 3rd time this week. Why does he keep sneaking out to fight bad guys? I don't know. I hope he's okay. Ochako said softly. His problem is he doesn't like to be helped. He could have a serious injury and not tell anyone, Katsuki remarked. Ochako thought to herself, I hope I can get him to open up and accept help. Hopefully that changes. She sat back down and resumed eating. It might not change soon. This past year has changed him a lot. He's almost unrecognizable, Katsuki continued. I still notice him, Ochako insisted. You better. Or you might regret it later. What is that supposed to mean? She asked, puzzled. You care for him a lot, don't you? Katsuki pressed. Of course I do, she replied, her cheeks slightly reddening. A lot more than you let on. I'm just going to get straight to the point. You like him. Yeah, I like him. He's one of my best friends. Yeah, sure. But take care of him. He cares for you a lot, even if he doesn't show it. I know he cares for me. He wants to help everyone. And he'll get himself hurt if he isn't careful or worse. I'll make sure he doesn't, Ochako promised. Good, Katsuki said, walking off. Ochako continued eating, but her thoughts were elsewhere. In the present, she slowly started to regain consciousness. The first thing she noticed was that she and Izuku were trapped in a room, tied to chairs anchored to the ground. She was wearing gloves that prevented her from using her quirk, Deku's gloves. As her vision cleared, she saw both Chiharu and Harumi. Huh? Ochako murmured. Rise and shine, Ochako. It's already Sunday, Harumi said with a smirk. You have yourself to blame for this. You were the one who wanted to get rid of your feelings, Harumi continued. I just wanted to not focus on them too much. You were the one who convinced me getting rid of them was the best idea, Ochako replied, frustration creeping into her voice. You convinced yourself it was the best idea? Harumi countered. Chiharu interjected. I am curious, what is it you see in him? He's amazing, kind, sweet, and always helping others, Ochako said, her voice filled with admiration. Helps others? But when has he made time for you, his own girlfriend? Harumi challenged. Whenever he isn't being a hero, Ochako defended. Which is? Harumi pressed. Why does it matter? Being a hero is important to him, and I'm a hero too. We both understand that our personal lives sometimes have to take a back seat, but when we have time, he makes time for me. Which is hardly. Even before this whole situation, I've never seen you two as close, Harumi pointed out. We hang out, Ochako insisted. When? All he does is chase after dead queen's attention, Harumi said. Because she's hurting people, Ochako exclaimed. And he can't let the pros handle it? Does he want revenge? Perhaps fame? Harumi asked. You know nothing about him. If you think that, then I have nothing to prove to you, Ochako shot back. We'll get the answer from him once he wakes up. I have things to say. Makes me think, have you guys even gone on a date? Harumi pressed. I have no words for you, Ochako replied, exasperated. Stuck in denial, realizing he probably isn't the Prince Charming you were looking for? Don't worry, he's sleeping so he won't hear it, Harumi taunted. I love him more than you could ever know. I'll die before I give up on Deku. He's amazing and I'll trust him forever, Ochako declared fiercely. That works for me, but at the same time, I don't want you to die. You have the chance to be a great hero, but love is what's holding chapter end. Harumi Moon, took you long enough. Izuku Midoriya sees Ochako tied to a chair and tries to power up. Let her go. Hoshi Chiharu, patience is a virtue. Izuku Midoriya, you know nothing of virtues. Harumi Moon, both of you calm down. Do you even want to know why your quirk isn't working? Izuku Midoriya, how? Harumi Moon, your teacher, well, rather his blood. Izuku Midoriya, if you did anything to him, I will. Harumi Moon, chill, he's sleeping. I mean, the syringe had some of his blood from that leg he cut off, which we turned into a drag to. Temporarily shut off quirks. Izuku Midoriya, temporarily? Why not permanently? Harumi Moon, because we need yours, duh. Izuku Midoriya, what do you want? Harumi Moon, just need you to admit you're a terrible lover. Ochako Uraraka, he's not. Harumi Moon, don't mind her, she's in denial, but she'll figure it out. Izuku Midoriya, cut the sea and let her go. Harumi Moon, don't think being high and mighty will help her think you aren't. I know how to break both of you. Did you ever tell her about this? She summons a shadow copy of Ochako, a pale black shadow with Ochako's body. That wasn't a nightmare, that was me showing you the truth she wouldn't. Izuku Midoriya, of course it was you, figures. Harumi Moon, $5 says you didn't tell her. Ochako Uraraka. Harumi Moon, oh, and speaking of nightmares, I heard they were pretty bad, and they made you think bad things of her, like how you thought she was the worst human on earth. Izuku Midoriya, those nightmares were horrible, but I knew deep down they weren't real. Harumi Moon, then why avoid her like the plague? I mean, she hardly had to do it herself to keep away from you. Izuku Midoriya, you kept her away. Harumi Moon, away from throwing her life away for some random piece of trash. Ochako Uraraka, he didn't do it for fame. He's a real hero. Harumi Moon, see what I mean with denial? Izuku Midoriya, just let her go. She has nothing to do with this. Harumi Moon, on the contrary, she has everything to do with this. She's the one who almost got hurt just because she wanted to keep her distance, which I don't blame her for. Izuku Midoriya starts to breathe in and concentrate. Ochako Uraraka, angry glare at Moon. Harumi Moon, yet all you do is cry, waiting to be comforted because you lack love in your life. Hoshi Chiharu, guess your daddy leaving you left an empty space. Izuku Midoriya, how do you know that? Hoshi Chiharu, research. We did a lot on you before the plan began. Ochako Uraraka, you're awful. And here I thought we were friends. Hoshi Chiharu, we could have been. Harumi Moon, you're desperate to be loved, that's why you got the disease. Those desperate are the worst. Izuku Midoriya, and putting them in a life or death situation is the cure? Harumi Moon, you alone had the choice to grow some courage and confess, but you were too scared, so you chose to suffer. Izuku Midoriya, Dread Queen's doing this for power, can't you see? Harumi Moon, she's the only person who knows the truth about love. Do you know why a lot of bad things happen? Because of terrible relationships. I've seen countless of them. They're all bad. Izuku Midoriya, there are good relationships out there. Harumi Moon, since when? No one knows what love is anymore. Izuku Midoriya, some of my classmates are in relationships and they're great. Harumi Moon, the student council president and his issues? He doesn't show any emotion, so how is that a good relationship? If he really needed to talk about his problems, he should go to a therapist, not ruin a girl's life. And the rock kid and the other girl? She's just way too interested in him for the wrong reasons. And don't get me started with the girl who picks on the electric kid. He just simps for her no matter what. Pretty sure he enjoys being treated that way. Izuku Midoriya, you don't know how wrong those descriptions are, it's almost laughable. But you don't know them at all, so… Harumi Moon, don't bother telling me how they're all sunshine and rainbows, we both know that won't convince me. Ochako Uraraka, it's already obvious you have too much of a bias. Harumi Moon, and you too, you're the worst. All you want is someone to comfort your issues because you're too scared. That's how we got to you. You might be all high and mighty about wanting to be the good guy, but you're a scared little chapter end. Hoshichiharu? Oh, I planned this from the start, and it almost worked. Izuku Midoriya, I see your plan now, why everything happened, but you say all this yet you work with him. Harumi Moon, some sacrifices have to be made, dead queen's orders. Ochako Uraraka, you can drop the act of not knowing her name. Harumi Moon, oh yeah, I forgot I was doing this for a second. Ochako Uraraka. Harumi Moon, whispers in Deku's ear between you and me, after all this is done, I'm going to deal with him, but he's a brute, so he's useful for now. Izuku Midoriya, of course. Harumi Moon, turns to Ochako and whispers. Izuku Midoriya, you never wanted to be with her, you just wanted to drive me away. Hoshichiharu, I was close. Izuku Midoriya, not even one bit. Hoshichiharu, jealous? Izuku Midoriya, there's nothing to be jealous of. Harumi Moon, whispers I'm giving you one last chance to finish your training. You wanted to get rid of your feelings? Become a better hero? Here's your chance. Say how you really feel, tell him you hate him because we both know you do. If you don't, I'll have to take action and I really don't want to do that, so be a good girl and… Ochako Uraraka, headbutts Moon. Harumi Moon, stumbles back you hit hard, don't you? Still not your full potential. Izuku Midoriya, all this talk about how love is a pain, personal experience? Harumi Moon, creates a shadow staff and strikes him. Izuku Midoriya, Ochako Uraraka, dead, tries to get up but can't due to restraints. Harumi Moon, I had Hanahaki and it was painful, but a blessing. Izuku Midoriya, no, you've just gone insane. Harumi Moon, shouldn't you know the pain of love? When you feel desperate because your lover doesn't love you back. Izuku Midoriya, who was it? Harumi Moon, I don't remember, it could have been a guy or a girl. Hanahaki takes the knowledge away from you, but the pain still lingers. You know you were in love and that it failed. All you hear are voices. Izuku Midoriya, that's called insanity. Harumi Moon, strikes him with a shadow bat that's called love being a disease. You of all people should agree with me. Ochako Uraraka, let us out so we can turn this around. We're done hearing your twisted lectures. Harumi Moon, on the contrary, we're just beginning. Walks up to Ochako. Ochako Uraraka, why, Harumi? We were friends. Harumi Moon, and that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to save you because I care for you, unlike him. I'm begging you, it's not that hard to say. Ochako Uraraka, I won't say it. Harumi Moon, fine, people show who they truly are when they are at their last moments of life. Pulls out a gun and aims it at Ochako. Ochako Uraraka, shakes a bit. Izuku Midoriya, if you do that, I will stop you. Hoshichiharu, shut up, the girls are talking. Izuku Midoriya starts to think and concentrate. Harumi Moon, now, tell me how you really feel for him. Trust me, this hurts me more than it will hurt you. Ochako Uraraka, you want to know badly? Fine. I love Izuku Midoriya. Deku, and Deku is one of the greatest heroes I know. Even if I say what you want me to, I know Deku knows the truth. Izuku Midoriya, Ochako. Harumi Moon, such a disappointment. Izuku Midoriya, I'll give you one for all. Harumi Moon, looks back at him. Ochako Uraraka. Deku, Fina. Izuku Midoriya, trust me on this, Ochako please. Ochako Uraraka, confused and worried. Izuku Midoriya, that's what you want, isn't it? That's the whole reason this plan was set into motion, so take it, but don't harm her. Harumi Moon, what makes you think I want it? Izuku Midoriya, you might not need it, but the Dread Queen is working with Shigaraki, and I know he doesn't tolerate failure. At the first sign of it, he'll take action against all of you. Even if you plan on betraying him, you can't outpower him, you'll need one for all to stand a chance. Just let her go. Harumi Moon, sighs, how do I get it? Izuku Midoriya, you need to swallow a sample of my DNA, I suggest a piece of hair, it's the least gross way. Harumi Moon, W. But how chapter end? Izuku Midoriya, I suppose that's true. Shota Aizawa, let me give you a secret. It's possible to activate quirks even with mind blocking them. Izuku Midoriya, for real? Shota Aizawa, it only blocks out the mental part, but depending on how the quirk works, it can still be used. Izuku Midoriya, like a quirk based on Shota Aizawa, feelings like black WP. If you look deep into them, you can still use it if they're strong enough. Izuku Midoriya, it is true, black WHP does work based on how I feel. Shota Aizawa, remember the first time you used it? It was Uraraka who helped you concentrate. Izuku Midoriya, yeah, we are quite close. Shota Aizawa, I know you two are dating and in the hero life, it's both a good and a bad thing. Izuku Midoriya, how so? Shota Aizawa, bad, because your enemies can use that against you. But good, because you can use that to your advantage, your will to keep fighting on. You've always done that with your feelings, all kinds of them. Love isn't just romantic. Izuku Midoriya, I know that. Shota Aizawa, blinks, you're dismissed. I hope my lesson worked well. Izuku Midoriya, it did, thanks. Back in the present, Deku immediately went to Ochako's side. Izuku Midoriya, are you okay? Did they do anything to you? Ochako Uraraka, yeah, I'm fine. Izuku Midoriya, we need to stop them before anyone else gets hurt. Ochako Uraraka, agreed. Suddenly, a shadow tendril grabs both of them and pulls them down the building. Ochako Uraraka tries to get it off her. Izuku Midoriya uses black WHP to cut them. Ochako Uraraka floats them both. They land safely and see Harumi losing her temper. Harumi Moon, you foolish idiots. You just had to ruin everything. That's fine, I can take it all back. I just have to eliminate everyone. You're all going to pay. Izuku Midoriya, she's clearly lost it. Ochako Uraraka, I can tell. And she's going down along with Chiharu. Harumi Moon, I didn't pick this day randomly, it's a full moon. This is when my power is the strongest. This could have been avoided if you let go of love. Izuku Midoriya, the only reason you got close to me is that I was an idiot and didn't make a move, but I've grown past that. I know the truth, and it's time I take the fight to you. Chapter end. Chapter 36. Izuku and Ochako took Harumi and Chiharu to the teachers to explain their situation. Both of the traitors were still unconscious. Shota Aizawa, they used my blood to try and replicate my quirk and are behind your infection? Izuku Midoriya, my quirk is working normally now, but it is concerning. What's more concerning is how they pretended to be students for a whole month and no one caught them. It doesn't seem anyone else is working with them. Ochako Uraraka, yeah, I mean everyone else has been here for too long to have been part of her cult. Shota Aizawa, the important thing is we caught them. You've done your part, go back to the dorms and get some rest. The pros will interrogate them and extract information. Izuku Midoriya, good luck, they don't talk at all. Ochako Uraraka, they are fully loyal, nothing breaks them. Shota Aizawa, well, get them. Now you two go get some sleep, you'll need it. Izuku Midoriya, right? Ochako Uraraka, okay. She grabs Deku's hand. Izuku Midoriya holds it. Everything will be okay. They both head back to the dorms. Mina Ishido, I knew there was something wrong with her from the start. Ochako Uraraka, yep. Izuku Midoriya, she tried to kill Ochako. Mina Ishido, oh, that was unacceptable. Izuku Midoriya, yep, took care of the situation. Mina Ishido, thank you. Izuku Midoriya, get some sleep, Ishido. I know Ochako and I need some. Mina Ishido, alright. Izuku and Ochako head to his room. Izuku Midoriya removes his shirt and looks for a new one. Ochako Uraraka hugs him from behind. Just want to hug you. Izuku Midoriya, thanks. Ochako Uraraka, for Izuku Midoriya, for loving me and being by my side. Ochako Uraraka, of course, I'll always do those things. Izuku Midoriya, thank you. Ochako Uraraka, you don't need to say it. Izuku Midoriya, but I am thankful that somehow you were able to love me. Ochako Uraraka, you loving me back is all the thank you I need. Izuku Midoriya, let's get some rest, we haven't gotten any sleep. Ochako Uraraka, definitely I need one. Izuku Midoriya, you aren't going to let go, are you? Ochako Uraraka, nope. Izuku Midoriya, even though I don't have a shirt on? Ochako Uraraka, your bare chest is nice to look at, and you don't need a shirt to sleep. Plus, it will help me warm up faster. Izuku Midoriya, if you say so. They both go to bed, and Deku is the first to fall asleep. Ochako is still awake, thinking about the past months. She touches Deku's abs and scars, reflecting on everything. Ochako Uraraka, such smooth skin. Izuku Midoriya, sleeping. Ochako Uraraka, how could a father leave such a kind boy alone? She touches a scar near his heart, remembering how Harumi had given him that scar during the sports festival. I get it. Love is a scar for her. But why? It won't help to think about it right now. She kisses Deku's cheek. Izuku Midoriya, smiling face with hearts. Ochako Uraraka, good night, Deku. She snuggles on his chest until she falls asleep. The next day, Izuku Midoriya, asleep shirtless. Ochako Uraraka, snuggling onto his chest. All Might alarm, wake up, hero. Wake up, hero. Wake you dash. Izuku Midoriya, uses black WHP to silence it. Shut up, All Might. Ochako Uraraka, still asleep. Izuku Midoriya, hugs her tightly. Ochako Uraraka, smiling face with hearts. Izuku Midoriya, goes back to resting. A few much-needed hours later, Izuku Midoriya, his phone vibrates, and he grabs it with black WHP to answer. Hello. Shota Aizawa. Midoriya, I have news for you. Izuku Midoriya, yeah, what is it? Shota Aizawa, Harumi Moon has awoken, but Hoshi Chiharu is still unconscious. Izuku Midoriya, let me guess, you haven't gotten her to talk? Shota Aizawa, sort of. She says she's willing to speak to you and Uraraka alone. Izuku Midoriya, give us an hour to get ready. Shota Aizawa, understood. Hangs up. Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka, wakes up. Deku. Izuku Midoriya, morning. Ochako Uraraka, morning. Izuku Midoriya, I have news on the case. Ochako Uraraka, what is it? Izuku Midoriya, Moon is willing to talk to both of us, but based on our fight, it's probably just a lecture on how love is a disease or something. But we might get something out of it. Ochako Uraraka, maybe she'll slip up due to overconfidence. Is chapter end? Harumi Moon, okay, let's start out. Deku, you're aware she tried to ignore you for most of the time, and it wasn't my idea, I just helped her with her plan. So, Ochako, why did you think that was the best course of action? Ochako Uraraka, I originally wanted to focus on becoming a hero and not get distracted by my feelings for you while we're both trying to achieve our goals. Harumi Moon, and you wanted to forget your feelings for him? Ochako Uraraka, that's what you convinced me I wanted. Harumi Moon, that's what you wanted. Ochako Uraraka, it isn't. Even if it was, I didn't want it to be forever. Harumi Moon, you can't deny it. Izuku Midoriya, we're basically trying to punch a solid wall at this point. Next question. Harumi Moon, can't handle the truth? Is that why you have your mask on? To hide your shame? Izuku Midoriya removes his mask, showing a serious expression next. Question. Ochako Uraraka, just move on. We all know you won't convince me. Harumi Moon, Deku, you also avoided Ochako a lot. When you claimed to know those nightmares were fake, why? Did you hate her for that? Izuku Midoriya, no. I was just nervous. Harumi Moon, but you couldn't tell anyone about your problem? You have friends, they could have helped you. Izuku Midoriya, I thought I could handle it on my own. It was dumb, yes, and I would have been lost if it weren't for Ochako. I didn't think she hated me. I just didn't think she'd feel the same way. Uraraka pats his back. Harumi Moon, and that first day, you told her to get away from you. Izuku Midoriya, you want the truth? I thought it was a nightmare. I apologize for it already. It's just been hard for me. Harumi Moon, you both cast each other aside. It made the plan a lot easier. Izuku Midoriya, just move on to the next question. You got your answer. Harumi Moon, fine, fine. What are your plans for the future with each other? Izuku Midoriya, what? Ochako Uraraka, Echa? Harumi Moon, you heard me. You have lives ahead of you. What's going to happen? Marriage? Kids? Then a whole lot of problems because that's what always happens. No couple ever stays together till death. Izuku Midoriya, that's a long time from now. Harumi Moon, so you admit to not having plans? Izuku Midoriya, that's not what I said. Look, we just started. We're getting used to dating to see if it would work. Harumi Moon, that's the problem. It never does. Even if it goes perfectly during your teenage years, what happens when fights occur? What then? Are you going to leave like your dad? Izuku Midoriya, don't bring him into this. Harumi Moon, touched a nerve, didn't I? You going to follow in your dad's footsteps? Hako Uraraka, he would never. Harumi Moon, that's what everyone says, but it never occurs. I've seen it happen to countless people. Ochako Uraraka, but it hasn't happened to everyone. My parents are still together. Harumi Moon, but are they happy with each other? Ochako Uraraka, of course they are. Harumi Moon, so naive, Ochako. Ochako Uraraka, what is that supposed to mean? Harumi Moon, it will end sooner or later. No offense, but your family could be arguing as we speak. Izuku Midoriya, you're just making assumptions now. Ochako Uraraka, and baseless ones. Harumi Moon, okay, let's say your parents are happy if it makes you feel better, but will you be? I mean, at least one of you has personal issues, and you're just going to give them to poor Ochako? Izuku Midoriya, I can handle my problems on my own. I didn't want to get her involved in this, but she chose to. Harumi Moon, I don't mean this case, I mean your personal issues. It's going to happen either that or you make her the problem somehow. Ochako Uraraka, no, he won't. Harumi Moon, how do you know that? Ochako Uraraka, because I know him. Harumi Moon, do you? Ochako Uraraka, oh, and you know everything about him? Izuku Midoriya, all this talk, you clearly have problems of your own back at home. Harumi Moon, Ochako Uraraka, so you do? Harumi Moon, you know, Deku. You're lucky your dad left rather than caused you problems. Both of my parents hated each other. Hated me. Constant arguing. Getting me and my sister involved in their problems. It hurt. Izuku Midoriya, sister. She never mentioned a sister. Ochako Uraraka, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Harumi Moon, and you want to know who's at fault? Izuku Midoriya, chapter end. Part 3. Ochako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya. Harumi Moon, so, is love actually useful? All it does is cause more pain than joy. Ochako Uraraka, you've hurt people and found it acceptable because you can't love. You've been willing to harm others, not just Deku, and never thought about it, not an ounce of sympathy, all because you can't love. Harumi Moon, they dug their own grave when they decided to love. Ochako Uraraka, you're proving my point. Only those who had the Dread Queen's disease and had it surgically removed can choose not to love, but you never even gave them a chance to remove it. You say it's a disease, yet you show no sympathy for those who love. They are people like you and me, and yet you can't even show an ounce of care for them. Harumi Moon, do you know how long she's been doing this? Years. Almost all of her life. And it works. Izuku Midoriya, unless your definition of working is many bodies in the grave, then no, it's certainly not working. If you really wanted to help, she wouldn't be spreading a disease to innocents who can't control how they feel. It's like saying, you shouldn't have gotten cancer. There are things people can't control, love is one of them. That's what makes it special, because your heart chooses who you want to care for and protect. Harumi Moon starts banging on the wall. Why doesn't anyone see what my sister is doing for you? Izuku Midoriya, sister? The Dread Queen is your Harumi Moon. She's trying to help you, but you won't accept it. Izuku Midoriya, no, she's certainly not helping anyone. Ochako Uraraka, killing people isn't helping. The people who are dead aren't helped. Their lives were taken from them. Harumi Moon, they shouldn't have fallen in love then. Izuku Midoriya, let's rewind back to the sister thing. Are you saying she's related to you by blood? Harumi Moon, maybe, or maybe I just call her sister because I see her like one. Izuku Midoriya, we aren't playing your games anymore. Ochako Uraraka, we answered your questions, now you are going to hold up your end of the deal. Harumi Moon, fine. Let's see how much trust you two have. Ochako, leave the room. Ochako Uraraka, okay? Whispers to Deku, get her to talk. Izuku Midoriya, whispers back, I will, and I'll tell you what I find out. Ochako Uraraka nods and leaves the room. Izuku Midoriya, why have her leave? Harumi Moon, because I know you won't tell her what I'm about to tell you. Izuku Midoriya, speak. Harumi Moon smirks, the Dread Queen is my older sister. The plan was quite simple, take you two to a location to finally take one for all. Izuku Midoriya, where? Harumi Moon, her base of operations, her own home. We had a getaway driver set up who's been waiting outside of UA. He'll drive you, and Big Sis will handle you. Izuku Midoriya, where's the driver? Harumi Moon, probably sleeping outside the gates, white van and all. Izuku Midoriya, anything else I should know? Harumi Moon, you'll either submit or face the consequences. Izuku Midoriya, so another lecture, got it. Harumi Moon, now, what are you going to do? Go in alone or take Ochako with you? Izuku Midoriya, can Ochako come back in for 2 questions? Harumi Moon, sure, whatever. Izuku goes to get Ochako, and she walks back in the room. Ochako Uraraka, you got what you need to know? Izuku Midoriya, all but 2 things. Harumi Moon, so what's your second final question? Izuku Midoriya, how did the Dread Queen know my moves? Harumi Moon, well, she studied you, but UA sort of gave us the answers. Ochako Uraraka, sort of? Harumi Moon, do you remember that card game about you guys? Ochako Uraraka, didn't Bakugo destroy it in a fit of rage? Harumi Moon, yeah, but we were able to steal it a while back and fix it. Izuku Midoriya, what's that got to do with anything? Harumi Moon, it had all of your moves, so we just booted a few matches, analyzed hundreds of situations on how you students fight, mostly about you. Izuku Midoriya, that card was outdated, you know. Harumi Moon, but with Hanahaki, that was as much as you could do. We did take into account your other powers, I just analyzed those in my head. Izuku Midoriya, and the card game device? Harumi Moon, I don't know, ask the Dread Queen. Izuku Midoriya, speaking of her, for my final question, why did you even join her in the first place? Harumi Moon, because she's the only one to have seen the light like I have. I got infected by natural Hanahaki, and she cured me, turned me into what I chapter end. Ochako Uraraka. Izuku Midoriya, she needs mental help. Ochako Uraraka, yep. Izuku Midoriya, I almost feel like Dread Queen infected her own sister to get her on her side. Ochako Uraraka, it's possible. I mean, I don't think Hanahaki is a disease that actually exists in real life. Izuku Midoriya, it might. But still. Ochako Uraraka. About your dad. Izuku Midoriya, oh, it's nothing special, just another story of a dad leaving his kid for the milk. Ochako Uraraka, hugs him, it hurts, doesn't it? Izuku Midoriya, hugs back, yeah, but it was a long time ago. I grew past it, I was just surprised they knew. Ochako Uraraka, I'm sorry. Izuku Midoriya, it's fine, there's nothing you could have done. Let's just focus on stopping Dread Queen. Ochako Uraraka, we'll stop her. Izuku Midoriya, I know. Ochako Uraraka, together. Izuku Midoriya, together. They go to where the van would be, prepared in their hero gear. It was outside the school gates and far from them. Izuku Midoriya sneaks up behind the truck. Tako Uraraka, same. Izuku Midoriya, we need to get them to drive us there, but I know interrogation for a location won't work. Ochako Uraraka, any ideas? Izuku Midoriya, he'll have to leave soon, so I got one. Tosses a tracker on the truck. Ochako Uraraka, smart. Izuku Midoriya, now we just scare him off. Ochako Uraraka, that shouldn't be hard. Izuku Midoriya puts on mask and gets in front of the van. The van drives off, and Deku starts to chase after it, pretending to lose it after a bit. Izuku Midoriya looks at tracker device. We should be able to find her soon. Ochako Uraraka, alright. Izuku Midoriya makes a black whip chapter end. Izuku and Ochako stood outside a school, the potential hideout of the Dread Queen. Izuku was determined to confront her directly, no longer hiding his emotions behind a mask. This is a public school, Izuku noted, glancing around. Ochako raised an eyebrow. It's interesting, but not abandoned. Izuku nodded. Since it's Sunday, there shouldn't be any classes. Should we head in? Ochako asked. With caution. There are bound to be henchmen. They might be expecting us, but they'll be prepared for anything, he replied. Ochako agreed. Makes sense. As they sneaked inside, they noticed that some staff were present, but Izuku felt something was off. I have a feeling they're not who we think they are. Maybe she uses the school to indoctrinate people, Ochako suggested. Izuku pondered this. Harumi was probably a victim too, but that doesn't excuse her actions. I want to check something. Follow me, he said, leading her to a room filled with yearbooks. As they flipped through the pages, they found Harumi's photo. She went here before, Izuku said, pointing to her name. Harumi Tsubaki. Ochako looked surprised. She lied about her last name? Probably to distance herself from the Dread Queen. I assume Tsubaki is her real last name. Moon must have been a cover, Izuku explained. Do you think Chiharu is in here too? Ochako asked. I checked, and it doesn't look like it, he replied. So just Harumi went here, she concluded. Most likely. Let's find a way out. Suddenly, a cop walked in. Hey, you kids shouldn't be here, he shouted, aiming his gun. State your purpose. We're heroes looking into something here, Ochako said quickly. The cop called for backup. We have two suspects, teenagers in the office, one wearing green and the other in a tight pink and black suit. They are armed and... Izuku didn't hesitate. He used one for all to punch the cop, knocking him out. He's with the Dread Queen. That was obvious when he went to attack us, Ochako replied. I can assume it won't be other cops coming as backup, Izuku said. They might be corrupt too, Ochako suggested. That would explain why no one was chasing her, Izuku said. Let's stay on guard. As they stepped outside, they were met by a swarm of the Dread Queen's henchmen. Ochako took a battle stance. Let's do this. Izuku powered up, black WHP tendrils extending from him. Bet I can take out more than you. Of course you would, using all your quirks. Mind making it fair? She challenged. Fine. Just black WHP, he said, activating his quirk. He grappled two henchmen, making them collide. Ochako pinned one to the ground, kicking him in the head before floating two others. One henchman launched an attack at Ochako, but she dodged and countered with a kick. Izuku took out another henchman with a swift throw using his black WHP. As the battle continued, they fought off multiple henchmen, working in sync. That's the last of these ones, Izuku said, holding a few henchmen with his black WHP. Really? That all? Ochako asked, catching her breath. For now. There are bound to be more, he warned. Then let's get out of here and find the queen, she said. Let's dethrone a false queen, Izuku declared. They used security cameras to locate her, finding her sitting in a classroom. Izuku kicked the door open. It's over, Dread Queen. She lounged on a throne of plants. I've been expecting you too, but I thought you'd be tied up and on your knees. You're no ruler, Ochako retorted. On the contrary, the Dread Queen smirked as her henchmen surrounded them. I am a goddess to be praised. False goddess, Ochako shot back. False or real, it doesn't matter. They believe in me, the Dread Queen said confidently. You've killed countless for your own selfish goals, Izuku accused. Selfish? I plan to purify this world and help it. How is that selfish? She countered. You're killing people and hurting others without a care, Ochako replied. Those who are strong enough to overcome it become better. Isn't that the case with you, Midoriya? You have me to thank for your growth, the Dread Queen claimed. It could have been done without me almost dying. What about those who don't make it out alive? Or those who feel they have no choice but to remove their emotions? Izuku challenged. Those who die are weak. Those who remove their emotions will never fall victim to the disease known as love, she said dismissively. Why don't you have sympathy for them? The weak ones. Ochako pressed. Chapter end. Chapter 37. Why do you think you're in the right when you don't even feel remorse for the people you've harmed? Izuku Midoriya challenged, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. They deserve to suffer for loving, the Dread Queen replied coldly. You both deserve to face the same fate for being unappreciative of your gifts. Cut the nonsense about your game. We won't play, Izuku declared firmly. Naive children, the Dread Queen sneered as she rose from her throne. What will it take for you to understand? We will never agree with you, Izuku shot back. You'll never win us over, Ochako Uraraka added defiantly. I don't need you on my side, the Dread Queen retorted. I just need you to open your eyes to the truth. Your truth is not the real truth, Ochako countered. It's the truth you deny. Dread Queen insisted. No truth is denied. Ochako exclaimed, her determination shining through. Izuku powered up, ready for battle. We're taking you down. Come and try, the Dread Queen challenged. Deku, throw me. Ochako called out. With a swift motion, Izuku used his black WHP to propel her forward. Go! As she soared toward the Dread Queen, the villainous figure lashed out with tendrils, grabbing Ochako by the neck and pulling her close. Ochako prepared to kick, but the Dread Queen flung her away, sending thorns to attack Izuku instead. Dodging the onslaught, Izuku charged at her with a powerful kick. The Dread Queen raised a barrier just in time to shield herself. You're good but not good enough, she taunted, generating a red aura and sending it hurtling toward him. Izuku staggered back, but Ochako shouted, Deku. The Dread Queen seized the opportunity, ensnaring Ochako in webs. You know, this is one of my favorite quirks. It belonged to one of my favorite victims. Izuku struggled to rise. The fact you have a favorite makes you sick. Don't you want to hear his story? He shared your name as well, the Dread Queen continued, a twisted smile on her face. His name was also Izuku? Izuku asked, intrigued despite himself. And so was his friend. What a coincidence, she replied, her voice dripping with malice. Izuku 1 was a lonely kid until his parents found Izuku 2 to be his friend. They got along wonderfully. Izuku launched a series of kicks, but the Dread Queen used her barrier to block him. Izuku 2 introduced Izuku 1 to some of his friends, including a girl who seemed nice at first. But she turned out to be manipulative, cheating on him. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for the other Izuku. What happened next? The Dread Queen continued, Izuku 2 was blissfully unaware, even on his own birthday. He invited Izuku 1, but when he showed up, he ignored him to be on his phone with that girl. Izuku clenched his fists. That must have hurt. Indeed, the Dread Queen said, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Izuku 1 cut him off, letting him deal with his own problems. And then I came in. I couldn't resist infecting Izuku 2, who was confused about how love could cause such pain. Izuku's heart raced. You did this? Yes, and the best part is that Izuku 1 learned that love can ruin bonds. I didn't even have to lay a finger on him. She sent thorns flying at Izuku, piercing him. He screamed in pain, but his resolve remained. You think you can break me? You should have just let me die. Say your last words before you perish, the Dread Queen taunted. You want to hear my words? Fine. Izuku smirked defiantly. You talk way too much. In that moment, Ochako seized her chance. She floated the Dread Queen and landed a powerful punch, sending her crashing to the other end of the classroom. You little brat, the Dread Queen spat, fury etched on her face. Ochako stood tall, determination radiating from her. You're going to pay for infecting Deku and all those you call weak. Deku, she called, ready to fight alongside him. Chapter end. Chapter 37. Izuku Midoriya rushed at her. Dread Queen, he shouted. No, she replied, but it was too late. Izuku unleashed a flurry of charged punches, sending her flying to the other side of the school. Ochako Uraraka watched as the Dread Queen struggled to get up. Release, she called out. The Dread Queen attempted to block the incoming attacks, but her shield shattered under the force of Izuku's blows. Exhausted, she succumbed to the onslaught and was knocked out. Time skip. The Dread Queen awoke, her wrists bound in cuffs. What the? She exclaimed, noticing Izuku and Ochako standing nearby. She realized she was in the back of a police truck. Hope you enjoy talking to the cops as much as you do to us, Izuku said. The Dread Queen tried to break free. You don't understand what you're doing. You may have stopped me, but I still have followers who support me. They will finish the job and purge this world of love. We'll take care of them, Ochako replied firmly. You foolish children, the Dread Queen began. No, you're the fool for working with Shigaraki, Izuku interrupted. I'm surprised he let you live after your failure. If you returned to him in defeat, you would have been killed. Ochako added, definitely. How could you even work with such a person? You don't understand what love does to you. You'll regret it one day, the Dread Queen warned. Tell that to the judge, Izuku said, shutting the door to the police vehicle. As the cops drove off with the Dread Queen and her followers, Izuku turned to Ochako. That felt very cool to say. We did it, Deku, she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Izuku hugged her back. No more lectures on how love is a curse or whatever. Yeah, Ochako agreed. You know, it's a shame what she says. Some people believe it based on their experiences, Izuku reflected. Yeah, I get that love can be hard, but when it goes right, it can be such an appealing thing, Ochako replied. Izuku took her hand. I know. I have you to prove it can be appealing. Ochako smiled. And I have you to prove it as well. Let's head back home. There's a lot I want to do now that we finished this case, Izuku suggested. Yeah, Ochako replied, and the two heroes made their way home. Elsewhere, a news reporter announced, Dread Queen, aka Meidi Tsubaki, has been recently arrested for mass murder using her quirk, which inflicted a condition similar to the myth known as Hanahaki. Tamura Shigaraki watched from his room, frustrated. Of course, not even getting anywhere close to obtaining one for all. Well, if you want something done, you have to do it yourself. Back at the dorms. The news continued. She had her sister, Harumi Tsubaki, and another follower, Hoshi Chiharu, infiltrate UA to keep tabs on her newest target, Izuku Midoriya, aka Deku. Izuku sighed, we did it. Yep. Ochako replied. Mina Ashido chimed in, finally. Kyoka Jiro added, it's over. Denki Kaminari nodded, yep. Shoto Todoroki looked contemplative. Momo Yaoyorozu asked, what's the matter, Shoto? Nothing, just thinking about how lucky my mom is that the Dread Queen didn't get to her, Shoto replied. Oh. Momo said, understanding. Eijiro Kirishima added, yeah. She could have targeted any of us. Tsuyu Azui nodded. Yep. Mina said, wouldn't have worked on me. Izuku responded, anyone can say that, but you can never be sure, especially with her dirty tricks. Mina smirked. Oh no, I knew Kiri liked me, I was just waiting for him to man up and ask me out. Eijiro chuckled, yeah, it took a bit. Fumikage Tokoyami said, she could have targeted Kiri. Eijiro replied, that might have worked if that was first year me. Izuku added, it's best just not to think about it. Mina agreed, true. Tenya Ida remarked, to think our own were not only traitors but believed in her cause. Izuku reflected, Chiharu just wanted an excuse for being a JRK. Harumi actually believed what she was doing helped others. Toru Hagakure sighed, man, 1 month in and we already got 2 traitors. Denki nodded. Yeah. Izuku said, so much has happened. Ochako added, and even with her gone, more is to come. Izuku smiled. Just a normal day at school, am I right? Ijiro replied, dude, you spent half of your first month almost dying. Izuku shrugged. Just a normal day at school, am I right? Ijiro paused, and the group fell silent, contemplating the weight of their experiences. Chapter end.